con on their own side. I would bet my life on it. Because why? Who would benefit the most from another dead body? Who would benefit the most from another Alex Preddy or Renee Good? The left, right? Think about it. It worked in Minnesota, right? They got rid of Kristi Noem. They pulled back. They sort of shut it down. They even Trump was like, yeah, it's not good optics when you see an ICE agent shooting an American citizen. Does that mean that the ICE agent was wrong? No. It means that the media already has these stories queued up. They already have this article written. They're just going to insert the name of whoever got shot because they already have it ready. If there is another dead body, if there's another crazy woke radical leftist who assaults an ICE agent and the ICE agent defends themselves and fires back, they're going to say it's murder, no matter what. Before, like, even if it's not, because it's not. It's the officers defending themselves. But they're going to say it's murder, and then they're going to pump that message into every American news network. Boom, 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 right? And Fox News will tell the truth, and Newsmax will tell the truth, but CNN, MSNBC, and others, they're all going to be saying that officer murdered that woman or man, and that's an American citizen, and all they were doing was protesting, et cetera, et cetera. And then subconsciously, they're going to try to put it in the minds of the moderates and the people that aren't, hardcore anti-immigration, that maybe we should just not deport people. Maybe ICE really is taking things a little too far. And it's just like what they did with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was like, I mean, that's crazy. I don't want to see Americans get killed. Okay, I don't want to see American domestic terrorists attacking our ICE agents. But I'm telling you, that's the plan. They just want a dead body. It's so wild how people don't see it. And you know who doesn't see it the most? The person who's going to get shot. Because the organizers, the people that are at the top, right, and even the people who are at the middle management, they all know. They're all in on the plan, right? They get these crazy people like Jolly Good Ginger and these other low IQ, just emotionally unstable morons to go outside of these facilities and they start to, F you, and they throw things and they light trash on fire and they're breaking the law. They want those people to get shot, right? Those people are not smart. Those people are very dumb, and they're just very indoctrinated, emotional foot soldiers. They're pawns, and you can sacrifice them if you're one of these, Soros types or Neville Singham type NGO people who just don't care. Did you send this? Did you get the pyramid I sent you? Somebody in the chat, did you get the pyramid? I think I only got 2 pyramids. One was okay. This one was a little better. I want it to be broken down even further, so I'm going to draw it up. But yeah, this is the way it works, right? At the very bottom, right, you have the people that are just the indoctrinators, okay? The indoctrinators, the people, the propagandists. You have Podcastistan. This is Hassan Piker, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. This is all the people that are saying, the government's bad and stuff like that. And anti-American messaging. You have the universities and social media universities, right? Because what the social media university, what I mean by that is, like you have influencers and creators on TikTok and on even on X who are basically the new professors, right? They're teaching your kids. Right, so you have Podcastistan, then you have the actual universities where people are actually sending their kids to school to learn about anti-American values. And it all flows up, right? It all flows up because all this, everybody's working underneath China and Russia, but China mostly. Right. And it's just so that they can destroy America from within. It's the destruction of the West. It's the long game that Yuri Bezmenov was talking about 40 years ago. Right. In 1985, Yuri Bezmenov was talking about this. He's saying you indoctrinate 2 generations and you destroy America from within. And now we're seeing what that looks like. It's not Israel. It's not the Jews. It's China. It's Russia. It's our enemy. It's the people who actually are our enemies, like blatantly. Like the blatant, the people that we have to, not the Jews, right? Like, freaking people are morons, man. They really are. People are so stupid. And it frustrates me because I'm not. All right. Where were we here? Yeah, we were Matt Walsh. I don't know how we went off on that long tangent, but we did. Oh yeah, that was off of one story, 30 minutes. Good. Israel seizes castle in Lebanon as it expands ground offensive. You know, there's a lot of people that are really upset about this, right? The Israeli military has captured the strategic site of the Beaufort Castle in southern Lebanon, in what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described as a decisive shift in its offensive against Hezbollah. All right. Now, there are a bunch of morons on the internet who are very, very mad about this because there's an Israeli flag over it. Yeah. I'm not going to go too deep into this story, but Jesus, Jew. Okay. Jesus is and was a Jew. He's Jewish. He's literally rabbi. Jesus, rabbi. Okay. If you're more upset about Jews controlling that castle than Muslims, you haven't read the Bible. Like, Jesus was not Christian, right? I don't know. And I mean, I'd be fine with Christians running that because we're all, we all pray to a Jew. But no, Israel took it away from the frickin' Muslims. It's like, yeah, good. Anybody who thinks that's bad, no, you should have left it with the Muslims, right? Well, they respect Jesus. They don't respect Jesus. They don't think that he's God. I mean, neither do Jews, but I mean, in a different way. Muslims think Jesus is a babysitter, essentially. They think that he's a prophet that, ushers children into the promised land or some shit like that. It's wild how the anti-Israel, anti-Jew psyop has gotten so many Christians to forget that biblically we are way more aligned with Jews than we are with Muslims. I'm not saying that you shouldn't disagree with the way that Jews view Jesus. I'm not saying that. I do. I think that he's God, or I believe, I know he's God. I have faith that he's God. And Jews don't believe that, and that's fine, because in the Bible it says eventually they will. But I mean, if really we're going, no, like it's better for Hezbollah to be in charge of it. You people are insane. You're insane. We're going to a bad place when you guys are rooting for the goat effing inbred terrorists to be in charge of holy sites, as opposed to those Jews. Yes, somebody in the chat. When Jesus was alive, there was no Islam. Islam wasn't created until 600 years after Jesus. Ironically, Christianity wasn't created until 300 years after Jesus. So all these Christ people who are like, yeah, it's like, dude, for 300 years, it was Jews after Jesus. First Christians, Jews, right? Jesus apostles, Jews. Jesus, Jews, right? Everybody does not understand. But this is why when you say Judeo-Christian values, they get upset. They go like, Judeo-Christian, take away the Judeo. Why? Means Old Testament. It doesn't mean Jews. It means Old Testament, moron. Right? Judeo-Christian values means you have values based on Old and New Testament. You put them together, you have a book called the Bible. Judeo-Christian. Christ means follower of. Jesus wasn't a follower of Jesus. Jesus was Jesus, a Jew. We, Christians, follow Jew. Well, by the way, the Old Testament's most of the Bible. The New Testament's what, like, I don't know, 35% or something like that? It's like, these people are so dumb, man. I'm so, like, I have fun. Calling them dumb, but it is getting repetitive. When are they going to get it? A lot of BBC on here. Okay, hundreds arrested. Yeah, look, I'm going to summarize this story with, hold on, I have to count. 8 words. Okay, I had to, it's been a weird, it's Monday. I'm going to summarize this story with 8 words, right? Import the third world, become the third world, right? Import the third world, become the third world. Okay, we are what you're seeing in Paris. Here, let's take a look. Right, Paris is just not. Look, the multiculturalism is a lie. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, not race. I didn't say race. I said culture. Multiculturalism is a lie. Importing a bunch of different cultures into a Western civilization which should have Judeo-Christian values, right, is going to lead to this. And like Paris just got, like, this was over a soccer game. Like, this was over a soccer game. Like, they destroyed the entire city of Paris because of soccer. Like, yeah, no, import the third world, become the third world, right? That's why we should have strong immigration policy in America, because we can see what it looks like when the left implements their policy of multiculturalism. Okay, it's not going to work out well. We don't need to cover anything else of this story. We don't need to read it. Just look at the images. It's crazy. Yeah, look at this. No, just nice. Is this a mostly peaceful protest? Is that what's going on here? Mostly peaceful? Yeah. Crazy. U.S. says it struck Iranian radar sites. Yeah, U.S. is still bombing Iran because Iran's they're not getting it. This doesn't work out for you. Somebody in the chat, hey Misfit, I saw on the ABC channel a plea for the people to contact DirecTV, who is dropping the news. MSM is having, I don't know what that means. Carl Benji, to tell you the truth, I really don't want to hear Trump talk for an hour at the U.S. Freedom Festival either. I don't know about an hour. I don't know about an hour. I think that he should definitely, I would say under an hour. I would say 40 minutes, 30 minutes of him speaking would be good, because he is the leader of the MAGA movement, and the MAGA movement is why we have a Freedom 250 instead of a Pride Parade. Yeah, but if you want to watch a concert, that's fine. You want to watch a concert, you can watch a concert. I want to watch a patriotic, show where we see not just a concert. I want to see the entertainers, the performers, and I think that we should have speakers. I think that you should have speakers at the America 250 thing, talking about America. I don't think Trump would talk about himself the whole time. All right. French Navy seizes Russia-linked oil tanker in the Atlantic. Oh, finally, something that's not the BBC. This is from The Guardian, okay? Suspected Russian oil tanker has been detained in France has announced, or detained in the Atlantic, France has announced. Latest seizure aimed at combating Moscow's shadow fleet of vessels contravening international sanctions. Okay. According to French authorities, the vessel was on its way from Murmansk in northwest Russia when it was seized. Macron said the French Navy boarded an oil tanker subject to international sanctions. He posted videos he said was of the seizure, which showed commandos. Okay, yeah, so France and Russia, they're still having... This is a photo from the, quote, seizure. And all of this, the Russia and China, if we keep the pressure on them and keep on straining their energy by way of, obviously going after Iran, but Iran, Venezuela, and sanctions, I think that they're going to start feeling the pressure, and I think that we're going to be looking very good down the road. So I think that while it does affect us as well, right, because global markets, I think that the temporary strain that's put on the U.S. would be worth it long term. I don't know. I don't know if Trump and the administration are messaging that properly. I think that they should. I think that they should come out and say, "Look, here's what's going on." I also think that, the more you talk about the plan, the more you're giving your enemies the plan, and the more they have time to, or the more they can circumvent the plan. And I'm not saying trust the plan. I'm saying if you come out and it's like that scene from like the end of Avengers, right? Where it's like Tony Stark is like, "Hey, tell me this is it." And Doctor Strange is like, "If I tell you, then it won't happen." Right? It's like I'm not saying keep Americans in the dark. I'm saying keep it close to the vest. If your plan is to strangle the economy of our enemies over a short 3 to 6 month period, which means that our oil and our gas prices will go up temporarily during that time. I don't think you can come out and tell the American people, "Hey guys, this is exactly what we're doing." But you should come out and say something along the lines of, "Look, guys, we're doing this for a very specific purpose. Bear with me, hang in there." And I don't think they messaged that enough. I know they have messaged it. I just don't think they messaged it enough. Eli jumps in the chat, reminding everybody to share, like this, and share this. All right, hit the button somewhere down here, somewhere over here. Hit that button. If I do this, I think a bubble pops up. No, it's not doing it. OBS is broken. But hit the like button, share, and get this out there. All right. Well, I think I was saving this story for last because it's great. It's just so great, right? Senate candidate Graham Plattner sent explicit texts to multiple women while married, wife says. You know who the left's really mad at right now? Not Plattner. They're not mad at their candidate who has a Nazi tattoo and is a philanderer. No, they're mad at the person who released the story, right? Like, actually, let's go here. This is so funny. It's so funny because the left is literally just like, they're just so awful. They are the worst. Like they really are the worst. They're the absolute worst people. Let me see here. Let's see. I know I can find it because I just saw it recently. But here we go. Is there anything? They're blaming the Jews. They're blaming the Jews. Look at this. Okay. So here's the breaking news. Amy Gertner, the wife of Graham Plattner, told his campaign in 2025 about sexual messages he sent to other women. And look at this dumbass. The two authors of this article are women journalists who often write about anti-Semitism. It's well known Plattner's anti-war and anti-Israel. This is a kind of hit piece attacking a person's integrity that has already been tried on many men, right? So the authors are Jewish, and the person who leaked it, they're bad. It's like, dude, this thing it's not a hit piece. It's confirmed. It's like, that's like saying the Swalwell thing was like, the Swalwell thing kind of was a hit piece. So I'm like, she goes, "Have you looked up these two journalists?" And my response is, "What does that have to do with Plattner cheating on his wife?" I want you to take this trip with me into the mind of a crazy person. Okay. It's media propaganda. How is it propaganda if it's true? Propaganda by omission. Nothing's omitted. It's true. Right? So this woman is mad that the people who wrote the story, and by the way, there are so many stories from so many publications written, and they weren't all about Jews. The people who wrote this particular story, they are they're pro-Israel, or they write about anti-Semitism. And I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with anything? And they're like, it's propaganda. How is it propaganda if it's literally true? And look, this is the part that's underlined here. God, this is confirmed by his campaign, confirmed by his wife. This is not a made-up story. This is not something that, you know, would be considered propaganda. It's more of like an October surprise, where it's definitely, you know, a story that somebody wanted out there to hurt Plattner, but that's not propaganda. Propaganda is a different thing. Propaganda is lies. These are not lies. This is true. This happened. So, Prattner, the Democratic candidate looking to unseat Susan Collins, and she sucks, by the way, but better than a Democrat. Any Republican is better than a Democrat, period, except for Thomas Massie, who's a Democrat, right? Most Republicans, I will rephrase, most Republicans are better than Democrats. Plattner's campaign, look at Plattner's campaign confirmed the text exchanges. This is not propaganda. These are real. This really happened. They just don't think that we should care. They think you should care if Ken Paxton maybe cheated, but not Graham Plattner. Nope, not Graham Plattner, because he's a Democrat. It's different. It's capital D different. Gertner discovered the messages months after the couple married. She made the private revelation before Plattner held his campaign rally and was supported by Senator Bernie Sanders. But the aide decided the texts were a private matter for the couple, the campaign said. Perfectly fine. Right? Gertner said, I confided deeply personal details about my marriage to somebody I considered a friend. Look, here's why it's not a private matter, by the way. Okay? It's not a private matter, right? When you're an elected leader, when you're an elected representative, you have Oppo research, right? Where the campaign, like the people, like if I was to run, this is why I wouldn't run. I wouldn't run. Not because I have anything to hide, because the shit that I would say publicly is just not, it's not something that you should want in a public leader. No, but you have Oppo research, right? Oppo research that is done by obviously the opposition, and it's done by the campaign, where they will find out what skeletons are in your closet. Okay. Now, if your own side finds out that you have some skeletons in your closet, right? What they should do is they should say, you probably shouldn't run, right? Like that's what they should do. They should go, you probably shouldn't run, because if this comes out, it's very bad. Also, maybe like people care. People care. Voters care. Voters care about infidelity. They care about cheaters, right? And now, look, what about Trump? I know. Yeah. We care. We care. You have to be a damn good. You have to outweigh that a lot, right? With your policy, with everything. You have to be the people. But everybody knew about Trump, right? We knew about him cheating on his previous spouse, and we voted for it. We were informed. They didn't hide it from us, right? Like it was exposed decades ago, right? And we just didn't care. This is something that the campaign tried to hide from the public, and now that it's coming out, the campaign is thinking that the real bad actor is the person who told the American people the truth. No, it's not your business when you're running for office. When you're running for office, your voters have a right to know if you're a dishonest person. The number one thing that you can do, the person who you should have the trust that should have the most trust in you is your significant other. If you will break the trust of your significant other, why wouldn't you break the trust of your voters? That's why it matters, right? That's why it matters. And it's not like it's something that happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and now you've been in a committed relationship for decades with Melania. No, it's like this happened like a year and a half, 2 years ago. This happened very recently. It was a dozen women, and you were just recently married. So if you're lying to get into the pants of whatever lady, right, you will lie to get into the pants of your voters. That's all I'm saying. It matters. It does. It's situational. It doesn't mean that every cheater is the same. It means this guy should have told, he should have either dropped out or he should have came out and been like, while he was running, there might be a story that comes out, and I just wanted to tell you guys from me personally to you first. I was having some issues, and we are in marriage counseling, and we're working them out. If you tell everybody, this wouldn't have been a problem. But no, it had to get leaked. It had to get leaked, and now you have the, the left. They're trying to, dismiss it and say it's no big deal. It is. It's a big deal. Like Kyle, whatever the hell his name is, secular talk guy. It was like, he said something, I'm not going to try to find it because we're running out of time. That Kyle secular talk guy, he's like a crazy, like totally crazy, woke leftist anti-Trumper. He was like, Graham Plattner could sext my mom and I'd still vote for him. And I'm like, that's because you're in a cult. Like this isn't the flex that you think it is. When you guys, or like the whataboutism, be like, sorry, nope, you guys have cheaters. It's like, dude, you have a guy with a Nazi tattoo who cheats on his wife, and you say that we need to vote for him so we can stop Trump because Trump is a philandering Nazi. That's insane talk right there. That's like saying like, our Nazis are better than yours. It's like, first of all, ours isn't even a Nazi. Yours is an actual Nazi. It's like, dude, come on, man. Like, you guys don't have any, the left doesn't have any integrity. Like, what was the other guy? Jay Jones, who was literally texting about having his political opponent's kids killed. They voted in that guy. That guy's now a leader of the Democrat Party. Okay. All right. So, like, can we do this? Can we just get this over with? Like, let's get the boogaloo on, because you people are definitely never going to stop. You're just going to get further and further and further and more radical. So, yeah, I don't know. All right, we got 10 minutes left. We're about to jump into the no fatties section. Let's do a quick ad here. We have our number one and our only sponsor, Patriot Pouch. That's fine. I don't really try to get sponsors. I like doing the show, but I mean, I'm not opposed to them. I'm just saying it's not something like where I'm running around going, "Can you sponsor me?" All right, but this show is brought to you by our favorite sponsor, Patriot Pouch, the nicotine-like ritual and buzz you expect, powered by better ingredients, American values with fewer downsides, made in the USA. You can jump on over here to patriotpouchusa.com and get your Sovereign Sample 4-pack with all 4 flavors, or you can grab my favorite flavor, Orange, You Glad You're an American. All right, I got my Patriot Pouches right here. I love them. And they are a Nixodine pouch. They are not nicotine pouches. Nixodine is a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine, but delivers a better and cleaner effect. I was taking these things for 2 weeks. I had no idea they weren't nicotine. And so anybody who's wondering if it's going to be a different type of sensation, no. You try these out, you will not know the difference. Now, the enhanced moisture pouches, 6 milligrams of nicotine per pouch, and the same buzz you expect is on patriotpouchusa.com. And make sure you use code MISFIT10 at checkout so they know I sent you, and you do get 10% off with that code. All right, thank you, Patriot Pouch. Now, no fatties. Jay Jones, thank you, Sean. Yes, Sean's in the chat. Jay Jones, that piece of No fatties. What is this about? Well, let's listen to this fatty. This guy's so fat. He seems very upset about it. This fat leftist is very upset. Let's watch. Fatty. All right.
Now, according to one defense official, it says this sends a very...
Hold on, that's very low. I know that's very low. Hold on. Let's get that. Let's kick that up a notch. We're gonna kick that up. Where is it? Screen capture. Let's go to 10. I think we'll do it. All right, let's try this again. One more time.
Now, according to one defense
Wow, that's
official,
still low.
says
That's still low. All right. Third time's a charm. All right, here we go. And scene.
Now, according to one defense official, it says this sends a very clear message to any attendees who want to come to this event, who are interested in attending this event. Quote, no fatties. Another defense official said senior Pentagon leaders are signaling their preference for military members who will look good on camera. And that person said again, basically no fat soldiers would be admitted to this event. Aaron.
Okay, now hear me out.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Donald Trump is not technically in the military, but he is commander-in-chief. So, does that mean he's not going to be allowed to go to this UFC event because he does not meet the standards that they are currently requiring?
I'm sorry, I can't hear this guy over how fat he is. All right, look, here's the story. All right, now Caitlin Collins pulls receipts on Scott Jennings, claiming there is literally a memo. There's literally a memo. Caitlin Collins fact-checked her MAGA-friendly colleague after he disputed a report that the Defense Department will have a weight and height requirement for military members attending Donald Trump's White House UFC event. All right. Now, there's literally a memo, apparently, saying that the ticket recipients are required to meet the Department of War's waist-to-height ratio standard of less than 0.55, as well as all service-specific physical fitness test requirements. That means the troops would have a maximum 37-inch waist for the average man, and my waist is 34 inches, by the way. So that's fine. Like I'm a little stocky, right? 37 is a big waist. And 35-inch waist for the average woman. That's a fat woman. I mean, to be completely honest, you'd have to be Samoan for that to not be fat as a woman. She said, I mean, there's a memo on it. Okay. It's a memo. I hope there is. All right. Let's see here. There was, that's the story we just read. Oh, there was one more. I thought I had. Let's see. Let's go grab it. Let's go find it. Right here. Oh yeah. Well, this is the one that's why I didn't put it in there, because it's the same one that we were just looking at. Okay. So Dr. Rhonda Patrick, this isn't her real profile. Her other profile has like 1 million followers, but this is the one where I found a clip. Dan Bongino just had a clip of Rhonda Patrick on, right? And talking about visceral fat. Now, as you know, this is Maha Monday, right? We talk about the healthy ways of living and, and what have you. Look, I don't want a fat military. I don't care if the commander-in-chief, the civilian position, a 78-year-old man, has a body mass index a little bit higher. I'm talking about active duty service members. Here's the other reason why I think it's probably a good idea to have a no fatties memo, right? You should have a no fatties memo because the America 250 celebration is going to be viewed by our enemies, okay? The America 250 celebration is going to be watched by the enemies of the U.S. Now, if I was to see a celebration in China, right, and I saw a bunch of big fat fatties, right, celebrating China's whatever birthday, I'd feel pretty confident about our position, right? And I think that it's a good idea that we should have, like strong, slim-waisted, big, burly military men, not a bunch of fat people at the America 250 celebration, because I want them to look at our, birthday party and go, I don't want to mess with those guys. That's why. I think it's a good thing. But because it's Maha Monday, we have 2 minutes left. Let's play this clip from Rhonda Patrick, and then we're going to send you over to Sean.
it's not only having this acute effect on like your energy levels, right? Yes, it's an energy sink because it's activating the immune system. It's also linked to cancer. And this has been shown. So people that have high amounts of visceral fat are 44% more likely to have a variety of different types of cancer, like the main ones, colon cancer, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer. It goes on and on. And that is because, and even when waist circumference is considered, so even after correcting for waist circumference, the visceral fat itself increases cancer incidence. And, that's obviously the human studies that have linked that, but there have been animal studies that have mechanistically looked at that now and said, okay, well, what happens when we have an animal with visceral fat? Well, it turns out that the inflammatory molecules, and they're making quite a bit of them, they're actually transforming normal cells into cancer cells. They're actually causing normal cells to become cancerous. They're damaging the cells. So that is, over time, when you get enough damage, eventually you're going to get it in a part of the cell that's going to lead to an oncogenic mutation. So yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially what she's saying is not only no fatties because, we don't want to show China that we're, just a bunch of sloppy bitches, but also maybe just send Americans a message, right? Send all of us a message. Hey, we want a healthy nation because a healthy nation is a strong nation. I think it's a good thing. Anyway, Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. You guys enjoy that. I am going to work, which is going to suck because it feels very Monday today. But I will see you all tomorrow for TDS Tuesday, and that's going to be a fun one. All right, boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your day. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Monday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to you. We are live again for the first time in a few days. Back from a great trip to Philadelphia. Not often you say it was a great trip to Philadelphia, but this was a fun trip up there. 1210 WPHT. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation on Thursday. A full-blown 4-hour Farish Friday on Friday. We'll be doing another full 4 hours, though not in Philadelphia, but with 1210 this Friday again. A lot of fun. It's good to see. I saw Sauce up there. He goes by like 49 different names in our chat. He's Dr. Phelan McGroin in the YouTube chat on 1210 WPHT. So it was nice to get up there and see some folks. So my parents this weekend, they came out to Philly for the Families Behind the Badge Children Foundation remote broadcast and pseudo fundraiser with 1210 WPHT. So it was a good time. But it's great to be back live with everybody. Yes, very happy to be back live with everybody once again. All right, a couple things. So we're gonna definitely dive into the whole theme of today's show is the mess that is the Democrat Party's 2026 candidates. I mean, this is a total mess. Like a total mess. Abu al-Sayed, I think that's his name, right? Abu al-Sayed in Michigan. Just verbal diarrhea, right? Verbal diarrhea about immigration law. Just like Don Lemon. Remember Don Lemon? Oh, coming into the country illegally isn't a crime. Bro, you literally said illegally. We need to... the rooster up, okay? There we go. So we have Abu al-Sayed, James Tallarico. Guys, listen, you know me. I take nothing for granted, ever, especially in elections, ever. We were with Kenneth Barrett last night, the great Frida Morgan last night, the great Jack and Carolyn Cook last night. Some amazing, Rutherford County residents. We're talking about the upcoming general election. We're taking nothing for granted. So in Texas, I know when you see somebody like James Tallarico, you're like, oh, there's no way. And listen, folks. Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
He's not. I don't think he's going to win. Okay? I don't think he's going to win. What I'm telling you is I can't do anything. I can't vote in Texas, okay? Because we live in Tennessee, which, by the way, today is the first day of June.
It's Tennessee's birthday.
It's Tennessee's birthday, so happy birthday to the best, let's be honest, best state in the country. And it's also the beginning of Nuclear Family Month in the state of Tennessee, not Pride Month. Thank you. Thank you. The great state of Tennessee.
Month-long celebrations.
You could take your rainbow and you can shove it up your...
Oh, my gosh.
There you go.
You guys didn't hear it, but I did.
Shove it right up! We know you like to store things there, right, Mr. Buttigieg? We know that. You like a squirrel, except the squirrel does it in his cheeks and his mouth, and you do it with the other cheeks. We understand that. Woo! I told you I'm going to be a little amped up this morning.
You are gay.
Yeah. Yes. It's also, first of the month, which means it's time to go on
Google.
That's right. It is time to go to Google.
Google what they said.
That's right. What do we do on the first of every month? Live chat, pop quiz. What do we do on the first of every month on this show? What do? We use the help of Eric Adams. We go to
Google.
We go to Google. What do we do, folks? Live chat. I need to see it. We're not moving on from this question until someone in the live chat answers it correctly. What do we do on the first of every month? Check for elections. Boom. Thank you.
Google.
Go on Google. By the way, he is literally saying goo. It's unbelievable. I love this. Is my favorite drop.
Google.
Yes.
There's no L in there at all.
There's no L. And then the second time he does it again.
Google what they said.
Google. It's goo. Okay. Go on Google, as Eric Adams said, and search the following prompt. Is there an election that I can vote in, put your zip code in, this month? We do that 12 times a year so that we never miss elections, because tomorrow in Los Angeles, you have the mayoral primary. In the entire state of California tomorrow, you've got the gubernatorial primary, among many other things you can vote on, county level things and state level things, all that. So, check for your elections today. Go on.
Google.
That's it. Hit that Google button. Google what they said. I love it.
Google what they said.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Iowa is tomorrow as well. Misfit says download ActiVote. I think ActiVote is only available for iPhone, but if you have iPhone, get it. ActiVote, Google, all of these things. Know when your elections are. Never miss an election. Healthy habits. Misfit ended his show. There's apparently a no fatties memo that went out about the military. Yeah, because fat people shouldn't be in the military. This is not controversial. And they don't want to show
No fatties.
at the you should have heard Zach doing Caitlin Collins. There's like literally a memo. wait. Where's my Karen?
There's like literally a memo.
Wait, so they're talking about this America 250 celebration that's coming up, which is turning out to be a mess because all the washed up musicians that were going to be at the concert backed out because the left made a big stink about it. Now Matt Walsh is complaining again because that's all that Matt Walsh does. You know what? Can we just take one? People don't go after Matt Walsh. Listen, I'm tired though of watching this guy complain about everything and offer no solutions. You can have your opinion. You can identify problems, but please come to me with a fix. What good is it saying, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, nitpick that, don't do that, I don't like this, and offer no solutions? That's all Matt Walsh does. That's all he does. These days, anyway. People get mad at me when I talk about it. Oh, don't go. He's on your side. I get it. I don't hate him. I'm just tired of watching this guy. He's a serial complainer. Anyway, this America 250 memo came out, or this idea that the military is going to be present at some of these celebrations, and they basically said we don't want fat people to show up in the pictures because snapshots and soundbite. You don't want your enemy seeing a bunch of gooey Jello bodies in your. That's not. First of all, they shouldn't be in the military anyway. I want my military to be people who are in good shape, not bad shape, or A shape, which is round. Okay. And on this America 250 thing, listen, I'm not thrilled about how it's unfolding, but I've always been like this. This is me, right? I've always been of the thought where, if you're going to point out a problem, you should at the very least, once you're done pointing out the problem, offer a potential way. It doesn't have to be the right way, but offer some way to address the problem or provide a solution, right? If you have the energy to complain about something or identify a problem, but you don't have any potential fixes for the problem, then you don't actually want to solve the problem, in my opinion. And you probably don't even care if the problem exists. You just want to complain, which is the internet. Look at Yelp, okay? And all these things. Complainers, Karens. If you're bummed out about what's going on with America 250, I'm with you. I want to see more. And by more, I mean, let's go through the history of the founding of this country. Let's dive into, in a fun, interactive way, the original intent of the founders. Let's read the Declaration of Independence together. Let's read the Constitution together. Let's go into the Federalist Papers and the debates when we were in the Constitutional Convention about the impeachment clause and how the separation of powers came to be. But let's do that. Let's do some American Revolution reenactments and stuff. Let's have some fun with it. We don't need a music concert, whatever. You want to do this? Bret Michaels dropped out. Conservatives have an infatuation with going after famous people because that's what the left does. Whatever. These are potential ideas that I would work into America 250 and the celebration if I were in charge. I'm not in charge. Okay? But if all you're offering is don't do this, don't do that, don't just do a rally, don't, without providing any solutions or potential alternatives, you're just a complainer, aka Matt Walsh, or as I like to call him, Matty Flip-Flops, because he takes both sides of the issues at some point. He's well acquainted with both sides of the fence. Well acquainted. And I'm tired of it. At that point, you don't want to fix the problem. You want to complain about the problem. And this comes back when I was running sales teams, when I was organizing grassroots political events, when I was working in a freaking paint store. I always asked the people I was working with, colleagues, to just be solution-oriented, not problem-oriented. It's very easy to scream, flat tire, and not have any intention of actually fixing the flat tire. Whether it's fixing it yourself, you bring it to a mechanic, you call AAA, roadside assistant, whatever. Give me a solution. Don't just point out the problem. I do this with the Epstein arrest. There's no Epstein arrest. I go, okay. You keep saying that. Nothing is happening. Okay. You keep saying that. Fix the problem. Give me a fix. What do you want to happen? You say nothing's happening. What do you want to happen? Who do you want arrested? For what crimes? I'm not saying you have to be the attorney general. Give us something to work towards instead of just pointing at the problem and saying bad. Unfortunately, these days, apparently, that's asking too much. Like, oh, Matt Walsh is right. Trump shouldn't just be holding a rally for America 250. I'm not saying we shouldn't ask for more. I'm saying, what more do you want? What do you actually want to see? Oh, when you do that, stop. It's not my job. It's not my job to plan America 250. No, but if you're going to bitch about it, give me an alternative. Is that too much to ask? Am I being harsh? To just simply say, be solution-oriented instead of problem-oriented? It's very easy to identify problems. It's much more difficult to provide ways, even if it's not the best way to do it. At least give us some way to address the problem and find a solution instead of just a problem. It's like you get your steak at a restaurant, which, by the way, Primrose Table last night, that steak was so good. 16-ounce ribeye. Mwah! Okay? It's like if you get a steak at a restaurant and you don't like it, and you tell the chef, I don't like the steak, and the chef goes, how do you want the steak cooked? Well, I don't know. I just don't like it like this. Well, how the hell is he supposed to get it right if you're not offering a fix? Be solution-oriented. That's all I'm asking. If you're going to take to X and bitch and moan about the America 250 thing and the way it's unfolding, at least offer some sort of alternative. It doesn't have to be the perfect plan to a T. Just offer something. That's all. That's all we're going to do on that. Everyone gets me, don't talk about Matt Walsh. Why? What is he, royalty?
Well, he's only one of the negativity has become the norm.
Oh my gosh.
It is across the world, from what I can tell.
Exhausting.
You very rarely see somebody that's like happy and excited about something. You usually see doom and gloom.
And if you want to be upset, I'm not saying you can't. People are like, so you can't have an opinion? No, I never said that. What is it with people and inventing things that I said? Oh, you're saying he has to give a detailed... When did I say detailed analysis? I asked for one solution. It would be nice to bring up-and-coming artists. Like who? I can name a few. J.W. Griffin, Warren Zeiders. Can Matt Walsh name an up-and-coming artist? If he can, then freaking name him and stop whining all day on social media. And you wonder why people think Ben Shapiro is the reason why the Daily Wire is having a problem. And he's part of the issue. But it's also Walsh. All he does is whine. And I'm tired of it. I went down his feed yesterday. He was complaining about dogs, people who don't like children, America 250, Donald Trump having a rally. I'm like, bro, just offer something constructive, dude. Something. All right. He can't do that. And I'm the bad guy for asking people to be solution-oriented, which is, fine, whatever. It is what it is. You'll all catch up eventually over there on the internet. You'll all catch up eventually. All right, folks, let's get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. They are solution-oriented. People have a problem. What is the problem? Your skincare products suck. That's the problem. OFP Farm steps in and says, our skincare products don't suck. And that is the solution to sucky skincare products. All right? Celebrate Father's Day and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching and Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is very excited to welcome brand new arrivals, which means they are clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. They are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they're not coming back. Okay? Use the code Sean, 25% off. Another solution. What's the problem? Oh, it's a little expensive. 25% off? Solution. 25% off all men's and beard products and America 250 items while supplies last. Shop now before they're gone for good. Go to ofpfarms.com. Problem. My skincare products are awful. Solution. OFP Farms. OFPfarms.com. Use that promo code SHAW1 for 25% off. That is OFPfarms.com. You see it on your screen right there. Father's Day sale. OFPfarms.com. Promo code Sean for 25. It's 25% off. OFPfarms.com. OFPfarms.com. Okay. Let's jump into this. I know you see the polling in Maine. Graham Plattner is leading. This happens to Susan Collins all the time. I understand the dynamic at play here, that the most radical Democrats are winning their primaries, and they are the leading force. They are the tip of the spear of the Democrat Party. And I'm not going to tell you, this is a great thing because they're easier to beat as, for Republican candidates, because they may not be easier to beat. People like Graham Plattner, Abu al-Sayed, James Talafrico, they look like lunatics to us. Okay? Because they are lunatics. But to the radical left, socialist, fringe, Antifa wing of the Democrat Party, these people are what they want. Okay? They energize them. All right? So understand that I'm not telling you that I'm necessarily happy that these guys are at the top of the ticket or at the front of the Democrat Party, because that gets them closer to a position of power, which is attainable in a bad political climate like 2026 in a midterm election year where historically the party in power loses a lot and the party out of power, in this case the Democrats, wins a lot of seats. And right now they're putting people on ballots up for those seats that are very scary people. That said, for some reason, I don't know, I just feel like Graham Plattner is not necessarily like Maine's brand of Democrat. Maybe he is. We'll see what happens in November. But it has been scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal for this guy. You have the Nazi tattoo. Oh, PTSD. Bro, then why didn't you get it removed? Oh, I wanted to remember. You're a Nazi, bro, if you have a Nazi tattoo on your chest. Okay? Hey, listen, not my rules. You made up these rules for Pete Hegseth. Remember when Pocahontas came out and said, Pete Hegseth has a tattoo. It's that cross on his chest. He's a Nazi. He's a white supremacist. These are their rules. I'm playing by their rules. Okay? Chief Spitting Bull. Pocahontas, right? I mean, they called Trump Hitler without any connection to the Nazis. None. So Graham Plattner has an actual Nazi tattoo on his body. And it's like, well, it's not fair to assume that. Why is it not fair? It's branded on his body. Okay. So you have the Nazi tattoo. You have this bizarre story that he likes to honk his hedgehog in public restrooms and porta potties. Weird. Oh, Sean, what does that have to do with him running for office? I don't know. I just feel like if that's the type of person you are, we can't really trust you to represent the people since you're not really related. A lot of people don't do that. Weird people do that. But a lot of normal, decent people don't do that. They don't honk their hedgehogs in porta potties. Graham Plattner apparently does. Now, There's this bizarre story. There's a sexting scandal that's coming out about Graham Plattner. This is not a joke. Not a joke, man. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. Here we go. Ever heard of Kik Messenger, K-I-K? Apparently it's a breeding ground for pedophiles. Okay, I'm not saying this guy's a pedophile. I'm saying he was on this platform. Maine Democrat Senate candidate Graham Plattner's wife admitted to his campaign that he had sent sexually explicit texts to women early in their marriage, according to multiple reports. Quote, people familiar with the matter told the Wall Street Journal that Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, reportedly shared with an aide in August that she had found the sexually explicit messages early in their marriage in the spring of 2025. Gertner's admission to sending the messages came as some aides were conducting opposition research on their own candidate. The aides' opposition research on Plattner came as, quote, the campaign had been preparing for a major rally with Senator Bernie Sanders, we are fighting the oligarchy. You had to fight Graham Plattner, too, apparently. Campaign official explained that aides ultimately decided the texts were a private matter that was being handled by the couple in marriage counseling. Gertner explained in a statement that she had thought she was confiding in an aide that she considered a friend. Amy, there are no friends in politics. Learn that lesson, because when you gotta be tight-lipped about everything when you're in political circles. There's no friends in politics. It's very rare that you actually find a friend in politics. Very rare. She added that she and her husband did the hard work that marriage requires. We went to counseling. We were honest with each other in ways that weren't easy, and we came through it, not in spite of how much we've been through, but because of how much we love each other and the life we've built. Okay, listen, I'm happy to see that they got through it. But she says their marriage today is stronger than ever. Good, that's fine. Whatever. The outlet also shared that Graham Plattner has an active account on Kik, K-I-K, a popular private messaging app with the user ID phustle0331. Plattner's profile picture is reportedly a mirror selfie of him shirtless with a towel wrapped around his waist, according to the outlet. This dude is just a weirdo. Just a weirdo. Okay. Nazi tattoo, honking the hedgehog in porta potties, sexting after being married. His wife says she was deeply hurt by her husband's sexting scandal and says that her trust was betrayed by the former campaign official who she confided in. All right, lesson number one, not just for Amy Gertner, who is Graham Plattner's wife, but for everybody in the live chat, there are no friends in politics. I don't want to say no. I've met some good people in the political space, but it's very rare that they're actually people who you can trust long term. It's very rare. If you're going to get involved in politics, keep a very tight and small circle. Quality over quantity. Trust me, you do not want to start sharing secrets like that with people in the political space, because as soon as you become the opposition, they're going to use it on you. Like this. Okay? Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. So that's Graham Plattner, and that's the scandal that's going on with him. Let's go to Texas now. James Talafrico. Guys and gals, the PSYOP is already in motion in Texas. Texas is in play. The Cook Political Report says that the race is leaning towards James Talarico. Okay, fine. You know what? To everybody who voted for Ken Paxton and John Cornyn and Wesley Hunt, and if you did a write-in in the Republican primary in Texas, you know what? Look at the Cook Political Report, stick it on your fridge, and go, oh my gosh, we cannot allow James Talarico to become the next senator out of the great state of Texas, right? Can we agree? Yes. This is a guy who says God is non-binary. He thinks trans children are perfect. He is, they say, what's the first thing you think about outside of family? He said trans kids. Like, this is weird. Very strange. He's like, we're running a no-meat campaign. Bro, you're in Texas! It's the barbecue capital of the world! See him eating a turkey leg with a napkin? Who eats barbecue with a napkin? I don't even like barbecue. I probably shouldn't say that. Dude, Sean, you don't like barbecue? That's not my favorite. I like the smoky thing, but I'll eat it sometimes. No meat in Texas?
I like barbecue enough for the both of us, so it's fine.
Yeah. No meat in Texas. Okay, it's not going to win. You're not going to relate to people with God is non-binary, 6 genders, no meat, and turkey leg with a napkin. Let me play for you this. This is James Tallarico talking about this idea that God is non-binary, trans kids are perfect. You really think this guy's going to win in Texas? I don't think so. Now, that being said, in November, you got to vote for Ken Paxton. But they tried this psyop with Beto. They tried this psyop, right? That was Beto, it's twice. This is Beto 2.0, except this guy's worse than Beto, I think. Watch.
I listened to 15 hours of testimony on this bill. The worst part for me was the number of Christians who used scripture to justify hurting children. Even on this floor today, a member tried to justify a hateful amendment in the name of God's law. So let's talk about that. The first 2 lines of the Bible, the first 2 lines in Genesis, use 2 different Hebrew words to describe God. One is the masculine Hebrew noun for divinity. The second is the feminine Hebrew noun for spirit. God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary. In Genesis 1:26, God speaks of God's self in the plural.
Brennan, is God non-binary?
No.
Isn't he referred to as the Father?
Yeah.
That would mean he's a male.
This is my son whom I love. Listen to him. And then Jesus says, "This is my Father."
So
the
James,
Father and I are one.
James
Those are
Tallarico was
male.
like, God is female, God is male, God is non-binary. And I'm like, for some reason, I don't think so. Are you seeing the type of candidate that is being run by the Democrat Party? Are you seeing it? Are you seeing these people for what they are? This whole Plattner, Tallarico, Abu Sayed, who doesn't know the laws of this country. These are the people. These are the people who the Democrats are putting on their ballots. Now, again, double-edged. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because they are giving us a lot of material to run in ads and talk about on social media and talk about on the radio and talk about on television and talk about on our shows and all of these things. They're giving us a ton of material. That from James Tallarico was ridiculous. The vegan thing is ridiculous. You cannot, I'm sorry. Trump said it. He was saying it like to troll and joke, but it's also not a joke. How could you run to be the senator in a statewide race in Texas and be vegan? Or no meat campaign or what? How could you do it? I don't see how that's going to work. Well, that's not a reason to disqualify a candidate. I'm not saying it's a reason to disqualify a candidate. I'm not saying if you're a vegan, I don't trust any of your ideas. I'm saying when you're in politics, you need to be able to relate to the people you need to vote for you in some way, shape, or form. And veganism is not necessarily the way that a lot of Texans relate to one another. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying if you're a vegan, you're disqualified from office and I have to now take the opposite position of everything you say. If a vegan comes up to me and says, Sean, water is wet, I'm going to say, yes, you're right, even if I disagree with how you eat. What I'm saying is it's not a smart move in a place like Texas. If you're running in a place like, Washington State, if you're running in a place like California, if you're running in a place like Massachusetts, yeah, maybe that's a way that you can relate to some of the crazy people out in those places. I'm a vegan. I do the paper straws, and I don't like plastic bags, and I eat barbecue with a napkin, and God is non-binary. That's something that can resonate in deep blue states. That is not something that is going to resonate with a lot of Texans. Now, maybe the radical left-wing urban city center Democrat Texans in places like Houston and San Antonio and Dallas and Austin. Yeah, maybe you'll get those people. But the moderates who've been in Texas their whole life are going to see this freak run in, and he's making weird comments about faith. And it's just, there's folks, he refers to women as, oh, my neighbors with the uterus. They're freaking women. What are we doing? Oh, my neighbor has a uterus. What? It's a woman. It's a woman. Stop. What are you doing? Well, the Utarians. Utarian. He never said that. But, he could have. All I'm saying is Plattner, Talafrico, Abu Sayed in Michigan. These people are the people running at the top of these ballots and the top of these tickets for the Democrat Party. And they have the support of many mainstream Democrats. Ro Khanna, Bernie, we're fighting the oligarchy with James Talafrico. We will abolish the patriarchy. You are the patriarchy, you crusty commie. I'm not going to stand in line at United if I have to get across the country to talk to 30,000 people tomorrow. Why aren't you going to fly United, Bernie? I thought you're all about climate change. Your private jet, $25,000 an hour. All right. So there it is. Talafrico, Graham Plattner. These are some of the craziest candidates we have ever seen run for public office. And it should be used by our side as a motivator to say, if you stay home, if you fall for the doomer psyop BS, nothing's happening. Oh, I don't like this. I'm America 250. I'm just going to complain. If you fall for all that crap, you are going to play right into the hands of the left, and it's going to result in people like Graham Plattner, James Talafrico, Abu Sayed, and some of these other clowns that are running across the country to get elected and reelected. John Ossoff in Georgia, and so on and so forth. Don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate the Democrats. There will be Democrats that come out and vote. And we know about voter fraud. We must be too big to rig and prevent these people from taking power. The last thing we need is Graham Plattner, his Nazi tattoos, his weird honking hedgehog habits in public spaces, and his sexting, and Abu Sayed not knowing the laws of the country, not knowing that coming into the country illegally is an actual crime, not a civil citation, and James Talafrico saying God is non-binary and vegan and neighbors have uteruses if they're women. Don't allow these people to win. I'll tell you what. I think we're only getting started with Plattner. I think there's even more that's going to come out about this guy. And Susan Collins, she always finds a way to survive. She may find a way to survive this go-around as well. I just don't see Graham Plattner appealing to a lot of moderates in Maine. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. The polling doesn't look good, but it's polling and it's early. Okay? All right. Let's take a quick break and get to a word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. We all know this. It's unfortunate. The trade-off that you have with your phone, it tracks you everywhere you go. It listens. It's annoying. Let's face it, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask, they just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just go to slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights. Secure your data and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, SLNT.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Why is Bad Moon not breathing? What is happening?
Oh, let's see.
What's going on?
Emerald. Emerald said,
Uh-oh.
They look like a penis flytrap.
Who do you think you are?
Okay.
Who does? Hang on, I gotta go back
Emerald.
up and see now.
Talarico?
I'm not sure.
Talafrico? All right.
I missed the original part of the joke.
Let's get to another all right, let me answer the live chat. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Don't answer yet.
Oh, but I like to answer
Don't
first.
answer yet. I'll ask you when to answer.
You'll ask me when to answer?
Yes. Ready? Don't answer yet, because I don't want you to give away the answer to the chat.
Oh, man.
Okay?
Hey,
Who is priority number one for the Democrats? Which group of people is priority number one for the Democrats? Which group of people in our country is priority number one for the Democrat Party? We know the answer. We know the answer. Which group of people is priority number one for the Democrats? I want to see people. Let's see. All right, they're starting to answer now. So, Brennan, who do you think priority number one? Who?
Illegals.
Yes! Ding, 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 ding. Look at the chat.
Because it's not the gays, because they switched out of that. It's not the Muslims, because that's only sometimes.
It's not the blacks anymore.
Because sometimes that's their thing, and sometimes it's not.
Right. It's always the illegals.
Yeah.
It's always the illegals. Look at that. Look at everybody in the chat. Look at this all. We have the smartest people. We have the smartest people. Okay? Very smart people. It's the illegals. Look at this. It's unanimous. Look at it. I'm so proud of the smartest chat in the world. The smartest. Winky says gotta put the non-binary illegal vegans from Somalia. Yes.
Can't get
Okay.
more inbred than that.
Can't get more inbred, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Who do you think you are?
All right. Illegals. Now, for the longest time, we have said that because it's what we've observed, right? It's like, hey, it looks like they're really pandering to the illegals. It looks like all they care about is the illegals. It looks like they're bringing all the illegals into the country, to replace Americans and stack them in their district and count them in the census and rig the congressional, seats and whatnot, right? Okay, now the Democrats are actually admitting that the illegals are the ones they care about most. Again, don't take it from me. Take it from New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, who is one of the reasons why you saw those ridiculous protests that got cleared out yesterday. I will tell you. It got cleared right on out. Some of those protests. Democrat Senator from New Jersey, Andy Kim, prioritizes illegal aliens. They are our North Star. Okay. Andy Kim. Yeah, look, this is the tweet.
Oh my god.
I'm not making it up.
Goodness gracious.
I'm not taking anything out of context. Who is detained by ICE?
Illegals.
Yes. Right? If you
Well,
are
actually, it's by NICE.
now it's NICE, the National Immigration Customs
gotta get it
Enforcement.
right.
Who is detained by ICE? Nice ICE.
Nice ice.
ICE. Nice ICE, baby. Dun, 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 dun.
Nice.
Baby, yes. Okay. Who is detained by ICE/NICE? Illegal aliens,
If
right?
this guy was saying it, he would say illegals.
How dare you?
Mr. Kim.
Who do you think you are?
It's not me that's going to get me in trouble. I pushed the envelope on the radio when they were saying, which one's Andy Kim? I said, the Asian one. And you coming out here, Riggers. Okay. All right. Andy Kim says that the detainees and their families need to be our North Star. We will fight to secure dignity for them because that's who we are in America. That is not my words. That's not a parody account. That is Andy Kim's account on X saying that the detainees in an ICE detention facility illegal aliens are the North Star of the Democrat Party. So it's no longer a conspiracy theory that, oh, you're just saying the Democrats are prioritizing illegals because you're some sort of xenophobic border hawk. And no, I'm not saying it. Andy Kim is saying it from New Jersey, that the illegal aliens in this country who are detained by ICE are the party's North Star. Who should be the North Star of any political party in the United States of America? The answer is your constituents, i.e., people who pay taxes and who can legally vote for you. Those are the people you're supposed to work for. You are not supposed to work for or declare your North Star a group of people who, A, shouldn't be here in the first place because they broke the law to come here. B, because they're here illegally, do not have the right to vote, are most likely not paying taxes, and are not actually your constituents. And see all of the above. Who are, in many cases, these people leeching and mooching off of the taxpayer, creating the affordability crisis. That is not your North Star. You are not fighting for them. Now, you're not supposed to be. But according to Andy Kim, the senator from New Jersey, the detainees in the ICE detention facility, and specifically he's talking about Delaney Hall in Newark, are the Democrat Party's North Star. So he is saying it. He is admitting it. And you don't see pushback from any Democrats over that statement. They're agreeing with it. Folks, if you're a moderate, I get it. You're a moderate. You don't like the war in Iran. You're annoyed about gas prices. There's still an affordability crisis in this country. You may not like the way Donald Trump tweets and sends out Truth Social posts and some of the things that he says, but at least he's not telling you that a group of foreigners who don't belong in this country and came into this country illegally, he's not telling you that that group of people is his North Star. The Democrat Party and Andy Kim, who is a senator in the Democrat Party, is now admitting the American people, they're no longer what guides this party. Illegal aliens are. Again, it's not me. I'm not making it up. Andy Kim's own words. It's right there on your screen. And the detainees inside of a place like Delaney Hall in Newark are illegal aliens. That's why they're detained in an immigration and customs enforcement facility. Because they have been found to have been broken. They have been found to have broken immigration law. Those people should not be your North Star. I love it when they tell on themselves. It is fantastic. All right. A quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends, our good friends, our highly respected friends at Cove Pure. CovePure.com/SHAWNPURE.com/Sean. Let's talk about, Alex Jones would like to talk about fluoride, fluoride in the water. Turn the frogs gay. It's insane. Fluoride, it's in your water. It's everywhere. It ain't good for you if it's in your water. All right? The government has been medicating your water with fluoride for over 80 years. Not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. Well, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for me, for Brennan, for anybody, which is why we filter every drop of water in his house with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting from the court directly, an unreasonable risk, end quote, to neurological health. Not a fringe study. A federal court ordered the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the fluoride exposure, the lower the IQ. Sure, there are some states that are starting to move on it. Utah and Florida have banned it, but that process takes a very long time. Your kids, your family, they're drinking this water now. You need something that works today. That is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. Anything that isn't water gets filtered out. Now, besides it being able to take the fluoride out of your water, okay, you can also, Brennan figured out, you can also cook with the Cove Pure. She dispensed the boiling water from the Cove Pure and made mashed potatoes without even boiling a pot of water on the stove. How freaking cool!
Yeah, you didn't know you could cook with the Cove Pure.
You could cook with it. COVEPURE.com/Sean for $250 off. That is Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, SHAWN for $250 off. You could cook with this thing. CovePure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN for $250 off. Here's that final disaster, and there's many more disastrous Democrats out there, but Abu al-Sayed running for Senate in Michigan. Abu al-Sayed running for Senate in Michigan, just on Will Kane's show last week, just openly saying he has no idea about immigration law. Listen to this.
ICE. Now, what I would like to ask you is, ICE is simply the enforcement mechanism for democratically elected laws of the people. Now, for a party who has talked about the threat to democracy, is it your position that you do not want to see the will of the people, the democratically elected laws, enforced?
First of all, Will, you and I both know that immigration law is not criminal law. Immigration law is civil law. It's like getting a parking ticket. So the idea that we should have a paramilitary force that is weaponized on our streets to enforce civil law seems to me to be a bit over the top, particularly considering the fact that the current president is weaponizing.
No. Immigration law there are some laws that are enforced civilly. For example, a visa overstay is a civil infraction. But entering the country illegally, let's go to ChatGPT, shall we? Entering the United States of America a federal crime and criminal offense. Here we go. Let's see. If you mean entering the United States illegally through report of entry with permission, then no. No, entering the United States legally. I'm sorry, I wrote the wrong prompt here. Is entering the United States of America illegally a federal crime and criminal offense? Please name the statutes. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. I had to amend my prompt because I didn't ask if entering the country illegally. I just said it's entering the country a crime. It's not. Obviously, entering the country itself isn't a crime. Yes, under current U.S. federal law, entering the United States illegally is generally a federal criminal offense, although immigration law also contains separate civil violations and penalties. The primary statute is, wait, you ready for it? Illegal entry. You hear that, Abu? Illegal entry, 8 U.S.C. Section 1325, improper entry by alien. 8 U.S.C. Section 1325. That's the criminal code. Criminal. Not civil. This is a criminal offense. 1, the statute makes it a crime for a non-citizen to 1, enter or attempt to enter the United States at a place not designated by immigration officers. 2, elude examination or inspection by immigration officers. 3, enter or attempt to enter through fraud or material misrepresentation. The penalty, first offense, federal misdemeanor, up to 6 months imprisonment and or a fine. Number 2, subsequent offense. It's a felony, up to 2 years imprisonment and or a fine. Illegal reentry after removal. 8 U.S. Code Section 1326, reentry of removed aliens. This makes it a federal crime and a felony for a person who has been deported, removed, or denied admission to reenter or attempt to reenter the United States without authorization. It's a criminal offense. Yes, overstaying a visa is a civil offense. I get it. That's why whenever I say 100% of illegal aliens who came into the country illegally are criminals, I have that caveat in there where I say who came into the country illegally are criminals, right? because if you just overstayed a visa, you're technically not a criminal. It is a civil infraction. But if you entered the country illegally, it is a crime. We just showed you the statutes. But Abu in Michigan has no idea. Abu al-Sayed.
That's the monkey in Aladdin.
Yeah, it's the monkey in Aladdin. Abu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Quick break, and then we'll get to Jersey as we wrap up the show today. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
That is GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Golden Crest and Jeremy, for being a part of the show. Guys, you heard about what's going on in New Jersey. There was more fiery, but mostly peaceful. Yeah. Listen, here's Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill talking about these groups that have been protesting. These are not protesters. These are rioters. Hey, listen, Mikey Sherrill even kind of mentioned that a bunch of them are from out of state.
We know that people from outside the state have been interfering in the protests and escalating them. 5 of the 6 people arrested last night by state police were from outside New Jersey. And some national extremist groups have become involved in the protest here today. To the people coming from out of state to create chaos and dangerous situations, you should not be here.
You should not be here. Out of state, rioters and agitators. Here is Mikey Sherrill again on, they were carrying her press conference on Fox News, and great job by the Fox News producer to put scenes of the actual riot next to what she was saying, just in case she started spinning. You know, like the spin doctors. 1, 2, princes kneel before you. That's what I said now. Princes who adore you. Just go ahead now. I don't know if those are the right words. I think they are, or somewhere around there. Anyway, here's Mikey Sherrill doing her best spin doctor. But the Fox News producer who played all of the footage, right, the B-roll of what was going on outside that facility. Watch this.
And you're certainly not keeping New Jersey
Look at
safe.
that. Flashbangs,
Today and
fireworks.
Forward, I urge those protesting outside of Delaney Hall to bring the temperature down so we can focus on the detainees and their families. So comply with the lawful orders from local and state law enforcement and let advocates, faith leaders, and members of this community continue their work. Here in America, you have a right to protest and a duty to do so peacefully. The work doesn't stop here. I'm going to keep working with our federal delegation to demand answers. I'm going to keep using every tool at my disposal to get full access to Delaney Hall. And I'm going to keep working for better conditions inside of this facility until it's closed for good. So today I'm calling on the Department of Homeland Security to do the following. Restore visitation for families. Provide appropriate care and medical for all detainees, especially the most vulnerable. Give detainees a meaningful chance to review their cases. Stop pressuring them into signing deportation documents. Here in the United States of America, we can and we must do better. As governor, I swore an oath to the Constitution of New Jersey to promote peace, prosperity, and the lawful rights of everyone in our state. I'm going to uphold that oath, and now I'll turn it over to the...
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, by the way, last night there was a curfew, and take a look at what happened. Look at this. Nick Sorter on X. New Jersey State Police kettling the protesters. Discipline, order. You saw the bus there? Massive arrest bus. Look at this. They kettled the protesters and cracked down and cleared the area. So there you go. That should have happened a long time ago, but at least it happened. We'll see if they show up again tonight. If they do, I'm sure it's going to look a lot like this. There have been arrests that have been made, charges that have been filed, federal crimes. Some of these folks, the guy that Nick Sorter got on camera threatening the lives of the ICE agents and their families, saying, "You're dead. We have your family. We have your face. You're dead." He's been charged, arrested. This type of behavior should not be allowed to even take root. It's illegal. It's not peaceful. And it should be, I'm sorry, I know you don't want to do it. It should be met with force. Not deadly force, but, more than just the inconvenient arrest. I'm not complaining. I don't want to say that I don't like the fact that these guys are being arrested. I'm happy. And the more restraint, I get it, the better it looks publicly. Rough a few of them up, okay? Send a message that this will not be tolerated. All right, Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV, rumble.com/LFATV. Remember to follow us anywhere you get your podcasts. Search Ungoverned on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Hit the subscribe button. We greatly appreciate it. It's great to be back live. We'll be live all week this week, thankfully. Back live with you guys and gals. Jeremy Herrell coming up next as President Trump says, "We will never give up. We will never give in. We will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable." Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Monday. We're back tomorrow, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV. Jeremy Herrell up next. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for your attention to this matter. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is Monday, June 1st, year of our Lord, 2026. This year is flying by. I am so grateful that you guys are joining us here today. My name is Jeremy Herrell, and I am the host of this show live from America. Again, very much appreciate your time this morning. We are live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. And let me introduce to you my producer on this Monday. He'll tell you it's his least favorite day of the week, but I think he's lying because he gets to be reunited with me after a weekend of chores and errands. Producer Eli, behind the ones and twos.
Nope. Yep, love hanging out with you. Nope, don't like Mondays. Stick to that. Friday's coming up, so let's get to that day. Anyway, hit the rumble button, hit the share button. Let's get to it. We got a lot of news to get to. Always do. Let's go.
He said, we're getting to Friday. We're close. We're closer to Friday than we were yesterday. That's actually not true either, because yesterday was only 2 days removed. Scotty in the building. Barb Naylor, Fun Mom. LaJean Mart, Andrea, Annette, Redline Live. CQ, Marfay, Deb Pollen, Cat Lover, Flonky, C. Ward, Audrey, Diane, and Kikolo. Welcome to Live from America. Thank you guys again for being here. Appreciate it. We got about 2,500 people watching here on rumble.com, which is where our home is. But let's give a live shout out to those over on YouTube as well. We got Jason Beatrice over there. We've got RJ Big in the building. Loretta Lewis over there. God bless. How you doing, Loretta? Thanks for being here. Koi Chai Kai, Spencer, Daddy Hello, and one more. Let's give it to Ethics Over Faith. Really? How about faith over everything? Faith over fear, for sure. Either way, we appreciate you guys being here. God bless. And we have an absolutely jam-packed show for you today. Obviously, a lot happened over the weekend. You got the New Jersey detention, Delaney Hall, the detention center there, ICE Border Patrol, illegal aliens, the whole 9 yards. You've got the Iran conflict. Gas went down 25 cents. Where I live yesterday. I don't know about where you live, but you can surely chime off in the live chat whether it went up or down based on where you live. We already got a $10 donation from Great Guy Gary that said, please sing happy birthday to my wife, April. Hey, Eli, have you ever seen that show? We got 2 birthdays. We have April and we have EO6. Whoever's first name that is, EO6. But Eli, I know you've never seen Parks and Rec, but Chris Pratt character on there. His name is Andy, and he's dating April, and he writes a song for her. And he goes, I wrote a song for you. She goes, you did? He goes, yeah. He goes, I'll give you a hint. It is a month out of the year. And she goes, is it April? And he goes, ugh. No, but that would have been cool. It's actually called November.
Highly underrated show. Me and Liz still have to get into it.
He said, he goes, oh, no, but that would have been perfect. November. Anyway, Eli, if you could please, April and EO6. Oh, her name is Evie. Evie and April. Beautiful name, by the way.
Evie and April. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Evie and April. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That's right. Happy birthday. God bless each and somebody said $6 in San Diego. Are you out of your mind? What? My gas station went down 10 cents, but it's still $4.59. Ouch. Went down to $3.70, I think $3.72 or $3.73. It got to where we got gas yesterday. So that's good. Bitcoin tipped me last Christmas. Don't know what that's about, but great. Buzzbug says down from 627 last week to 603 today in Northern California. And Hammer Time said 369 here in Joplin. Diesel still 449. Well, that's the big one, right? I mean, pun intended. But the diesels, those are the big ones. I mean, we need to get diesel prices down so that we can keep inflation from getting out of hand, right? Because diesel prices, they kind of run the country, the prices of the country. Everything needs to be shipped and moved, right? So Indiana, lowest in the country, 329. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. 394 in Kansas. 392 said Purple Snowflake. Jeremy, 485 from yesterday. Ouch. Yeah, no good. We need to see the drops everywhere. And like I said, if you're seeing them in any states, that trend will follow in every state, especially with the biggest disruption in the energy pipeline was where people get their energy from. And yes, it costs money to divert ships from one place to another, especially if they've already been waiting and then they say, we're not going to wait anymore. We're going to divert to go to the United States and get fuel there. That's obviously going to be passed out in the cost as well. But now that people are getting used to it, which is exactly what the president wanted. He wanted people to not only get used to it, but start looking towards the future of, you know what, I'm not going to deal with this again. I know I can get cheaper oil, maybe, over here, but it's worse. And there's a risk of me not getting it. And there's a risk of being, having it be pirated through the strait. But over here, I'm going to get the best oil. I'm going to get the best crude oil. And it's going to be at a decent price, sometimes just as cheap as anywhere else. But I know for sure I'm going to get it where it needs to go. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Biden sucks in the live chat said, only Jesus. Greatest thing anybody has ever said. Only Jesus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just sent in the order for our new designs, which I know you're going to love. And we should have those in a few weeks, just in time for the height of summer. But where you can get those new designs is on lfatv.us. lfatv.us, lfatv.us. That's where you can go watch shows, past clips, current shows, newsletter, sign up for the newsletter, shop at the store, donate, all of that right there on the website, lfatv.us. Also, if you are interested in the podcast, the audio podcast of the show, there it is right there, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get Rise Up and Live from America on any of your downloadable podcast sites where you might listen, Spotify, Apple iTunes, whatever it is. You can get the Live from America podcast there as well, and the YouTube page. Do not forget, we do have a YouTube page as well at lfatv.us, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, which is live right now. We also upload our Patriot Pals shows there, each individual show, just like we do on Rumble. And we're going to start putting our short clips up there here shortly. So there's no shortage of where you can find your LFA TV. Let's start this morning, however, with this video. I told you that President Trump was cleaning up Washington, D.C., right? Well, not only is President Trump cleaning up Washington, D.C., but it isn't just conservatives that are starting to notice. Some people have never seen water flowing at this park. Watch this.
Oh, it's not a mirage, and your eyes aren't fooling you. Yes, the fountains at Malcolm X Park are flowing.
This is my first day seeing it with water actually working. It looks so beautiful. I didn't even realize that much water area could exist.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Just the thought of it, being remodeled is a great pleasure I guess for the community, the whole community.
I've forgotten how beautiful it was.
Wow.
It's so refreshing.
I come here all the time. It's never been as nice as it is now, but yeah, it's a gorgeous park.
Have you seen it with water before?
It's always been just empty. It's for skaters. I was talking to my friend here. It's Europe or something.
Europe.
It's been gorgeous.
From Malcolm
Europe
X Park
is
to
burning.
the Alexander, WTOP News.
Europe is burning, my friend. However, people are starting to take notice of what President Trump is doing in Washington, D.C., and what he wants to do throughout the United States. Make it beautiful, wonderful, and great again. These are parts of the Making America Great Again that we're talking about. Betty said, been here a long time, love the show, use where needed. My monthly donation, $50 monthly donation. A $2 monthly donation by MDUS, who says, yes, Jeremy, you can sign up with the prayer group with the email. Perfect, I'll be doing that. And we appreciate your guys, the donation that you guys put in every single day. By the way, last month, because of fundraising here and because we're all about like $1 a day from everybody would keep sponsors away, we are at our lowest number of sponsors that we've been reading in months. And we just got the highest donation that we've received in months from the audience. That is what keeps us going. That's what keeps us independent, free, and completely dedicated and loyal to the truth. So we thank you all very, very, very much. Why would you hate what this man is doing for this country? Why would you hate this? This is beautiful. The beautification of American ingenuity and monuments. Instead, we've been tearing monuments down for the last few years. Graffiti everywhere, spray paint everywhere, destruction everywhere, lawlessness everywhere. And this man comes in and makes DC great again, makes it beautiful, makes it not embarrassing when you have other people come, especially when you have World Cup, Olympics, and all that. Why would we want to look so disgusting and dingy with potholes, broke down roads, and busted buildings? You know? And imagine what he could do if he didn't have people bringing him to court every week. Imagine the greatness that he could accomplish in his presidency in 4 years if the Democrat Party and rogue judges just let the guy govern the way the people elected him to do. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that the ones pushing back against the people of the United States of America, our will, and what we wanted with our vote is the Democrat Party? If you ever wanted to know what the Democrat Party is all about, it's against the people of the country. It clearly is. Beth Seapool, $10. Keep spreading the news and the gospel. You got it, Beth. Look at the people that are subverting the will of the people right now. Who's doing that? When you have the House, the Senate, and the White House, you won the electoral vote, the popular vote, and more counties than any other president has ever won in recent history. What do you call that? That's a mandate. That is an overwhelming mandate, and the will of the people have spoken. What is that will of the people? The will of the people is the very promises that our president made to us for us to vote for him. Have all those promises been fulfilled yet? No. Are some of those promises still being worked on? Yes. Have some of them been started? Yes. The no new wars thing, 9 wars have been stopped by President Trump since he became president. Are you just going to overlook those because America got into a conflict with Iran with very, very minimal casualty? What if, not to say that any life isn't amazing and wonderful and precious, but if you lose less than 20 people, you can't call it a war. You understand what I'm saying? So stop. Just stop. President Trump is making this country great again. And it's our will. And the people that are fighting that are the Democrats and the Democrat Party. And it is time to put a stop to it for good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to rise up.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Oh, and by the way, I saw cowards like Dan Blazarian and other losers crying today about Israel going to bomb Jordan again. Israel bombed Jordan. Now the American casualties will go up because Israel bombed Jordan. You know what I said to him? Don't act like you care. Who just said that? Joetta. Don't act like you care. You don't care. None of you actually care that Jordanians are dying, or that Turkish people are dying, or that Iranians are dying, or that Israelis are dying, or that Saudi Arabians are dying, or that Egyptians are dying. You couldn't care less. Name one. You don't have a damn name in mind. Eli, you know when you care when people die is when you know their names. If you don't know their names, nobody believes that you give a damn about anybody over there. So spare me with your bullshit propaganda and your fake-ass feelings, Mr. Nobody.
Yep, absolutely. Oppression and slavery and all that stuff has been going on for decades and decades and decades. But people don't care until they're told to.
Yeah.
They get on the TV and we need you to care about this. We need you to come out and force and blah, blah, blah. And they get out. But it's like I say time and time again, dude. After the riots, after their protests, whatever you want to call it, they go and they get their double mocha latte with an orange slice at Starbucks and they go home and they do nothing.
That's it. That's absolutely true. Same thing with anything else new. Oh, they're deporting American citizens. Name one. Kilmore Brigo Garcia. Nice. They told you to. Name another. I won't hold my breath, but I will wait. You people are insufferable, ignorant, stupid, and pathetic. Hey, Israel, do me a favor. Bomb more terrorists. Okay? There's my first 7,000. We'll keep a track of that throughout the show, Eli. I might be able to retire by the end of the week.
If I knew it was that easy, I'd be sitting here going, Jew, Jew, Jew. Everything out of my mouth, Jew, 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 Jew,
Yep.
Jew, 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 Jew.
Yeah, I'd write songs about how great Jews are. If I was getting $7,000 per post. If I was getting $7 per post, I might do the same thing. Just saying. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Oh, you fake Christians. He's calling for war against terrorists? Yeah. Israel is the terrorists. Cool story, bro. What's the common denominator of the hate in the Middle East? Anyway, let's go to the Lord in prayer, shall we? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You know, I would bet you that the left hates Jesus more than they hate Trump. I bet Joetta and Ernie over on YouTube hates Jesus more than Trump. User over there said every Democratic president lowers the deficit, gives us deflation, and makes the economy stronger. Biden did that? Biden did that? Yeah, he did. He put 14 million jobs on the board. You mean COVID jobs? that all came back? How come inflation was at an all-time high under him? How come eggs prices were at an all-time high under him? How come gas prices were higher than they are right now under him? How come the jobless numbers were higher than they've ever been? I'm just curious. User says, I don't hate Jesus. Jesus never existed. He's fake. Well, then neither did George Washington, Julius Caesar, Genghis Khan, Napoleon, or any of the other world figures ever. Alexander the Great didn't exist either. John, the Pope doesn't exist. Henry VIII didn't exist. The same history that we use to find out if these people exist is the same process in historical evidence and research that we have Jesus to show us that Jesus existed. So you are clearly a retarded individual. Now, let's get to the news, shall we? The first and foremost segment of today's show will be about an Obama judge getting fired. And you can't beat that, huh? C. Ward said Jeremy just dumped YouTube. Not a chance. YouTube is going to have to dump me. We're back, baby. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon is now moving to remove a Barack Hussein Obama appointed activist judge, Eleanor Ross, a Democrat in Atlanta, from a major election integrity case. The judge was allegedly caught engaging in sexual misconduct in the workplace and reportedly lied about the incident. So the first thing is removing her from the election integrity case. The second thing is removing her from the bench completely. You know, when you use your position as a federal judge to engage in sexual misconduct on the job, in your chambers, outside the courtroom, and the world knows about it, you don't really have any integrity to stand on anymore. You don't really have any moral compass that you can provide for the people that you are ultimately ruling against or for. So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And I got to tell you, Harmeet Dillon is doing a great job. Judge Jeanine Pirro is doing a great job. They need more federal prosecutors at that level to continue to go through these rogue judge lines and find out who's walking the straight and narrow and who's not. Because I'll tell you what, Judge Boasberg, Judge Tanya Chutkin, Judge Engoron, all of these judges are all crooked. I don't know why you don't start at those guys at the top, but at least we're getting rid of one Barack Hussein Obama appointed judge. And it's about time. That man and his appointments ruined this country. Oh, and by the way, he didn't deport nearly as many people as you think he deported. Remember, Barack Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief. By whom, though? Not by the right. No, by the left of his party, the left of his party that didn't want anybody deported. But it's not actually true. Barack Hussein Obama did not deport more than every other president. No, as a matter of fact, Bill Clinton's right up there with him. But see, Bill Clinton's deportations actually consisted of real, forceful, and unwanted deportations. Unwanted on the illegal aliens part. Barack Hussein Obama turned people away at the border. And when he did, they used those numbers to pad Barack Obama's numbers for the country, because the country, regardless of the left, wanted illegal border crossings to stop. So what he would do is he would take people that were turned away and he would use those as a deportation, pad his numbers, and then use that for elections across the country. He was lying about that just as much as he lied about anything else. So Harmeet Dillon, for your great work in D.C. Since President Trump has brought you on, we will give you the Smarty Award of the day. It's about time. Let's remove more judges. Let's get back to greatness. All right. 3,300 live on Rumble. To those listening on audio everywhere and those watching on other streaming platforms, we welcome you. No matter how low or high your IQ is, you are welcome to learn here on LFA TV. Moving on, because we do have a lot to get to today. Barack Hussein Obama. I want to make sure I get his name right, Eli, you know? I want to make sure I get his name right. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. Actually, his name is Barry Hussein Sotoro, but AKAs, right? AKA dipshitiot.
Gonna do it, you should probably do it with the right accent too.
Hey, Eli, I don't think anybody out there could do that better than you. I don't think you can do it better than that. Can ya? No, do the thing for me again. That kills me every time. You just need the actual instruments behind you, and you'd sound just like one of those morons. Leering centers and daycare centers. Barack Hussein Obama gifted thousands of green cards to radical Iranian regime leaders in the disastrous nuclear Iran deal? No. Have we heard this before? The dissident who exposed it was brutally executed. Can't say brutally. Since 2017, Iranians have widely discussed reports that the Obama administration granted a number of U.S. green cards, reported to the number of 2,800, to Khomeini regime leaders as part of a secret deal in the 2015 nuclear Iran deal. This allegation was first published February 14th by Ahmad News, an outlet funded by a dissident by the name of Razola Zam, who was later lured into a trap by the IRGC intelligence, forcibly taken to Iran, tried, and then executed in 2020. At the time, the story did not gain traction here in America, though it was covered by prominent outlets over there, Al Jazeera, Al Arabia. So, what do you think? Do you think in the Iran nuclear deal, do you think based on what you know of Barack Obama and the hope and change and all of the terroristic deals that he made with Al-Qaeda, with the Muslim Brotherhood, I mean, why are we giving Al-Qaeda $3 billion a year, $2.8 billion a year, $40 million a week? You want to know who propped up the Islamic world? Barack Obama. You want to know who brought the Islamic world to its knees in 2016? President Trump. You want to know who's dealing with those Arabian countries now as they kiss his ring when he comes to visit them? President Trump. He's the only one that can get the Middle East under control. And you've got people fighting him every second of the day for him doing that. July 4th is coming up in about 33 days. 34 days. I am going to go out on a limb here. And if I'm wrong, obviously, I'll say, man, I clearly did not have my finger on the pulse of all of it. All of this will be over by July 4th. And I don't mean on July 4th, because that would not look to be as a win for President Trump. All of this will be over when fireworks go off in our backyards and around the world. Guaranteed. If I'm wrong, I don't have my finger on a pulse of this administration or this country as much as I thought I did. But that's where I feel. What say you? What say you over on YouTube? I know you guys over on YouTube don't really care. You guys want Trump to fail. That's like wanting your pilot to hit a mountain. User says Trump gave us COVID-19. Cool. If you believe that, you should put a bullet in your brain. To be honest with you. You shouldn't go on spreading your seed. If you really believe Trump gave us COVID, when we know that it was being funded by the NIH, Tony Fauci, Francis Collins, doing gain of function research in Wuhan. This is all, by the way, proven. Doing gain of research in Wuhan, outside of United States jurisdiction, all put out in reports. Oh, by the way, redacted, unclassified reports from Tulsi Gabbard that were being hidden away from you, the useful idiot. Imagine being so stupid, Eli, that you really believe the things that we read from these people online. Imagine being that incredibly stupid that you are so far behind that you need to go to the store and get some Heinz and catch up.
I happened to catch a little bit of the chat over there, and in regard to the spreading seed, I don't think, anyway, we have too much of a problem with that. User said they live in California, big shocker, and they have an ex who lives in Malibu, so apparently she smartened up.
Isn't Malibu in California?
Well, there's one there, but they might be talking about Florida.
There's a Malibu in Florida?
Sure is.
I didn't know that. I've never heard of Malibu in Florida, Eli. I'll have to check that one out. But anyway, speaking of California, Spencer Pratt pulled ahead in the polls. So that's nice. Let's move on. C. Ward said yes. There is a Malibu in Florida? Didn't know. Never heard of it. Keith Day said, I live in California near Malibu. Maybe you meant to say Maui, Eli. I don't know. Either way, it's not too good down there either.
They both suck. Full of liberals.
Any place that's full of liberals is probably the worst hellhole on earth. Eli, how's Vermont?
Oh, don't even get me started. I can't stand it. And our representative, Becca Ballant, whatever her name is, she is the absolute most useless representative I've ever seen in my entire life. All she does is simp for LGBT, trans, immigrants, and hates Trump. That's her platform. Makes little videos all day. I'm fighting fascism today. I'm fighting fashion. Completely useless. I could go on, but we don't have that much time.
Well, I would say this. Useless to who? Useless to the general public and the moving forward of this great country, but useful to idiots like those dumbasses on YouTube over there. Completely oblivious to anything that's going on Earth. Just Trump bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. But she is completely and utterly useless to the people of Vermont, who she's supposed to be representing, because she's hardly ever here. And when she is, it's just, I went to some little antique shop today, and we're fighting fascism.
Yeah, don't you love it? So here's some good news, though. Tina Peters was released today, and we've been waiting for that. I do believe that Tina Peters is she's supposed to be being interviewed at some point today. Let's see if she's on yet. I know that Tina Peters is supposed to be getting interviewed. Somebody said she was being interviewed on Rav right now. Let's go find out. I don't think that's the case. I don't think she's being interviewed on Rav. Nope, not right now. So, Eli, keep an eye on that. When Tina Peters does an interview, let's definitely go ahead and run that, okay? Thank you to Betty. Thank you to Nancy. And thank you to Aeropink. God bless you guys. We appreciate you so much for your donations. Claire says, yes, Lord, please protect Tina Peters. And by the way, Aeropink is officially retired. And she seems like she hates Mondays too. She did an interview with Steve Bannon. Somebody said, okay, that's great. Let's see if we can, if she already did the interview, let me go back and see if I can grab that real quick here. I don't see. Okay, here she is right here. We do have that interview for you. We'll pull that up now. Looks like she did do an interview on Bannon. So let me get there now. Sorry, folks. Okay, here we go.
Friend who I called every day. After they kept putting me in the hole, she made me promise to call her in the morning and at night every day. So people that wanted to get me a message could always reach her. And of course, with Apollo and Jared and Barbara and, the other ones that have stood by me, and especially my attorneys. John Case has visited me almost every week while I was in prison. And then the financial support. I still have a fight to go. I still, even though Governor Polis reduced my sentence from 9 years to 4.5 years, I still have a fight to clear my name and bring out the truth of why they came after me the way they did. So it's still a long road. I'm going to spend the next few weeks regaining my health and just being with loved ones and family. And it's a miracle. It really is for Jared Polis. He pardoned 35 people and he gave clemency to 9, and I was one of the 9. And you see the horrible media and the haters that don't go after murderers and people like that he chose to pardon, but they go after me. So there is a concern there for my well-being and my safety. But I'm just very, very grateful to all of you. Thank you, Steve, for standing through with me through all of this. And I just can't thank you enough. And of course, to
Tina, what we did was so easy. It was you that had to endure this. Tell people, let's just get an update on your health. I mean, the two things, and Apollo and your attorneys and Marcy did such a great job of keeping people in the loop and making sure that we could have the information to do shows about you. But tell people, first off, the two things we had most concern about, besides how the injustice of it in your cause, was your health and your security. Tell us first, tell the audience about your health. Tell us, where do we really stand with that?
Well, I've developed a few things from being in prison. One of the things is, I've had some digestive issues, some acid reflux, some, things like that where, but if you can imagine the food there is, people ask me, they say, what do you want to do when you get out? And I said, I want a nice big thick steak and a nice green salad with avocado, tomatoes, cucumber. I hadn't had a tomato for almost 2 years. I'm just 4 months shy of being incarcerated for 2 years. And so things like that people will take for granted. Marcy went and bought me a Sonicare toothbrush. I've been using a toothbrush about that long for all this time. And, the food in prison is horrible. I mean, it has sugar and salt. So a lot of people become sick. My A1C diabetes runs in my family, but I've always managed it well with my diet, and that has, deteriorated that way with my blood sugar, everything's either salt or sugar. You don't really have, the proper nutrition that you need. So I'm going to be getting checked out by doctors, and I've got a lot of growth that came on my skin that in places where the sun don't shine. Yeah, right. And so I need to have that checked out. The water, there was concerns about the water. There was a dog program at the prison, which is now closed down, but they even, because there was so much lead in the water, they even gave the dogs filtered water, purified water. So there's things like that. I feel like I've aged, about 10 years is the way I feel. So I just need to take some time, regain my health, get back to the way I have always taken care of myself in the past, and then get back and get to work again.
Tell me about the security. We were very concerned. Obviously, we did the special, the 500 days in prison. We did all the specials around the time that you were attacked. People were so concerned about the security. Then when Governor Polis did step up and do kind of that profile and courage to reduce your sentence, people were very concerned about what was going to happen in security then. Tell us about the security in the prison and what it was like.
Well, you all have probably been more aware of the threats against me and the rhetoric than I even have, because I'm not able to get on the internet. I haven't been. I had to have Marcy I just got out, so I had to have Marcy actually show me how to use my phone, show me how to get on the internet, because it has been so long. But in the prison, I'll just tell you, I was amongst, even at the end, I was in with women who had done horrendous crimes, murder, actually in my day hall in my cell, and that had exit dates of 2050, and things like that. And the problem with La Vista, or the problem with Colorado, actually, Steve, is that there are no minimum security prisons. And so La Vista used to be a minimum security prison, but the incarceration rate in Colorado is so high that, and there's only 2 women's prisons, that they did what they call overrides to put closed custody violent criminals in with me at the facility. So, I was able to. I'm pretty good with people, and I think a lot of the women resonated with me because I am kind, and I do care about them. There's a lot of women that should not be in there. There's a lot of women. There's supposed to be programs that they can learn new skills and have a better life when they get out, and there are not.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there's Tina Peters. She is free, which is great news. And if anybody here believes that Governor Polis did that without any pressure from the Trump administration, you would be wrong. The Trump administration did everything they could to get Tina Peters freed because it wasn't a federal case. There wasn't much he could do in the way of pardoning. They did pardon her at a federal level because the Biden administration was putting moms, dads, and everybody on some kind of an extremist list and charging everybody for everything, questioning elections, questioning abortions. By the way, normally you would hear that June 1st is Pride Month. We got rid of that years ago when it became Pro-Life Month. So, by the way, happy Pro-Life Month to every single one of you. And I just want to go back to the book of Hebrews. I was listening to the book of Hebrews and the book of Daniel this weekend while I was out in the yard. And Hebrews 13 talks about, remember God's people who are imprisoned. And they are persecuted because of their love for truth and their love for righteousness. And not to forget about those people. It looks like the doors opened for Tina Peters. We sympathized with her. We prayed for her. We empathized with her. Those who can sympathize and those who can empathize. And here she is, 4 years later. That means January 6ers, even ones that didn't enter the building, who stood on steps, got 4 years. Moms and dads who went to school board meetings were put on domestic violent extremist lists. Producer Eli, myself, Tulsi Gabbard, were put on lists so marshals, federal marshals, would follow us and many others where we flew. And Tina Peters, a mom, a grandma, who decided, I'm going to show the world how they cheated. Jenna Griswold and others had her put in prison for that too. I'm going to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are persecuted for their love in the truth, for their love for truth and their love in God, will always get back double what was taken from them. And I pray that Tina Peters gets back double than was taken from her. God bless her. All right, getting back to the news here. I just wanted to make sure that we played that. We talked about Barack Obama. Newt Gingrich, whom I respect Newt Gingrich. I'm not going to go as far as to say that I think Newt Gingrich is was a great politician or this, that, or the other. But he says that the war in Iran, conflict in Iran, whatever you want to call it, is a historic victory and is on the edge of being put to bed. He says this. I'll pull up his X account for you here, where he said this. Here it is. He says, after spending this week reviewing the Iranian war, which I don't call it that, hard to call that when less than 20 people die on our side, I am now convinced President Trump is on the edge of an historic victory. The real breakthrough for me came as I reviewed President Trump's decisions and maneuvers, not from the standpoint of American unilateralism, but from the standpoint of the leader of a remarkable historic coalition, the largest coalition ever put together in the modern Middle East. Everyone understands that Israel is an important ally. What is little discussed is the depth of the support from the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and other countries in the region. That's what I was just telling you. Kiss and rings, baby. Okay? It has to be sobering for the Iranian dictatorship to realize that it doesn't even have a single ally of its region and of its religion willing to challenge the American naval blockade. Not one. Not Jordan, not Bahrain, not Saudi Arabia, not the United Arab Emirates, not Qatar, not Turkey. None of them. Nobody cares. That's why I know that none of you losers in America care either. Their own brethren don't care about them. Their own religious members of Islam don't care about them enough to help them. Think about that. Who are we talking about? The same people in Gaza that Egypt won't even accept to live in their country because they're so disgusting and bloodthirsty. Who am I talking about? Hamas, Iran. Those people, because all the people in Gaza are just backed by and under the thumb of Iran anyway. Nobody cares. So don't tell me that some loser over here in America living high on the hog gives a damn about any of them if their own people don't even give a damn about them. Give me a break. And again, name one. Muhammad, that's like the name of a billion of them. Name one. Slowly, gradually, timidly, our European allies are lining up to help with the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. A great deal of President Trump's maneuvers against Iran makes sense once he is seen as a coalition leader and not just as a unilateral American president. Otherwise, he would have bombed them out of existence on day one. I spent a lot of the last couple weeks reviewing kinetic options, including winning the Battle of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, and if necessary, using shocking and shattering level of force President Nixon and Secretary Kissinger used against Hanoi and Haiphong in Christmas 1972, which both leaders believed convinced the North Vietnamese to agree to a truce and the freeing of American POWs. If this were a unilateral American campaign, I would enthusiastically support a more aggressive kinetic campaign. However, it is also clear it would shatter the coalition because of our Arab allies are convinced Iran could do an enormous damage to their oil fields and infrastructure. Again, they're a lot closer than we are. Coalitions are inherently slower than unilateral campaigns. However, coalitions ultimately bring vastly more power to the fight. I am as frustrated as everyone else by the pace of talking with the dictatorship. But having reviewed the correlation of forces and the options available to the coalition on one side and the Iranian religiously motivated dictatorship on the other, I am prepared to assert that President Trump's coalition leadership, something almost none of his critics want to acknowledge, is within reach of an enormous historic victory. And if the Iranian dictatorship ultimately proves it is hopelessly committed to a suicidal position, there'll be plenty of time for a kinetic campaign of enormous power and effectiveness. Either way, we are on the edge of an astonishing victory for our values and a safer Middle East. He basically just summarized everything that we've been saying here since February, since President Trump laid out exactly what his plan was. His plan was never to eradicate Iran. He said, I could do it, I should do it, I might do it, maybe I'll do it, but it was never from the beginning his motivation. He told you what he was going to do. He told you our economy right now is at a perfect position for us to do this. So when Hakeem Jeffries says his war of choice, it's exactly what it was. It's exactly what it was. You're right, Hakeem Jeffries. It was a war of our choice or a conflict of our choice. And it'll stop when we want it to stop. It'll stop when he's ready for it to stop. So how about calm down, stop sucking on your thumb, crybabies, take your ass to work, and pay your bills. How about that? I can't believe what they're doing in Iran. Oh, my gas prices are the same as they were 2 years ago under Biden.
And according to Central Command, we understand these strikes went after Iranian radar systems and command and control sites for drones in Gorak, Iran, along the coast and on Keshem Island. CENTCOM described the action as defensive in nature to prevent Iran from attacking international shipping lanes and after Iran shot down a $4 million U.S. drone. The Iranians responded by targeting Kuwait with drones and missiles early this morning. Overnight, President Trump posted to Truth Social saying, in part, Iran really wants to make a deal, and it will be a good one for the USA and those that are with us. Iran's parliament speaker and top negotiator Mohammad Khalibaf said this on Sunday about the ongoing talks.
What matters to us are the tangible achievements we must obtain in order to undertake our own commitments in return. And until we are certain that we have secured the rights of the Iranian nation, we will not approve any agreement.
New this morning, Iran's foreign minister trying to attach the possible deal with the United States to the situation in Lebanon. He said on X, the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Its violation on one front is a violation of the ceasefire on all fronts. The U.S. and Israel are responsible for the consequences of any violation. Over the weekend, Hezbollah launched more than 50 rockets into northern Israel as Israeli ground forces push deeper into southern Lebanon.
Eli, somebody over on YouTube said this host is hiding a swastika somewhere in his house. Let's break that down, shall we? The host who is sticking up for Jews or simping for Jews also said this is Israel's war of choice, not ours. Okay. The host that's sticking up for Jews silently and secretly also has a swastika in his home. See what we're dealing with here, dude?
You know, even if you did, I knew an older couple that had people accused them of being Nazis when they weren't, but they had a jar with the swastika on it. It's actually a Native American symbol that Hitler hijacked.
100%.
So the swastika is not even what it's supposed to represent.
Yeah, even they stole it from somebody else. But again, Eli, that's the level of idiocy you're dealing with here. So I am 100% convinced that Democrats are just as inbred as Somalians.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. That same person who called you out on that said that I think facts are funny, apparently, because I was laughing at user for saying Donald Trump has 34 felonies, 19 rapes, stole $12 million from kids with cancer at a charity in New York. He's not president, he's a criminal.
Fucking badass criminal right there, man. Tell you that. Any criminal like that can avoid jail, avoid 4 assassination attempts, be a multi-billionaire multiple times over, and be the president 3 times in a row, maybe 4. Psh, can I be that?
Not to mention 19 rapes. My God, I only heard of the one.
Yeah.
Where the hell did the other 18 come from? I don't think he was convicted of any.
Well,
of them, was he?
They probably happened during World Wars 3 through 10, and we weren't privy to those.
That's right. It's when all of us were in comas or something, and then we all woke up after.
Yeah. Loom promises. There you go. Good old fashioned racism. Yeah. Somalians are gross, disgusting people. The actual shit of the earth, actually. And Muslims as a whole are right there next to them. But Somalis? What was it, Eli? Average IQ of 68. 65% of the country inbred. Were those the facts that we had reported before?
Yep, that sounds about right. But everyone likes to clamor that they're the fabric of America.
Yeah. Fabric at ease. How about that? Gas prices sink as oil is set for a 20% drop, the largest 1-month decline since 2020. Wow. It's almost like somebody knew that was going to happen. Huh. Wonder who that was. Largest single drop in 1 month since 2020. Anyway, let's go to Kevin Hassett, who is talking about the state of the economy. Now, we had him on last week, and he was talking about the state, or we didn't have him on. We played a video of him, excuse me. National Economic Counselor, Director Kevin Hassett, said, you know how people are feeling. Our polling shows it on Fox and beyond. The overall vibe, when you can tell Americans that things are actually going to get better. This is what he said. Let's go ahead and bring up the video now. Again, when you're looking at the economy, 9.9 times out of 10, somebody is going to tell you gas prices suck. The economy's not doing good. Well, the economy is a lot more than gas prices. Consumer confidence, consumer pricing index, stock market, tariffs, trade deals. There's just so much to it other than gas prices. So let's find out. Is the country doing well economically?
And joining us also from the White House now is the National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett. Welcome back to the show. Good to have you.
Thanks, Shannon. Great to be here.
Okay, so you know how people are feeling. Our polling shows it from Fox News and beyond. So let's talk about how we sum up the recent data. Politico says this. Inflation is running hotter than at any point since Trump's return to office. The economy grew much more slowly through the first 3 months of this year than previously assumed. Measures of personal income are falling and consumer sentiment has plummeted below even the historic lows recorded during the pandemic and post-COVID-19 inflation surge. I want to work through some of those things individually, but first of all, the overall vibe. When can you tell Americans things are actually going to get better?
Right. Well, first of all, it's absolutely true that energy prices are high, and that affects the top line consumer price index and PCE, something that the Fed looks at. But if you dig down and look at what's happening to everything else, then you're not seeing a lot of feed through from the high energy prices to everything else. And so right now, if you go to the Cleveland Fed, they have a real-time estimate of what inflation is going to be right now this month. And they're saying that core is going to be 0.23, which is just about the Fed's target and literally half of what it was most of the time under Joe Biden. And so for sure there's a short-term disruption with energy prices, but core inflation isn't taking off. And that's the history of what we've seen before, which is why, in fact, at the Fed they look at core, not top line, because they know that energy prices tend to bop up and down. The next thing is that real incomes, are soaring. If you look at real wage data, then the typical American family has gained about $3,000 since President Trump took office, after losing, after inflation, more than $3,000 under Joe Biden. And so we've got, smoothing through the ups and downs, even with the higher price of energy, real incomes on the rise. And for construction workers, for manufacturing workers, for mining workers, the numbers are really astonishing. For mining workers, their real incomes this year are up $7,000 per year.
Okay, so you talk about growing wages, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics, according to their data, inflation is now outpacing wage growth. So if people are making more money, but things are costing more, how do you answer that question and that concern?
That's a technical matter. It's the personal income report that came out last week that said that it was slightly negative. But personal income includes lots of things like transfers and food stamps and things that we have been reducing as part of our effort to make government leaner and meaner. And so the best measure right now is to look at the wage data. That's by far the best measure. And the real wage data are showing big increases right now.
Okay, so we know for people that gas, as you talk about, that energy situation ripples through everything else and how much we pay for everything else. Moody's Analytics says that the average household has paid an additional $450 in fuel-related costs since the conflict with Iran began. We've got polling on this, too. 86%.
Ooh, an average $450 over 4 months. Ooh. But let's see what he says about that. He's actually right about that, too. All those food stamp and SNAP numbers that are reduced are all thrown in there as well. Food stamps and SNAP is not income, Democrats. Get it through your thick skull.
Of Americans tell us that gas prices are a problem for their family. That includes 51%, a majority of Americans who say it is a major problem for them. So as people are being told, hold on, things are going to get better, the reality for them is pretty tough. So what's a timeline on improving prices at the pump?
Right. Look, so one of the things that's happening right now, and I'm really glad you asked this question, is that we have ongoing negotiations. There are already a lot more ships getting through the straits than we're getting through before, and the boats go about 300 nautical miles per day. And so when you leave the straits, then you can get to Pakistan almost right away. You can get to India almost right away. You can get to Korea, Singapore a little bit faster. But the point is, those are the places where the refineries had to shut down because they didn't have oil. And that's why diesel prices went through the roof and jet fuel prices went through the roof. And what happened with U.S. refineries is when they saw how much money they could make with diesel and with jet fuel, then they changed what they refined and refined less gasoline and more of the other stuff, which was so costly. As soon as the oil lands in Asia, then we expect those prices to reverse and gasoline production in the U.S. to go up. And so I think I've seen some forecasts of how bad it could be, how long it could take, but I think they're really underestimating sort of the chain of events that's going to happen, because the boats are actually already leaving and headed to Asia and making it so those refineries are going back towards 100% production.
Well, in the meantime, a couple of measures of consumer confidence this week show that people are pessimistic about how things are going. University of Michigan is one of them. I know there's another you prefer. They're both showing that there is growing concern there. People feel, our polling shows too, that their personal situation is not going well, and they blame President Trump's policies. So how do you change those minds, especially in a midterm year where those issues are real life for people, but they're also real life for the politicians who have to face the voters?
Well, first of all, the Michigan survey no longer has anything to do with the economy or economic sentiment. It's just a place where Democrats get to register how angry they are at President Trump. You know, they were over 100% polling for Joe Biden at the sort of deepest, darkest stagflation. Right now, they're all the way down to 30%, which is like the lowest Democrat sentiment ever. That's what's dragging the number down. The bottom line is that in the end, the literature shows that what people do when they're going to a midterm is they look at their pockets. Mm-hmm. They feel like, is my income higher? Is my job safe? So think about it. Initial claims for unemployment insurance have been about at the lowest they've been since the 1960s, which means that people aren't losing their jobs. Real incomes are going up. And so those are the kind of things that historically have led elections, not sentiment surveys from a bunch of liberals at the University of Michigan.
Absolutely. And to Truist Blue on YouTube, here's some of the dumbass things that they've said. Gas is at a record high. Wrong again. They said this forever war is costing us $2 billion a day. Where were you on the Ukraine war? $200 billion plus. Where were you on that? How about the $40 million we send every day to Al-Qaeda that Barack Obama set up? How about that? I wonder. I'm just curious. By the way, anybody who says Trump's approval rating is 28%, Democrats' approval rating is lower. What do you say to that? Do you see how stupid you sound? Biden's inflation was up to 9%. Okay? His average of gas got over $5 a gallon. Average. You don't remember all of that? It's funny how you guys cry, simp, and complain about things when they're happening against your narrative. $200 billion to Ukraine. Why aren't you crying about that? Far more than we've spent in Iran. Why aren't you crying about that? Here's Scott Bessent rubbing more salt in the wounds of dipshit Democrats who just can't take facts.
Let me get your take on what we're discussing in terms of the Iran war. How will you ensure that they keep their promises? I mean, after all of the lies and the back and forth with the Iranian leadership, do you have confidence that they're going to keep a
Who cares
promise?
about confidence? We'll kill them.
What I have confidence in is that President Trump's going to hold them to it. That with the Iranians, we'll see their government. As I've said, we didn't have regime change, but we changed the regime. The first layer, it was decapitated. Second layer decapitated. We're on the third group, so maybe they've seen what happened to the others, and they see that what President Trump is willing to do. So if President Trump agrees to this deal, I would tell the Iranian leaders right now he will enforce it, and both military and economically.
So what are the markers that you're going to use to ensure that they're keeping their promises?
Again, we'll see that the easiest is freedom of navigation in the Gulf, through the Strait of Hormuz. Got to go back to the way it was before. The U.S. Navy has been fighting pirates since before we were a country, and we're not going to put up with these pirates. So, but this is a chance for the Iranian leadership to try to become a normal country. They've been a pariah country for 47 years. They're the largest state sponsor of terrorism. And the Iranian people, they have a rich history. They're great merchants. They have great culture, music, food. And it is a once-in-a-generation chance for the Iranian state, for the Iranian people to come back into the global system.
I know that the president has led this obliteration of Iran in terms of the military, but your programs in terms of economic fury, what do you believe was the most significant in terms of sanctions and the economic power that you have put against Iran?
Well, I think there were three parts to it. So I think going in 5.5, 6 weeks on the military, a lot of turmoil there, a lot of their services, a lot of their factories for missiles, drones, taken out of commission. Secondly, it was the economic side in terms of what we've done. And a big mistake that the Iranians made was attacking their GCC neighbors, their neighbors in the Gulf, because we had many very good allies who maybe weren't completely transparent with us on the money, Iranian money that was in their banking systems, all of a sudden became very compliant in terms of being willing to turn over accounts or help us freeze, block accounts. And then the third part was the incredible blockade. I really think it's the economic blockade of funds and the physical blockade of the ships not going in or out of the Iranian ports. Karga Island is shut down. That's their big oil loading facilities, and that means that they're going to have to start taking down the wells soon.
Now, a lot of people have asked me recently,
They've
will
already
President
started.
Trump finish the job?
Well, again, what does finish the job mean? Because if finish the job means making sure that Strait of Hormuz is open, that we get the highly enriched uranium, and that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, that is finishing the job.
Okay.
That's finishing the job. And to be clear, that by whether it's the military intervention, the blockade, or the economic fury, this is the first time the Iranians have ever been willing, 47 years, have been willing to discuss not having a nuclear weapon. It was, a verboten subject, and now it's on the table for the first time, thanks to President Trump.
Hey, Eli, you know the best part about today? Trump has 964 days left in office.
Oh, it's so long from
Yeah.
now.
Lefties are going, we're in a depression. He's a felon. He's a rapist. He's got 34 felonies. He's ruining my life daily, even though I'm online talking with no job like a loser. Ah! And he's still your president. How's that make you feel? How's that? Hey, Rumble, how's that make you feel? Hey, Eli, let's pull up the Rumble chat. Hey, Rumble, how does it feel knowing that the guy that most of the country voted for, black, white, brown, and Asian, most of the country, for people on Rumble, how does it feel that President Trump has almost 1,000 days left? That's a lot of days, Eli. How's it feel? Let's pull up the Rumble chat here. Let's see. American flags. Let's rub it in. Let's rub it in a little bit. Yeah. This is how criminals talk. This is how felons talk. You know what, Eli? This is how billionaire felons who become president talk. This is how we, flex our muscles and flash the Democrats and moon them and show them our ass. How does it feel? Oh, look at this. Look at the greatness here. Hey, everybody on YouTube, watch this. Look at this. Oh, there might even be more, Eli, if he wins in 28. Oh, imagine. Imagine what's going to happen in these last few years. How great it's going to be. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Burger King Trump, right? King Trump. People over on YouTube, bow to your majesty. How dare you speak of his majesty the way you speak of his majesty? You're lucky that he allows you to have no King's Days. You're lucky that he allows you peasants, you dummy Democrats over on the demonic party known as the left. You are so lucky that he allows you to live every day with all the king power he supposedly has. His Majesty says silence. And by the way, for people who don't even know what a woman is, ouch. Ouch. Probably shouldn't be debating. But hey, you guys are welcome to hang out with us for the next 964 days. Eli, it's going to be so bad for them. Hold on. While I go over here and get this, you continue to watch the thousands over on YouTube who are over on Rumble who are, represent the majority of America. Not you guys. Not you on YouTube. You represent the minority, the scum, the excrement of the country. But, there you go. Okay, YouTube. All right. On this Trump doll, this wooden Trump figurine here, can you show me where it hurts on you that you know that Trump has 964 days left? Does it hurt right here? Maybe, some of you. But most of you, it probably hurts right here. Right here in the anal area. It's called butt hurt. I know you're used to it. We're not. we're not, but we know you're used to it. So we shouldn't have to explain it. But for the new Democrats out there who are eating up propaganda left and right, in the anal area, you might experience a little bit of pain. Like you clench, you know what I mean? Like somebody's about to unwantingly enter it and you kind of like squeeze it real quick. Or you're trying to hold back a poop from coming out. You get this pain, right? The sharp pain in your anal region. Don't worry. Don't worry. That just means that he's going to be your president for almost another 1,000 days. So as you wake up over the next 1,000 days and MAGA is running the world, as it is right now, and as it did from 2016 to 2020, and as it rightfully should have from 2020 to 24, but we ended up coming back and correcting that. It may be 2028 to 2032 or 2032. Yeah, it may be. We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that pain that you're experiencing in your ass, that's called Trump derangement syndrome, which causes, Eli, the inflammation of the ass area and causes pain, right? Now, you can probably get something. Trump Be Gone. Trump Be Gone might do that, but you're going to have to wait a while. It's going to take a few years for that to happen. I also suggest Midol and tampons, for excessive bleeding and emotional responses, Eli.
Yes, 100% agree. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but catch a couple of the comments over on YouTube. User was saying, I told you Trump supporters are stupid. This is Satan's channel. I'm like, what does that make you for watching this show for 3 straight hours?
Yeah, and by the way, if there's a Satan, there's a God. Thank you for proving his existence.
Oops.
Oops, 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 and oops. Now, Eli, remember President Trump saying he wanted to audit Fort Knox, like right around the time he was coming back into office, and we haven't heard about it since? Breaking, everyone. As of yesterday, President Trump posted on Truth Social this picture right here. Let's pull this up on the large side-by-side so they can see it. President Trump posted this yesterday on Truth Social. Time to physically audit Fort Knox. Former CIA official was arrested. We talked about this last week after the feds found $40 million worth of gold bars stashed in his home. Where did you get those? It's not like you bought $40 million worth of gold bars. And again, maybe it is time to audit Fort Knox. Because here, see, one of two things is going to happen when you audit Fort Knox. Okay? If you audit Fort Knox, and yes, I'm speaking to the dumbasses on YouTube. I know it's hard to understand English, but just slow. Maybe if you put this in like slow speed, where I would speak like this, maybe you'd understand it then. But what would happen if you audited Fort Knox? Well, if there wasn't the amount of gold that we say there is, we would first demand, where is it? Because on the books, we're supposed to have so many tons of gold. Where is it? Eli, I think it's 5,000 tons. Can you look that up for me? What we're supposed to have in Fort Knox, what we're supposed to have as a gold reserve? I believe it's 5,000 tons. But if we don't have the however many tons it's supposed to be in Fort Knox, we would then say, where's it being held? If you could not produce that in the audit, then that means that we are lying about how much gold we have, which would send the stock market, not that the money is backed by gold, but it still says that we have a depleted wealth. And that would send the stock market tanking. But at least it would be honest if that was the case. Now, if we do audit it and we do find out that we have that or more, it would send the stock market soaring through record highs. Record highs. Donald Trump has seen 38 of them. Record highs in this horrible depression that Democrats say we're in. Eli, how many tons of gold are we supposedly supposed to have as a country, as a nation?
Fort Knox is supposed to hold exactly, about 4,580 metric tons or 5,000 plus regular tons of gold bullion.
Yeah, look at that. For the people over on YouTube who says, this host knows no facts, Guess I just pulled that one out of my ass. But I'm ready for an audit of Fort Knox. Why? Well, because every government agency, every government expenditure, every government claim should be audited. It's called the public. You take from us, we want to know what you're taking from us for. Now, I can guarantee you Trump knows more than he ever lets on when he posts something on True Social. Like if Trump says something about the Monroe Doctrine, you know he's expecting to expand American territory, which now we're seeing 3 territories will become sovereign U.S. territory in Greenland. I thought that wasn't going to happen, lefties. Or are you too busy focusing on Jews bad to see the good that we're doing? I thought that wasn't going to happen. I thought Venezuela and Cuba weren't going to become under our control and eventually sovereign territory of the United States of America. I thought that wasn't going to happen. If Trump is saying it's time to audit the gold that's in Fort Knox, I can guarantee you he already knows what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I'll guarantee you he does. And a lot of that has to do with 2 things. He likes to get people thinking, like when he posted Covafe, Eli, remember that? Remember how the world went crazy when he posted Covafe because they said he misspelled coffee?
Oh, yes. Any of the slightest little mishaps, he says, that's it. They attack him. He's unfit. Look at him. He's stupid. He's losing his mind. He's old.
And yet he's laser pointering lefties constantly like cats. Look over there. Now look over there. Come back here. Go back there. See how easy these people are? There's nobody easier to manipulate than a lefty, right? So, and then he also puts out feelers to see how the media is going to respond to it. And they're always 10 steps behind. When he said Covafe, they law, he doesn't know how to spell coffee. 25th Amendment. They didn't understand what he was trying to say, right? Eli?
Just in comparison to that, did you see the recent video of Biden like walking on the beach trying everything he could do to not fall? But Trump's incompetent.
Yeah. Ice cream doesn't have bones. Corn Pop was a bad dude. I no more think of myself as old as I am than fly. Those are words that came out of your president's mouth. I no longer think of myself as old as I am than fly. He also said that he went to a black pool when he was a kid, and the black kids loved to rub his blonde hair in the water to watch it go up and down, and that he learned a lot about cockroaches that summer. I am not exaggerating. That was your guy who got 81 million votes, whose wife said he had a stroke on stage last week. Yeah. Gotcha.
And of course, let's not forget, Trump is the racist one, but Biden's the one who said, you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Eli, there is no proof that he said that.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Oh, okay. He also said this.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
What the hell is that?
Come on, Jeremy, it's true international pressure. What are you, stupid?
Yeah. Stroke it out there, bud. Hey, well, I'll tell you another thing that'll happen if they audit Fort Knox. If they audit Fort Knox and you have gold, and there's not as much gold as there is said to be there, guess what happens to your gold? I'm just going to make an assumption here. I'm going to kind of make an educated guess, where liberals make uneducated wishes. We make educated guesses. So let's look at it like this. Right now, gold is, what's the price of gold today? I see the price of oil is down. That's nice. Price of gold today $44.95 an ounce. Okay? That means one little ounce coin is worth $4,500. If they were to audit Fort Knox and find out that there wasn't the amount of gold that we said we would have, depending on how much there was there, you're going to see that gold, a minimum, raise $1,000 an ounce right off the bat. Right off the bat. Silver right now, what are we looking at silver prices today? $75. Silver would be worth about $140 an ounce if they audited and didn't find the precious metal backing that we're supposed to have. So, why wait? GoldenCrestMetals.com. In today's environment of gas and inflation and the dollar and the deficit and the debt and all of it, stay calm, stay focused, stay protected with social, in all of your social, financial decisions, whether it is diversifying or whether it is moving from one entire investment to another. Like, say you're invested in real estate, but real estate costs too much money because the maintenance and the taxes and stuff every year, and you want to get out of it. And you want to sell that, and you want to have something more solid that you know is going to go up in price and that you know you're not going to have to pay any maintenance on. Gold and silver. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Or things that Democrats never have on their own. You know, gold, silver, financial freedom, strategy. They only steal and take from you. Until USAID went away, until Act Blue had a magnifying glass put on it, until the Department of Education and the Department of EPA no longer gave Democrats money. Now they're sitting at negative $3 million while we're at 150. How's that going to work out? SSDSS said Trump made gas more expensive. Trump made gas. I thought the president couldn't manipulate the price of gas, though. Eli, I'm so confused at the hypocrisy coming from the retarded left.
Yeah, it's the same tired old stuff. I actually had to take a break from YouTube because it's just the same people saying
the
exact same things over there. Trump's horrible. Trump started a war. Trump raised gas prices. Trump, blah, 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 blah. But they don't have any facts. And they can't back it all up.
No, and they can't answer actual questions either, online or in real life. Where, like, when you say, well, how come you weren't mad when gas was higher than it is right now? How come you said President Biden didn't do the gas? They don't have an answer for that. Oh, there's all this money on this war. How come you weren't crying when Ukraine was getting $200 billion? And by the way, plus with all the ammunitions and ammo and everything that we sent them, how come you weren't? They don't have an answer about that. They'll say, oh, what do you mean? The war that Trump said he would end on day one? Yeah, cool story, bro. Now answer the question. Oh, yeah, you can't. Ron DeSantis doing everything he can to help make Florida a better state before he leaves the gubernatorial office. Here's Ron DeSantis talking about tax cuts for homeowners.
When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards. Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves.
And that's New York City Democrat Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani vowing to seize property from owners that the city determines have failed to upkeep their buildings. It's part of Mamdani's housing plan to build 200,000 new subsidized homes and preserve another 200,000 over the next decade at the cost of $22 billion. Meanwhile, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is proposing property tax relief for residents that would raise the homestead exemption from $50,000 to $250,000, which he says would eliminate property taxes for some 60% of Florida homeowners.
Guess where I'm moving.
DeSantis is also calling a special session for Florida's state legislative session tomorrow, which, if approved, would put the measure on the ballot this November. Joining me now in this Sunday Morning Futures exclusive live is the 46th governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. Governor, great to have you this morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Well, what a contrast looking at what you're doing in Florida and what they're doing in New York. Walk us through your housing plan and why this exemption lift is so important in terms of property values and taxes.
Well, Maria, at the state level, we're one of the lowest, if not lowest, tax states in the country. No income tax, generous exemption on our sales tax for core items. We've eliminated taxes like business rent and all that, and we're proud of that. And our spending has reflected it. I'm going to sign a budget later this month or next month that will represent 4 straight years of spending reductions in the state of Florida, and we're very proud of that. But at the local level, which is where the property tax revenue goes, we've gone from local governments taking $32 billion in 2019 in taxes to now $60 billion. That's almost 100% increase in revenue. And look, part of it is people have moved here. Part of it is that property values have gone up. But homeowners need relief. And so it's my view that if you are a Florida resident and you have a homestead, we want that to be tax-free. And so that's our vision. That represents about 30% of the overall property tax revenue because they still tax investment property, commercial property.
Hold on,
so
let me just interrupt the governor here real quick. Eli, if Democrats are so good at running the government, as lefties say they are, every time there's a Democrat in office, he does this because that's great, then why do every statistic show us that people are fleeing faster than they can drive away from blue states and blue cities? And as fast as their little foot will take them, hitting that gas pedal, flying to red states and red cities. Why is that? Why is that? If Democrats are so damn good, why is everybody running away from you? You can't tell me because they're doing such good of a job. People are going, you know what? Things are awesome here. Financially, things are better than they've ever been. I can afford everything on planet Earth, and the government allows me to have freedom. I'm going to go away. Isn't that weird? Every single blue sanctuary shithole state is losing people to red states. And the congressional map, the next congressional map that's drawn based on population, the next census, is going to give red states 9 to 11 seats without even redistricting that we're doing right now. Why is that? Lumpy says, fewer maggots in any state is a great thing. Who's going to fund it then? Lefties don't work. You're just like the illegal aliens that you won't allow to live in your home. Hypocrites. See, you can argue all day with somebody on the right, but the facts show how stupid you really are. And people are fleeing from you because you ruin other people's lives. Eli, am I wrong?
Well, I would agree with you, but if you wanted an answer to any of your questions, Jeremy, it's probably just because you're a racist bigot.
And Trump is bad. Let's go back to the governor, whom everybody wants to live in his state.
Ballot measure will do an opening salvo of raising it, the exemption to $250, adjusted for inflation, so they can't play games. That will be 60% of Florida homesteaders tax-free. Then as they raise it, the legislature will be able to raise that and have a process to do that. Once you get to 500,000 limit, that's 92% of homeowners, and then on it goes from there. But if we don't give homeowners relief, Maria, by 2032, they're going to be taking in $83 billion. So that would mean $32 billion in 2019. 13 years later, it goes to $83 billion. That is not sustainable. And so this is really a historic opportunity to have more money in people's pockets and to actually have their home be their private property that the government just can't use as a piggy bank.
Well, this is incredible. And, you know, with all of these tax attractions that have attracted so many people to Florida, a lot of people are wondering, how do you do it? I mean, you know, you've got critics there saying local governments will have to make up the lost revenue somewhere. So how do you do that? If you've got no income tax, you're cutting property taxes, possibly eliminating them. Where are you getting the money to fund government and everything else, all the other services?
Well, so, we're focusing on homestead. Obviously, they tax property that are non-homestead residential, Airbnb, Canadian snowbirds, commercial. That's a lot of money that they have. And so even if we eliminated homestead revenue entirely, that would just put their budgets back to like 2021, 2022 levels. But we're phasing it in, so it's a very, I think, manageable process. So I don't think you need to, quote, make up. I think they should start figuring out ways to change their spending so that taxpayers benefit. However, in our proposal, because we have surplus at the state level, we are creating a fund that will be able to issue grants to local governments. So if you really say, you need help with a fire or sheriff's department or education, we'll have grants that we're going to be able to do that for this period. But what's going to happen is this is going to increase the economic base of all these local areas because people are going to have more money in their pocket. They are going to start getting more revenue from existing taxes without having to add new taxes, and they're going to end up in a very stable situation very shortly. And not even going to need this state money. But what they're not going to be able to do is go from $60 billion in revenue to $83 billion over the next 5 years. We can't afford that to happen. So it really represents a big, I think, benefit to the taxpayer, but it does represent a spending restraint on local governments. I mean, look, we've had inflation, we've had population growth, but look at Florida's state budget. We're doing massive things. Everglades restoration is the largest environmental restoration in the history of the U.S. Massive infrastructure investments, increasing teacher pay. We're doing all of that, and yet we're still reducing our overall budget. So it can be done. And I'm not saying $32 billion, even if you assume they were spending everything right, it would have gone up because of inflation, but not to $60 billion.
So I mean, this is the classic example of just
Eli, it comes down to this. If you're struggling in this country, even today, there's one of three things that are the cause of that. Either you can't work because of physical ailment or age, you're lazy, which is probably one of the biggest ones, right? You're lazy. I think laziness is probably the biggest one. People love to complain online rather than just going out there and working. Oh, but I got to get 2 jobs. Then get 2 jobs. If you are physically able, then go get it. You are either physically unable to do it, or you're just straight lazy. One of two. I think somebody in YouTube even said that. Let me go over here and let me see here. Let's see. I think I saw that somewhere. But it's so true. It is so true. Whoever did say that over on YouTube, you're exactly right. You either can't do it because of age or some kind of physical ailment. Oh, the other one was stupid. You either can't physically do it, you're stupid, or you're lazy if you're struggling in America.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to talk about hypocrisy, I don't even want to hear your crap. Elizabeth Warren, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. I could go on and on with their insider trading. Ilhan Omar, for F's sake, made herself a millionaire off a fake wine company, and none of you have any problem with that. I see when your Democrats are smarter. Yeah, smarter at pulling the wool over on your dumbass sheep eyes.
Absolutely. Eli, for the people that are complaining about how much money is spent on the Iran conflict, can you find out how much money has been spent to date from February 28th till today? How much money has been spent? Because how much money have we cut? How much money have we cut, and how much money have we brought in through tariffs to offset any of those costs? We stopped money flowing to Ukraine, so maybe we're just using that Ukraine money that the left never cared that we were spending. I'm going to play this real quick, and then we'll come back to Eli.
Right now, directing the termination of $5.1 billion in DoD contracts. Not million, that's with a B. $5.1 billion in DoD contracts for ancillary things like consulting and other non-essential services. So here's a few examples. DHA contracts for consulting services from Accenture, Deloitte, Booz Allen, and other firms. They're going to save the department $1.8 billion. How about a software reseller contract for enterprise cloud IT services, saving the department $1.4 billion. A $500 million Navy contract for business process consulting. Again, process, lots of consultant for administrative offices in the Bureau of Medicine. By the way, we need this money to spend on better health care for our warfighters and their families instead of $500 an hour business process consultant. That's a lot of consulting. How about this? A DARPA contract for IT help desk services that are completely duplicative with services already provided by our DISA workforce, saving the department another $500 million. We're also terminating on the DEI front, 11 more contracts for DEI, climate, COVID-19 response, and related non-essential activities across the department. We are committed to rooting out DEI root and branch throughout this department, and we found 11 more contracts.
Get rid of the didn't earn it losers.
So that's $5.1 billion in DoD contracts we're getting rid of. On top of that, in support of the president's priorities to stop federal funding for academic institutions that tolerate anti-Semitism and support divisive DEI programs, this week DoD is also pausing over $500 million in funding to Northwestern University and Cornell University, and that's on top of the $70 million in funding we've already paused at Columbia, Penn, Brown, and Princeton over the last few weeks, as if any of these institutions need more government money at all. So for you're keeping score at home, today's cuts bring our running total to nearly $6 billion in wasteful spending over the first 6 weeks of the DoD DOGE effort here at the Defense Department. Their job is to go out and find the stuff that we can get rid of and then drive back into warfighting capabilities here at the Defense Department. So we want to thank our friends at DOGE. We want to thank all the folks here that have...
So, $5 billion of cuts. Getting rid of DEI, getting rid of Biden DOD contracts, getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. There's $5 billion right there. Eli, how much have we spent on this Iran conflict to date?
All right, I said how much money has been spent on Iran conflict from February 28th till today. The U.S. Department of Defense estimates that approximately $29 billion on the conflict with Iran since it first began February 28th.
Okay, so take off $5 billion from that. Now you're down to $24 billion. How many billion, Eli, can you do another favor for me while I'm going on? Can you find out how much we've taken in since February in tariffs as well? We're going to see how much money we can offset here. How about that? See, Lumpy said it costs $20 billion a day. Shows how wrong you are. You see, we can't argue with retarded people because if you just say shit that you saw on TikTok, it doesn't matter. Pretty much everything that we've spoken about, we have actually looked up and verified in front of you. We already knew the answers, right? Like the 5,000 tons of gold that I knew was there. So 29, take off 5, that's $24 billion. Eli, what do we got there?
Let me see. Since February 2026, U.S. government has collected approximately $188.6 billion in tariffs.
Ouch! Oh! Don't hurt them. Oh, don't hurt them. So you mean, Eli, because of Trump, just since February of 2026, we have over $100 billion that we wouldn't have had if it wasn't for Trump's tariffs? Oh, mon Dieu. Is that what you mean?
That seems to be the facts.
I guess math is hard, isn't it? Trump put us in a perfect position, and you can't stand it because y'all are losing. Y'all are losing. Oh, let's find out. Let's see here. How much money was wasted by Democrats to funnel hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars to places it shouldn't go?
But what we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. So as an example, ICE recently asked a group of illegal immigrants that were in detention whether or not they were receiving Medicaid. Half of them raised their hands and volunteered that they were on Medicaid. Just volunteered that. These aren't the ones who are hiding it, right? They also asked illegal aliens how they paid their medical bills, and they said that if they don't have Medicaid, they go to hospitals, they get free care there, and they bill it to the taxpayers. So they aren't paying for any of their own health care in this country. It's just one example. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So under President Trump's leadership, and then of course with JD and the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, we are going to see the first ever effort in American history to reclaim the ultimately trillions of dollars that were stolen from taxpayers.
Yep. Trillions of dollars stolen from taxpayers. Eli, another lefty said, America doesn't pay its bills even though we have the highest credit rating that you could possibly have. You see, Eli, I'm very convinced. One thing that Anna Perez was right about when she was here is that Americans are notoriously ignorant. I didn't really understand that comment until about 2 years ago. I knew everybody was uninformed. But ignorance is something different. Ignorance isn't just uninformed. A lot of times it's willful ignorance. You just don't want to learn. And Eli, and about two years ago, I really started seeing how incredibly screwed this country is, not based on politics and decision-making, but with stupidity. There's just so much retarded ignorance out there where people just they just don't care about the facts. You could give them facts from 15 different auditors and they'd go, that's not true. Some dipshit sitting online arguing about the way life should be, I guess. It's amazing how retarded most Americans are.
You almost have to give it to the Democrats. They gave their followers the two most dangerous things: ignorance and pride. Ignorance in the fact that they just can come out with a headline and they just regurgitate it.
Yep.
Pride from the standpoint you ask them to back it up and explain it. No, you're just not smart enough. No. The pride kicks in. They don't have to explain anything. They're just right because they saw a headline. Donald Trump is bad. Hey, Donald Trump is bad. This bad is bad.
Yep. No matter what you give them for proof, it will never be proof. Where'd you get that proof? Oh, it was released by the CBO. It was released by the DOD. It was released by the CIA. Who's CIA? Trump's CIA? Trump's DOD? The FDA under who? Trump? We don't believe it. It doesn't matter who it's from. They won't believe it. They just won't. So it is what it is. We keep pushing forward. You know what we do? We keep winning. Keep catching felonies. Keep winning. I guess the country actually does love MAGA more than you think. Now, you guys know Anthony Muckraker, right? Anthony Muckraker is an amazing investigative journalist. He's been on the show, talked to him today, invited him on today. He's traveling today, so hopefully we can get him on in the future. You want to hear about more Democrat fraud? Well, here you go. Anthony Muckraker showing you proof. But I guess that's not going to be enough for the retards on the left.
Stocked with food, paid for in the United States with food stamps, sent here on a boat in a blue barrel, put in these little bodega stores, sold here, and it's all being paid for by you, the American taxpayer. These are 50-pound bags of rice that are going to get shipped back to Santo Domingo.
I'm seeing these big giant refrigerator boxes and 55-gallon barrel drums being filled up with food. There's just so much fraud going on in this one city.
Yeah.
It's not even funny.
Food stamps were created to help low-income American households put groceries on the table at home. The program cost American taxpayers over $100 billion in 2025 alone. But in cities like Lawrence, Massachusetts, a chunk of that money isn't feeding Americans at all. Food bought with your tax dollars at local markets that accept EBT, along with groceries picked up for free from food bank lines, gets loaded into barrels, driven to shipping companies, and sent overseas to the Dominican Republic, where it gets sold for profit in local markets. SNAP rules require that food stay in the household that bought it, but this fraud has been going on for years. and nobody seems to be talking about it. We spent weeks tracing the pipeline, from corner stores swiping EBT cards to vendors in Santo Domingo, who told us exactly where their inventory comes from. We talked to a delivery driver in Lawrence, Massachusetts, who's been dropping off packages on these streets for over a decade and has been witnessing this fraud the entire time.
So I'm John, and I've been working in this town of Lawrence, Massachusetts for a little over 11 years. I deliver products all day long, 6 days a week. I have about 35 stops a day where I interact with these people every day.
And when you say these people, we're talking Dominicans specifically.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Dominican people. Yeah. I've been witnessing the Dominican residents going to food bank lines and collecting non-perishable goods and then packing it in barrels and in boxes, and then they ship it back to the Dominican Republic.
So how do you know for sure that the people are buying this food that they're shipping back with the food stamps or, whatever other government assistance?
Some of them have openly told me and my wife that that's what they're doing. And then the other way is the math. The bag of rice that they buy here costs $30 for the 50-pound bag of rice, okay? That same bag of rice in the Dominican Republic costs $35. The only way you could justify that is if you got the rice for free.
So we're here at one of the main shipping companies in Lawrence, Massachusetts that ships food and other goods from here back to Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. And you can see, for example, right here, look at these. You got giant bags of rice. These are 50-pound bags of rice that are going to get shipped back to Santo Domingo. So, again, you could just imagine that makes no economic sense to do that. The cost of shipping these bags of rice and paying for them would be more than simply wiring the money back to Santo Domingo and then buying the rice there. But you could see this isn't a one-off. I mean, there's got to be at least right here, at least 10 or more 50-pound bags of rice. And we were also told by the workers here that most of the boxes you see here are full of food. And if not full of food, it's food mixed with other goods.
And I'm going to take you by right now to show you one of the bodegas that they sell the barrels. So these barrels are being used specifically for shipping products out of the country. Like I said, they get the non-perishables, and here's all the barrels. Look at all the barrels.
Whoa, this is in front of a market right here.
Yeah, so they sell them. Now look, this is just one, right? Now we're gonna go to another corner store right over here.
Why is a meat market selling those barrels?
Because they buy them to ship out of the country. Here we go, more barrels at another bodega.
Stop.
For sale.
What is the point?
The point is that they fill them up and then they ship it back to their home country. They're sending the big giant jugs of cooking oil that cost $25, $30 here, same thing that they cost over there. So the only way that you'd be able to justify paying the shipping cost is if you got that for free. I've even seen them shipping cases of water. Why would you send water to an island unless you got it for free? Here's another one of these bodegas with these barrels. Now these barrels aren't trash cans. They're being used to ship the product.
We're here with Abigail, the wife of John. So could you sort of just explain very high level sort of like why you're able to see this fraud that's going on?
So I have to go into certain people's homes in order to assess them, take care of them. Many of them will have large boxes, large bins in their apartments full of the food that they give out at the pantries here. And when I ask them what it's for, they say they mail it back so it can either be given to their families there or be sold in the bodegas there.
And they've told you
this? Yeah, straight, yes. A lot of them will go to the doctor, claim an ailment so that they get a medication, and then they'll mail that medication as well back. Those meds are sold in the bodegas in Santo Domingo. When you go to Santo Domingo, supposedly the two places they say if you're gonna come to the United States are Lawrence and New York City. They go to each food pantry line on a different day and they get all the non-perishables that they can and they ship them all back. One patient I went to in particular, I had asked her daughter, I said, why are you sending so much food back to Santo Domingo? And she goes, oh, my husband sells it in the bodega.
Have any of these individuals that have said this to you, like sort of even indicated that they know that it's the wrong thing to do?
No. No.
Not at all?
No.
They feel entitled.
They feel entitled. They feel like that's what we come here for. We come here to get what we need. And then a lot of them still have apartments here in Section 8, or they have bought homes on like special programs for immigrants, and now they're renting out those homes, and they've moved back permanently to Santo Domingo. I know that for sure because I have a friend on Facebook that was a patient of mine here and lives in Santo Domingo and still has a house here that she rents.
But as far as the food stamp fraud goes, is that like almost entirely Dominican?
Yeah.
How widespread, if you could give people an idea, is this food stamp fraud? You know, let's say
like the food pantry fraud, when they go and get the free food and mail it back?
Yeah.
I'd probably say about half the people I see.
Half the people you see?
Yep.
Half the people you see are getting food and shipping it back to Santo Domingo.
Either to their family or to be sold, yep.
So right now we're in front of one of the many markets here in Lawrence, Massachusetts that sell these blue barrels that people use to ship food back to the Dominican Republic. You can see them right behind me. And one thing that's interesting about all of the markets that sell these blue barrels, they also sell food, and they make a point in front of all their stores that they accept EBT. You can see that very clearly behind me. Aceptamos EBT. It's there on the front door. Even on their signs here, the sign for this store, they advertise that they sell these blue barrels right there. And just to show you how widespread this isn't a one-off. There's another store right there doing the exact same thing. It says ATM EBT. You can see here on the sign for the store, it says Aceptamos food stamps. And then look at this. They're selling all these barrels, again, that people can buy, and then they go into the store and get their food with food stamps and ship it all back to Santo Domingo. So now we're gonna go inside one of these stores and we're gonna show you what they're selling. So now we're inside the store and you can see what they're selling here. Giant 50-pound bags of rice, just like the ones that we saw at the shipping company. And they also sell giant bottles of cooking oil. You can see here how many they're selling. That's what we've seen on the back of one of these shipping trucks. They pick these up and they ship them back to Santo Domingo, and that's how the EBT is being spent. Massachusetts has some of the most strict hidden camera and wiretap laws in the country, which means we couldn't catch anyone admitting to the fraud on tape in that state. So we headed to New York, where the laws allowed us to film on hidden camera. So we arrived in New York and we started looking for Dominican shipping companies, and it took us to this storage unit facility. It's called Storage Post. It's here in the Bronx. And what we noticed when we got here is that it appears that this place is being used by many Dominican shipping companies as a sort of storage hub. We went undercover in this facility, and one of the workers told us explicitly on camera that people are using EBT to fill up these boxes with food that they then ship to the Dominican Republic.
¿Este cuánto?
1.25.
Y este 1.40.
Sí, 1.40. Con un arroz y un aceite, cualquiera de los dos.
¿Cuánto se toma en llegar?
21 días.
21 días. ¿Cómo se llama? Bandera.
Bandera shipping.
Y si uno paga con las estampillas por las cosas, está bien, no hay problema.
Eso no hace nada, la comida, eso tú la compras como tú quieras.
Ah, okay. Es que ya ve cómo están las cosas ahora, por eso pregunto.
Es mala la cosa y la gente compra con sus cupones.
Sí, con los cupones.
Claro. Sí. No, tú puedes comprar con lo que sea.
Muchos de los clientes de ustedes usan cupones.
No. Sí, ellos compran con cupones y llenan los tanques.
Right now I am standing on St. Nicholas Avenue in Fort Washington, New York. And this is the home of a very large Dominican community. And the store that we're standing in front of right now is pretty interesting. If you look here, they've built a extended storefront. And behind this plexiglass, you can see a giant wall of non-perishable goods, and it's being advertised what the prices are if you buy in bulk. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Normally, if there's a store that comes out to the sidewalk with their goods, you'll be seeing them put up like maybe stands with fresh produce, fruits and vegetables, that sort of thing. But what I have never seen is a store with an extended storefront where they put up a wall of non-perishable goods. So now we're inside of this extended storefront, and it's being advertised the deals that you get if you buy in bulk. Let's just take a look at a few of them. For $5, you get 3 bags of pasta. For $4, you get 2 bags of whatever this is, some sort of beans. For $10, you're gonna get 8 cans of Goya's assorted beans. it's pretty obvious what's going on here. It's being advertised to the community at large. If you want to...
I want to stop you real quick, and I just want to mention this. So, Nick Shirley exposes billions of fraud in Minnesota. The weeks and months after Nick Shirley exposes that fraud, all of those daycares and leering centers get shut down. No longer there. Weird. Nick Shirley takes his investigative reporting out to California. Investigates billions of dollars of fraud. And the state legislature literally names a bill after him, the Nick Shirley Act. In Minnesota and in Ohio, we found out that suitcases and bags of money were being shipped out of those states on airplanes. This was reported by TSA to these countries, Somalia, Haiti, and others. Just cases full of actual cash. And they were getting away with it, claiming exemption of different sorts. And now we've got this. Anthony Muckraker finding out that taxpayer dollars are once again enriching illegals and Democrats. That's why they're negative $3 million in their coffers. That's why they don't have no money. And that's why they don't have a plan. And that's why they are losing everything. That's why the only thing you hear them say every day is Trump, 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 Trump. The only plan that Democrats will tell you that they have to fix the world is undo everything Trump did. But how is that going to fix the world? When we just laid out for you all the problems that were there from 2020 to 2024. Where inflation hit 9%. Eggs were like $8 a carton or more. Isn't it weird that as we continue to expose the fraud, it's worked its way all the way up to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's taking all of this work that Anthony and that Nick Sorter and Cam Higbee and James O'Keefe and many others are doing to leapfrog ahead of the investigations, taking everything they have, verifying it, and then building off that. We got about 5 more minutes left of this. You need to see the rest.
Buy food in bulk, probably to ship back home. This is where you want to do your shopping. We're not alleging that this store specifically is engaged in any sort of fraud. They're just selling food. However, this is one node in a larger system of EBT welfare fraud in the Dominican community. Behind me is the Port Newark Container Terminal, and it is from here that tens of thousands of pounds of food, what likely amounts to millions of dollars of food, that has been paid for by you, the American taxpayer, is being shipped to the Dominican Republic.
To see where all this food ends up, we followed the trail to the Dominican Republic, where shop owners told us exactly where their inventory comes from.
So now we're going inside of a store that's stocked with food that's paid for with your tax dollars.
¿Puedes explicar cómo me dijiste a mí, como tu familia, tú pones eso y luego lo mandan a usted o cómo es?
Eso ellos nos lo mandan para acá, en cajas.
Sí, pero usan los cupones estampillas de allá como me dijiste.
Sí.
Sí. Todo esto viene de Nueva York.
Todo lo que está aquí.
So right now we're in one of many stores in the Dominican Republic that are stocked with food, paid for in the United States with food stamps, and sent here on a boat in a blue barrel, offloaded, and then put in these little bodega stores and sold here. And you can see all this food behind me. You can see, for example, this comes from Tops. This comes from Tops here, traditional pasta sauce. It's sold for 350 Dominican pesos. We got ground pork, and this goes for 225 pesos. So this is what's going on. People who have family in the United States load up these blue barrels with food that they pay for with food stamps. They ship it here to their family members in the Dominican Republic, and the family members here sell it at a profit or use it themselves, and it's all being paid for by you, the American taxpayer.
We went to another store in Santo Domingo that was being run out of a woman's home. The owner explained to us how she gets her inventory from charities in the United States.
So todo la comida aquí es de los iglesias en Estados Unidos?
De la iglesia, sí. De la defensa en la iglesia.
In the church, baby. Hide them in the churches.
Usted cuando va a las despensas allá, las iglesias donde dan la comida y todo eso, ¿Le hacen enseñar ID o algo así o no?
Sí.
¿Y cuál ID enseña usted?
Yo enseño de dominicano.
De acá.
Sí, de aquí.
So she's now saying...
Yo no llevo mi pasaporte, yo llevo el dominicano, la cédula mía, el ID mío de aquí.
¿En un ID dominicano
De aquí, sí.
suficiente?
Sí.
¿Es
Sí.
suficiente para la comida?
Sí.
Nada preguntas con las iglesias, nada
No
preguntas sobre
preguntan,
la ID.
no preguntan nada. Con ese me piden la dirección en que donde yo estoy viviendo, donde estoy alojada, y yo le daba la dirección de mamá y el número de teléfono de mi madre.
¿Tú tienes los nombres de las organizaciones?
Yo tengo uno que le dicen el ALMI por la 138, por ahí, por la Lennon. Y hay otro que le dicen el Kennedy, que queda en la 135. La iglesia, hay una que le dicen el Buen Pastor, o hay otra iglesia también que queda en la 129, al lado de donde vivía mamá.
¿La iglesia católica?
Sí, sí, católica. Esa que yo iba a buscar comida.
¿Cómo se dice aquí?
Codito.
Codito. So we have elbows here, ronzoni. What else do we got? There's a ton of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Sopa. You got a bunch of these here. 100 pesos. So this cost 100 pesos. So that's about $1.50. So here you have, ¿cómo se dice? Arroz.
Sí.
Mucho arroz.
A 40 libras.
You got oats. You got cornmeal. You got lentils. So in this case, what's going on is the food is coming from charities in the United States. People are going to the United States, getting the food from these charities, and then shipping it back here or flying it themselves personally back to the Dominican Republic where they then sell it. Over the course of this investigation, we traced a pipeline stretching from corner stores in Massachusetts to shipping companies in New York to bodegas in the Dominican Republic. The most disturbing part is that throughout the entire investigation, no one acted like any of this was wrong. The individuals we spoke to openly admitted to being part of a system of fraud, where food is collected from charities or bought with EBT and sold for profit. Signs of this fraud...
Eli, we got about 1 minute left of this, but I want you to go over and look on YouTube right now. Look at the last 15 statements. Not a single Democrat has spoken since showing all of that. Imagine that. They're in there bumping their gums like little cheerleaders for the left. And when we're showing them right to their faces the fraud that their party is engaged in and what they're doing, they don't say a friggin' word. And we wonder why Social Security is coming to an end in 2032 if something doesn't happen. It is insolvent by the math in 2032, meaning that overnight, you will go from $2,079 to $1,481 overnight for your Social Security. The average couple will lose $10,500 a year because of fraud like this, and they're not saying a word over there now.
I mean, my God, you put the truth right in front of their faces. It coming right from the horse's mouth. You just can't deny it. So I'd like to think there's still hope for you guys. There's a little bit of logic up there, and it got you thinking, didn't it?
Yeah, and you're watching this today for hours for a reason.
Can be seen clearly in cities like Lawrence, Massachusetts, where blue shipping barrels are conspicuously displayed outside of corner stores. When food stamps were first introduced in 1964, the program served fewer than 400,000 people, less than 1/5 of 1% of the American population. Applicants had to appear in person at state welfare offices, pass strict income and asset tests, and have their eligibility certified by state caseworkers. Today, nearly 42 million Americans receive SNAP benefits, roughly 1 in 8 people in the United States, costing taxpayers over $100 billion in 2025 alone. Applications can be completed online in minutes, and eligibility rules have been broadened significantly over 6 decades of expansions. What began as a modest safety net for the most vulnerable has grown into one of the largest federal assistance programs in history. And as this investigation shows, it is being openly exploited. We are calling on federal authorities to investigate what we've uncovered, and we are prepared to share our findings with any legitimate investigative body.
Like I said, I reached out to Anthony right before the show, asked him if he could come on. He's traveling today. He obviously is on the beat. He's in the field. He's out there working. He's gathering all of this information for anybody who wants to actively and legitimately seek it out. And Eli, it's still over there. I have never seen it that quiet over there from the left. Now, I know that they're going to start piling back on now, but my point is that when you show them proof, even people that you don't think have common sense really can't. What are you going to say about that video? You know what I mean? Oh, he was just showing, he's lying. The store owners were telling them.
I gotta take my words back. I thought there was hope, but I guess there's not. You can check to see if people are still in there when you go in the chat and you try to @ them. You start typing True Blue, US, Lump, whoever that was. They all left.
Funny though. Funny, they were here when we started that video.
Mm-hmm. True. But I think they started getting facts thrown at them. They're like, I don't need to listen to this because I'm right no matter what.
Big shout out to Anthony Muckraker and everything he's doing there. Now, we're going to move on to another illegal alien who's killed more Americans. How much of this must we report? Again, I wonder what the left is going to say, what they say. I'm very curious because we haven't had people on the left watch in a long time, Eli. And that's why I opened up YouTube. And I know people don't like when I spend so much time talking about those people over there, but I'm doing it for a reason, okay? I want to see firsthand what these people actually say when you say, here's another one. How many times do we do this a week? At least 4 times a week. At least 4 times every week we show another illegal alien who's killed another American. And my question is there ever going to be too many for the left? Is there ever going to be too much? We're going to go to a quick break here, and then we're going to get back to that horrific story. Not one that I actually want to report, but I do want to thank Done With Debt. DoneWithDebt.com. Why are we all in debt? Because of the fraud that you just saw right there. Period. People are in debt because of fraud. That's why we're in debt. We're paying the government money we shouldn't pay them, which we could put towards our debt. You're taking your tax money and they're giving it away, and they're not doing anything here in America that they should be doing. That's exactly why so many people are in debt. They're in debt because people steal elections. They're in debt because people shut you down and locked you down. Financial freedom starts today. DoneWithDebt.com. DoneWithDebt.com or call 888-322-1054. Find out how you can get out of debt years early and get rid of that unwanted bad debt like high interest credit cards and high interest personal loans. DoneWithDebt.com. Again, that's DoneWithDebt.com. Reach out to them today. All right. An illegal alien deported 3 times allegedly brutally murders a young mother, a loving grandmother, and a 2-week-old baby. These people, there's a reason why we don't want illegal aliens. They don't share our values. They don't share our culture. They don't know our language. They don't know our road signs. They don't understand how you should and shouldn't be in this country. They bring their bullshit with them, and another illegal alien has killed more Americans. How often is this going to happen before everybody in this country realizes that it's not immigrants that we can't stand, it's illegal aliens that we can't stand? On May 29th, I want to... This hurts. Hey, Democrats on YouTube, does this hurt? Does this bother you? I'm curious to know if you even have a heart anymore. Does this bother you at all? To see this? Or does it not bother you because you think it's okay to kill babies all the way up until after birth? Does it bother you that this baby's dead? Does it bother you that this baby who was not aborted, who was chosen by the mother, since women have a choice to have a baby, and now this baby will not be able to choose whether it wants to go to school, become a professor, a lawyer, because that baby's dead? because of an illegal alien. Modesta, California. Joaquin Escoto, 28 years old, a Mexican national and an illegal alien who was arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder, was deported 3 times. Sativa over there, Eli says, like Elon Musk, me, like a legal alien who actually contributes to the country? Yeah, you mean that African American? An actual African American? Stabbed to death, Fabiola Gonzalez, 23 years old, a devoted mother, her own mother, and loving grandmother named Sylvia Nunez, and the 2-week-old infant son, Mateo Gonzalez. Surviving child, approximately 4 years old, was found in the home and taken into custody by Child Protective Services. According to the California Post, California's controversial state sanctuary law obstructed federal authorities who tried to deport Escoto. Think about that. Think about that. Somebody called me Team U Alex Jones. That's actually kind of funny, except Alex Jones is a scumbag lying pussy right now. But the feds tried to deport him, Eli. The feds tried to get him out of the country. California's sanctuary laws allowed him to stay in the state of California, which is why we're going to stop all international flights to sanctuary cities and cripple them financially.
You know, I was wrong when I've said time and time again, these scumbag liberal Biden and Obama appointed judges who are perpetrating what's going on. I don't want them imprisoned, no. I want them deported with they need to be handcuffed to the scumbags that they released and deported with them.
Yeah. I think you should throw them through a wood chipper like somebody said on YouTube and deport their body parts. That's what I think you should do. Drop their body parts over the nasty third world shithole they came from.
Yep, that's a good idea. I have a buddy who always says, remember, feet first.
On the day of Escoto's DUI arrest in June, which occurred in San Joaquin County, federal immigration and customs enforcement officials requested to be notified of the Modesto's resident's release from jail so they could deport him again. But San Joaquin, and it could be Joaquin, I don't know how you guys pronounce it out there in California. Law enforcement officials, hogtied by California's contested sanctuary law, failed to notify the feds, and Escoto was set free. Quote, safe to say California law prohibited the jail from complying, and the official who shared police documents that substantiated this his claims with the Post. Now, less than a year later, after the request from ICE agents was ignored, Escoto is being held without bail on 3 counts of murder in a grisly knife slaying in Modesto of an infant and 2 women, including one whom allegedly had the child. Eli, to kill someone with a knife, you are a disgusting individual, right? To kill a baby with a knife, there's no bail. There's no bail on that one. Set him on fire. Whatever you got to do, kill him instantly.
Yeah. Yep. No trial, no prison, no jail. Just immediately capture them, take them out back, and Old Yeller their ass.
That's right. That's right. And Eli, I don't take, by the way, I don't take any pride in showing you daily another illegal alien who kills another American. But Eli, I don't think any other network does it. I don't think there's any other network, small like us or large, who keeps track of the food processing centers that they destroyed for years, the rail cars that they derailed on purpose for years, just conveniently right where there was a nice stream that flowed to other rivers and ponds and lakes in the area. And I don't think that there's another network out there that keeps track of the amount of illegal aliens that kill Americans every single day in this country. And again, I hate reporting on it, but what the hell else are you supposed to do? Ignore it?
Yep. Yep. To all the little scumbags out there who says, why don't you guys go get a real job? Or are you afraid of job applications? This is the job. And it's disgusting and it's hard to do.
Yeah, and I didn't want it, by the way. This is a job I did not want. Some people might say, then why are you doing it? Well, because God opened a door and I walked through it. God opened a door and I walked through it, so that's where we are. Now, speaking of illegals, the Delaney ICE Detention Center in New Jersey. A group of detainees inside the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Facility in Newark, New Jersey reportedly went on a hunger strike early last week, and Democrats immediately found their next favorite target. And do you want to know why they moved to that so quickly? Because the Iran conflict is coming to an end. So they've got to go from one thing to the next. During an appearance on MS Now, Democrat Representative Rob Menendez of New Jersey blamed the Trump administration, ICE, and private detention contractors for the hunger strike. Imagine that. Here's food for you. Well, we're not eating it because we're not getting everything else that we want. Okay, well, here's the food. Well, these are horrible conditions because you're not giving us exactly what we want. Democrats, oh, Democrats, here's your next big thing to focus on. And that's what happened. Again, like I said last week, let them starve to death. They'll eat their own hands before that happens. Trust me. Menendez claimed that detainees were being held in inhumane conditions. Well, they're illegal aliens in a detention center federally. You expect it to be the Ritz-Carlton? Described stories involving pregnant women, elderly detainees, and medical concerns. They weren't so concerned about those people that were in January 6th gulags when they were having medical conditions, elderly detainees, and more. And family members worried about their loved ones inside. Oh, ay Dios mío. No, not mi familia. The segment focused heavily on emotion. Viewers heard about a pregnant wife, a 10-year-old daughter, mothers missing Mother's Day. Oh, no. And detainees who say they want their stories told. Here's the thing. Americans don't give a shit. We don't want you here. You see, polls show that a majority of Americans want illegal aliens gone. Period. Now, it also shows that a majority of Americans don't want them to be harmed or forced, physically forced in any way. But how else are you going to get a rat out of the cheese cupboard? How else are you going to get a mouse out of the food that you have in your cabinets? You have to trap them, and you have to forcibly remove them. They're not going to walk away easily. Okay? You're not going to walk up to these people and say, excuse me, you're illegal. Can you please leave? Oh, yeah, we got that. We're out of your hair. No problem. Doesn't work that way. It would be nice. Sass64 Eli said, Ashley Babbitt missed Mother's Day, too. Ouch. Ouch.
Yep, absolutely she did.
Yep, that was a good statement, but you really, yeah. I wonder how many Mother's Day Tina Peters missed. Eli, being locked up for 4 years when she showed the truth of the fraud that Jenna Griswold and the Colorado officials were involved in.
Yep. Absolutely. Sitting there without her family, rotting away for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that nice? Eli McBuster in Rumble. Go ahead and mute him. He needs to be on a timeout. A little 5-minute timeout. Let's let him know who's boss. Okay? McBuster. Let him know who he's watching. Now, meanwhile, publicly funded teachers' unions were joining the anti-ICE protests as the left mobilized an entire bust-in, just like they always do, fight in the streets in New Jersey. Check this out. Wage justice for Cooney adjuncts. Educational justice for Cooney students. This is a teachers' union. CUNY, protesting. A teachers' union, a federally and state-funded teachers union at an anti-ICE protest. I drove by the other day. We have a union right down the street here. I have a union about 2 miles from my house. And every time there's an election year, I drive by it and they've got anti-Trump stuff up. By the way, I know there's people that probably belong to the unions or people's husbands who probably belong to the union in either of the chats that we have going. But can I just tell you, down with the unions. I hate them. I can't stand them. They're all lefty these days. Not all, but most. Why? Because the left gives them all the money in the world. Like minority communities, they buy their votes from them every few years. The unions are not what they were set up to be. Just like BLM is not what it's set up to be. Act Blue is no longer what it was set up to be. These things get hijacked over time. And the union parties today are nothing more but mobs. That's what they are. They're mobs. They're not what they used to be. Rick Coates said, I'm a member and they suck. There you go. My parents, my grandparents were on both sides. They were all union people. I get it. My grandpa was a racist Freemason. Okay? Nice to be able to break cycles over generations, isn't it? I understand people's love and affection for unions. But can I just tell you personally, I hate them. I don't think they do good for the country. I think they do bad for the country in 2026. Eileen said, I was a member of the NEA and the CTA teachers unions for many years in California. Didn't know better. They told us the Dems would help teachers and families not collapse, and firefighters. I'm not sure what you meant on that last part. Bisbee said the unions also spend all the workers' hard paid dues on stupid propaganda flyers in the mail. I hate that. Union dues. My husband is union, not by choice. Well, that's another thing. Sometimes some jobs don't allow you the choice. You do have to be part of a union. One of my best friends in the world is part of the union as well. His job mandates his union membership, but he also works for state government. So, you know, I'm not a fan of the unions. You might be. That's a personal, choice that I've made that over the years. I just don't like what they do. I don't like what they've done. I don't like what they become. Cray 420 says unions are awesome. I would expect a Democrat to say that. I would expect them to say that. Here's New Jersey police designating a free speech zone because things got too out of control. And of course, people say, this is America. I should have a free speech zone. No, in public, you shouldn't. But when you cause chaos and riots, guess what? Those rights go out the window. Dumbasses.
Press, you got the opportunity right now, and that's it, to leave. If you don't leave out here in an orderly fashion, you are coming with us. Do you understand that?
What's the charge?
What's the charge? You are not press.
What's the charge?
How far do we have to go? Hey! You had the opportunity. Hey, listen up! Everybody back up. Back up. Back up. Hey, got it. Back up. Hey, listen up. Listen. Okay? One at a time. Press, you can leave, and you're going beyond that bus right there. You do not come past that bus. Do you understand?
You can thank
right?
the left there for that.
I will tell you and point you out. You're not pressed. Can I ask a question? No. Let's go out. You out.
I love the no nonsense attitude there. And guess who caused that to happen? The lefties who were bussed in. Even the governor herself said 60% of the people that came in are not from here. So you have the left bussing in professional rioters, and they cause riots in the street, and then guess what? Say goodbye to the free press that you had. Now you might say, the First Amendment says we have free press. Well, my. It's fun to see the Democrats are finally arguing that one, isn't it? Hypocrites. Second of all, if you didn't bus in these 60% of people that aren't from there to freak out, to gain national attention and try to fight with officers, then guess what? They wouldn't have been taken from you. Yes, Scriptall said Mike Crispy has been there. He absolutely has. Mike Crispy has absolutely been there, and a big shout out to Mike Crispy. Watch this guy almost lose his mind over a media personnel who's British. Watch him lose his mind. Now, in any other argument, saying we don't need Brits here telling us how to do anything as it pertains to freedom of speech, I'm with this guy. But for his reason, miss me with that one.
Offenses than
the Brits?
Yeah, native Brits.
The Brits that colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have?
The Brits, yeah.
Yeah, the Brits that did that.
Yeah.
And you guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
Well, it's not audacity, it's just a fact.
So is it not a fact? Is it not a fact that y'all colonized the world through rape, murder, and pillaging? Right or wrong?
That was true, yeah.
All right, then. So what are you talking about?
The British Empire.
So what are you talking about then?
Hey,
how dare you? How dare you?
Why are you shouting?
What are you? Because you're. That's why. How dare you? You're talking facts? Let's talk facts.
In my
Let's
face.
talk. So do something about it. Do something about it,
Brit.
Brit.
My friend. I'm here
Do something about it, Brit.
I'm here to ask questions.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do nothing.
What you talking about?
Small dogs bark.
How dare you?
Why are you getting so angry?
Because you're a piece. You're a liar.
You know you're
a liar. You're a liar.
Would you like me to show you the
You're a
government
liar,
data?
bro. I just asked you. I just asked you what.
It's
did the Brits
asked
do to
with
have
an
the
S.
power they have. Answer that question. Answer that question. Answer that question. How did the Brits get their power?
Can you stop spitting in my face? What was the question? Why are you shaking? Why are you getting so angry?
Because drone is going. I'm holding everything back not to break your jaw.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do nothing.
You'll get arrested.
I don't give a bro.
You'll get arrested.
I don't give a.
This doesn't make
You
your argument.
clearly do.
This doesn't make your argument.
I came out here
good. Came out
I
here.
didn't come out here to talk
for violence.
That's all you're doing.
Well, there you go. That's the left. That is the degenerate, violent left. You give facts.
Who started it?
You came all the way over.
Who started it? Who started it?
You give facts, you give
Who
data,
started it?
and they get violent. This is
started
what
it?
you see on
I'm
the
gonna
streets
finish
of Newark last night.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Or what?
Yeah. Funny, Elon Musk is more of an African American than that guy, who's wearing the African shirt. But yes, he's defending Afghans and Somalis. That's what he was defending. Now, again, if you want to go toe-to-toe with the Brits all the livelong day, I'll do that. I can't stand them. All the livelong day. I love making a Brit eat their words about freedom of speech. But that Brit was right. And he was bringing facts about Somalis and Afghans. And that supposed African-American with the African shirt on got super triggered. But I'll give it to the Brit. He didn't flinch. He said, yeah, you ain't doing nothing. I came out here for this. Then do it. I came out here for this. Clearly you didn't. I didn't come out here just to talk. I just come out here just to talk. Clearly you did. Because that's all lefties do. They don't discuss. They don't debate. They don't have facts. They don't have civility. They just scream. And whoever's the loudest wins, I guess. This is why all of this commotion happened this weekend. Watch. Oh, it's funny because when Trump supporters did this, they were immediately grabbed, thrown in gulags. They were hunted down.
Why the fuck are you working for fascists?
For months.
You're supposed to protect
No due process, which the left calls for today, and thrown in gulags. They did far less. Some of them did far less than this. Some of them were standing on stairs. Some of them did more. So much fun. I wonder if the left thinks this is wrong, but yet they'll think J6 was right for the cop to do it then. This is what they do. Mostly peaceful, though, right? That's the thing. Mostly peaceful. One leftist thug received instant karma after getting violent with New Jersey State Police during an anti-ICE protest. They shot me through my dick, he said, Eli. Ow! Zuzu Eli on YouTube says, seriously? Seriously? Says, what's he say here? The left are violent ones? Holy moly, you're effing delusional. How many assassination attempts are on President Trump's life? How many right-wing people have been murdered? Charlie Kirk, anybody? How many women and children are getting killed daily by illegal lefty Democrats? How many Democrats said, kick them when they're down, hang them, cut off fake severed heads of them, had plays where they pretended to shoot them, kill them, bury them? What else, Eli?
Actually, Jeremy, I was going to simplify it and say, screw all those questions you just presented. Name one single solitary thing that a Republican has done that's been violent. And you don't get to say January 6th, because we're sick and tired of that tired-ass argument. Name something else that a Republican or a conservative has done that has resulted in violence. Do it now.
No, they can't. J6 is their J6 is their creme de la creme. That's their achieving moment. That's their high moment right there. That's their high moment. Name a Democrat who's gotten killed or hospitalized because of a Republican that you know about. A high profile. Any one of them. Just anyone. We'll wait. How many assassination attempts were on Biden, Eli? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was none.
Yeah, none. Yeah. Funny. Hey, Eli, who created the KKK?
Oh, wait a minute. I know this one. Oh, it was the Democrats.
Democrat. Okay, Eli, who was just found to be paying the KKK, or what's left of it, 2 months ago? The SPLC. Remind me, who are they funded by? Who do they represent? What party?
Democrats?
Yeah. Now, Silly Geese said Melissa Hortman. Funny, I'm glad you mentioned that. I was waiting for that. I really was waiting for that. Because Melissa Hortman was shot or killed by a guy who says, still to this day claims it, Eli, Vance Bolter. Bet you didn't know his name, though, did you? Vance Bolter says Tim Walz sent him there to do that. Oh, you don't think he said that? Vance Bolter, who was hired by Tim Walz, worked with Tim Walz, says, MAGA didn't make me do this. Trump didn't make me do this. Tim Walz hired me and sent me here to do this. Now, why would he say that? Isn't that weird? I'm so glad that you mentioned that. I was waiting for that one. I'm surprised you're smart enough to even remember Melissa Hortman's name. But she wasn't killed by a MAGA Republican. No. Even Vance Bolter was asked, why did you have No Kings protests flyers in your car? Were you planning to go kill some of these supporters? He said, no, not at all. I'm not MAGA. MAGA, I don't care about Trump. Tim Walz sent me here to do this, and that is left under wraps. You can go look at his own admission statement. He said that. So what do you have to say about that? Whoever said Melissa Hortman. What do you have to say about that? He must be lying, though, right? Eli, he must be lying. But yet, if he was lying, and you could prove that, don't you think it would be blasted on every single media outlet? Trump supporter lies and says Tim Walz sent him there to do it. Boy, they wouldn't miss that opportunity, would they? See, you can't outsmart us here. We're just miles ahead of you.
Their response was, your justification of this is breathtaking. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what should happen? These ICE agitators should be shot and killed. That's what should happen. When they get to a certain point where they're doing what they're doing right here, if you think the January 6ers should have been shot and killed, guess what? What's good for the goose, good for the gander.
Go.
Michael says I'm lying about Tim Waltz. I'm not. Vance Bolter is. All you have to do is go look it up. It's very simple to do. You don't have to be that much of a retard. Just go look it up. Meanwhile, we keep winning. Look at that. Bye-bye, protesters. You'll no longer be there. Take your little garbage pail shield, your ski goggles, and your COVID mask, and back the fuck up. See ya. Primal Scream says MAGA loves them some criminals. We sure do. We sure do. We sure do.
Get down on the ground.
Get your bitch ass on the ground. Look at the Democrat. Look at him. Yes, sir. Fight fascism. Hey, let me get on my knees for you real quick. The left gets violent anytime they see something they don't like. I love watching this. I could watch this shit all day.
Sit down.
Tommy says Nancy Pelosi's husband was assaulted by a Canadian Democrat who was banging him. Yeah, he was, by a Canadian Democrat who was butt humping him. Now, the butt humping part I'm not 100% sure of, but the facts are he was a Canadian Democrat. I don't think that Paul Pelosi would be hanging out with a MAGA Republican. Do you? You know, Eli, they always say that, right? Nancy Pelosi's husband was what? Having sexual affairs with a MAGA Republican? He broke into his house and did it. Is that why they answered the door together?
I mean, they're not totally wrong. He was assaulted, so.
He was assaulted. You're right. You're right. His ass did get altered. Absolutely. Altered, I should say. My bad. Time to lock him up and put him on buses, baby. Let's go. All those buses, you see all those buses? Guess what? They were filled to the brim with protesters shipped off to jail. And this makes my day. Man, I love being awesome and right, Eli. Don't you? Just awesome and right all the time. Look at that. Bye. Bye. Off to the ghetto you go. Woo! Eli, you think Alex Pretty and Renee Good are looking up from hell, praying for their fellow Democrats that they don't suffer the same retarded fate that they, Alex Pretty and Renee Good? Do you think that they're down there saying, hey, this is pretty good? You know, looking up from hell at their comrade brothers and sisters? What do you think?
I imagine if they're down there saying anything, it's don't do what we did. Oh, no. Don't, oh.
Oh, you had a chance. You had a chance. I can't drive. I can't breathe. And I can't, not bring a gun while I fight cops. I thought you guys were Second Amendment. You guys are gun lovers. Yeah, we are. You just can't legally bring them to a riot. And then, if expect not to be a bad thing. That's, common sense. When you're kicking police cars and shit the same day you get shot while you're carrying, it's kind of like that dumbass, what's his name, Chud the Builder, Eli, that's going out there calling black people the N-word, and then one pulls up on him and he shoots them to death. Some of you might think that was self-defense. I hope that guy rots in prison for the rest of his natural-born life. That's called FAFO. Eli?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a joy to watch that little pussy sitting there.
Yeah, see, I'm one that thinks Chud the Builder should be in jail. I'm one to think Chud the Builder should spend the rest of his worthless, racist, scumbag life behind closed doors. But again, that's just me, AV said Pud the Builder, Eli.
That's about accurate.
Eli, I'll bet you, since I admitted that, by the way, since I've said that now publicly, probably for the first time because I didn't report on the story, how much you want to make a bet the lefties over on YouTube disagree with me? They will have said that he should rot in hell and burn and all that. But now that I've said it, they'll say, what about his sucking the river right?
Wait a minute. Now that this chode has said that, maybe he was actually a good guy.
Absolutely. Somebody said 6th grade humor. Love it. We wouldn't have it any other way here on LFA TV. We're trying to make America great again. So, like when we were younger. Here's Cam Higbee, by the way, schooling a reporter.
Prisoners call their loved ones frantically that they're being fed maggots.
They call their loved ones? How'd they get access to a phone? If the conditions are so bad, how'd they get a phone, bro?
Oh, my God.
Holy shit! Oh, my God. Fogged again! Fogged again, dude!
Bro! Pogged again. Got him again. Calling their family, telling them that they're making them eat maggots. No, they're called MAGA meals, not maggot meals. MAGA meals, supplied for by your president, Donald J. Trump. Damn food, I'm going on a food strike because Trump is supplying it. I'm going to kill myself. How'd you call him, bro? Did you grab your little Android? Yeah, the conditions in here are horrible. Things are so bad, inhumane. Hello? Do you accept a collect call from the detention center to the Delaney Detention Center? Press 1 if you agree. Beep. You are now connected. Honey? Mi hermana? Yes, sí, mi esposo. Mi esposo. Oh, mi esposo. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, Dios mío. Honey, they're treating us so bad in here. They're treating us so bad in here, honey. There's inhumane conditions. I know. How are you calling me right now? I almost had to send a smoke signal, but then they said I could use the telephone. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm in here eating maggots. Yeah.
Stupid.
How did they get phones in there, bro? The conditions are so bad. How are they calling their loved ones? You're a fucking schmuck.
Go Cam Higbee.
When prisoners
let's watch it
call
again.
their loved ones frantically that they're being fed maggots.
They call their loved ones? How'd they get access to a phone? If the conditions are so bad, how'd they get a phone, bro?
Oh, my God.
Holy shit. Oh, my God. Fogged again. Fogged again, dude.
Guy is so stupid.
How'd they get phones in there, bro? The conditions are so bad. How are they calling their
Eli,
loved ones?
that right there is a perfect representation. He just got called out right on camera, and then this guy's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. T. Collins laughing. Arrow Pink says, what a retard. By the way, I love that word is back. I love it. What did you think of that, Cam Higbee? So just laughing his ass off.
This might have been a freaking episode of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. I'm Robin Leach reporting from hell where the caviar is being served 1 day past its due date. It sure is bad down here. Back to you.
Bucklebrush, did Jeremy hear self-defense lawyer of Andrew on the Chud case? Nope, don't care either. Not following the case. All I know is I've watched his videos before, and I said to myself, sooner or later, he's going to walk up to the wrong person, and the wrong person is going to shut his mouth for him. That's called America, baby. That's called America. And when you provoke that kind of response while having a gun, saying that I'm going to shoot you and I'm going to go provoke these people and then shoot them if they do anything, you kind of really can't claim self-defense on that. I'm just saying. This isn't a technical one for me. This is a common sense, you get what you deserve moment for me. That's what it is for me. Like this, here's another moment you get what you deserve.
Not worth it.
Sprayed.
We gotta go. Time to go.
So Cam sprayed. What you're seeing here, by the way, in fast time is Cam ended up fighting. These guys were attacking Cam. Cam sprayed them all, and then they came on a big attack. But guess what? Cam got into the detainment center, and the ICE agents helped him out against the ruthless mob. So we still win, even when you're chasing us with the numbers of a mob. Well, you know, when there's 3 against 3,000, yeah. Yeah, white privilege, right? Cam got his white privilege there? That's what they would say. Look at that, cop cars being trashed. I thought if you hit cops, Eli, or destroyed law enforcement property, then you should go to jail. That's what the left have been saying since January 6th of 2021. Weird.
Absolutely. That to me right there looked like 4 years in the DC gulag. Do not pass go, do not collect $200.
Which is exactly what the thumbnail was like. Here's New Jersey State Police forming a riot line in front of Trump flags. Oh, this made my day. And you know they hated this on the left. But this right here made my day, watching this.
I bet you feel real big with that gear on you. You feel big. I bet you feel real big with that gear on you.
You hear the left go, I bet you feel real big with that gear on you right about now. I hope you feel real big. Yes, we do. We do. We agree with you. We feel really big.
Racist, revolutionary workers have always defended the working class. And we are going to let them know that they
There's Mike Crispy.
Across New Jersey and across the country. We love our ICE officers. We appreciate our ICE officers. Deportation! The anti-racist revolutionary workers have always defended the working.
Love to see Mike Crispy out there in his own state representing like that. Love that. And looks good too. Lost a lot of weight. Glad he's fighting for his state. Now, Governor Mickey Sherrill blames ICE agents for the far left thugs and the fires that were lit. Think about that. Imagine that. ICE is there doing its job. These people get bussed in, but it's the ICE agent's fault that this stuff is happening. You can't just, again, another lefty pointing fingers at everyone else.
We know that people from outside the state have been interfering in the protests and escalating them.
No shit.
5 of the 6 people arrested last night by state police were from outside New Jersey. And some national extremist groups have become involved in the protest here today.
What national extremist groups? Not right wing. Are you saying that the people that came to counter protest are the problem? Is that what you're saying, Mickey Sherrill?
The people coming from out of state to create chaos and dangerous situations, you should not be here.
You know who she's talking about? She's talking about the people who finally came in support of ICE.
So today I'm calling on the Department of Homeland Security to do the following. Restore visitation for families.
No.
Provide appropriate care and medical
No.
for all detainees, especially the most vulnerable.
No, they already get enough.
Give detainees a meaningful chance to review their cases. Stop pressuring them into signing deportation documents.
Hey, Eli, Jason Beatrice over on YouTube, he says he became a Republican after the Minnesota fraud. He said, I'm a total traitor to the Democrats. I was a loser Democrat. I campaigned for Deval Patrick. Now he's crushing it on the right side. Isn't that awesome? Big shout out to Jason over on YouTube.
Damn, Skippy, brother. Welcome to the side of sanity.
Absolutely. Welcome to the side of sanity. Well, real quick here, what do we have? About 3 minutes? Nick Sorter has footage from inside the detention center. He said fully operational logistics, tens of thousands of dollars of equipment, riot gear, no signs, no banners, hot food delivered every single hour, on schedule, medical sections, expensive tents, everything.
That's what I'm saying. If it's you, I know there's a thing to talk about. If someone else is coming to me, I know it's not. But I don't know right now. I'm probably trying to because I'm not talking.
Do you know if there's hand sanitizer anywhere? Like, or wipes or something?
Apologize. This is the video footage. He's got two. This is the video footage of inside the Newark ICE protest camp. He's also got footage from inside the ICE building as well. This one here, this is video one. This is the protest camp where they have all the gear set up for the protesters, which lets you know that it's well-funded, well-organized.
I'm sorry, what? Medical tent. Medical tent? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Go to the medical tent. See if we got... Oh, lasagna. Look at that.
Say goodbye, you're back. I'm leaving.
I don't know how good these Colin Care drones are, whatever.
Who's funding this?
Is that... Okay, got it. Thank you. Just need hand sanitizer.
Medical tents, Eli.
Good, thank you.
Food, equipment, everything that they need. Look at all of this stuff. Who is funding it? How's it getting there? George Soros? Democrats?
Yeah, and then I'm going to tape out the map here. Yeah.
Primal Scream says, get it together, host. You're right. My fault.
You couldn't.
Wrong video. But you know what Elon Musk said? Elon Musk said no matter how much money George Soros throws at this next election and the election after that, I've got more. Ready for the best news of the day? U.S. anti-terror agency froze investment funds raised by Representative Ilhan Omar and her husband Tim Minette and his business partner from 2022, according to the Washington Free Beacon. The Office of Foreign Assets Control allegedly placed the hold on millions of dollars raised for Badlands Ventures, a South Dakota marijuana investment firm, while Ilhan Omar was serving on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Her and her husband Tim Minette raised millions in funds for this company in a different state, and then the feds just froze it. I guess the walls are really closing in on Ilhan Omar. Now, Eli, I have about 6 or 7 more stories that I wanted to get to. Unfortunately, we spent far too much time today on everything, but I wanted to put this in here before we go. Right here. Wanted to put this in there. Let's see. We got Will coming on here very shortly. Let's see. Here's maybe a better way to see it. There you go. There it is. Get in, loser. We're going losing. As you see, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tom Massey, Tucker Carlson, Rand Paul, Candace Owens. Get in, loser. We're going losing. And Boebert. See, ladies and gentlemen, the rhinos can't win. The Democrats won't win. And we are making America great again. Have yourself a wonderful day. Will Johnson is coming up next in 47 seconds. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop fighting for the country, and never, ever stop spreading the gospel. See you later, guys. God bless.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars. Let's go!
Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America. And that's not hyperbole. I'm not joking about that, as you know. Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America. We are all created equal, endowed by in the image of God, endowed by our Creator to be able to treat it equally throughout our lives. Find answers to the drug problem, to drugs, with the use of drugs for health problems. When I went to Dearborn, driving that, was up there. I don't know, man. I think the press thought I was crazy. We saw new standards. We set new standards. We slashed methane and brought over 100 nations together when I was at the big meeting we had in Europe. I started the cancer moonshot, which I worked very hard on in the administration I served in last. Empowering the LGBTQ community. And the question is whether or not we should be in a position where you why can't the experts say we know that this virus is in fact is going to be we know why all the drugs approved are not temporarily approved, but permanently approved. Yeah. We have plans to build a railroad from the Pacific all the way across.
Okay, I'll stop it there. This video actually goes on for another 7 minutes. Another 7 minutes of Joe Biden putting his foot in his mouth, not knowing where he is, just saying the most idiotic things, not comprehending where he is or even what he's saying. This is like 7 more minutes, and that's not even covering a fraction of Joe Biden's stupidity. I've said this multiple times. I'm going to say it again. What they did to Joe Biden was elderly abuse. They put Joe Biden out there because they did not want to have a Trump. They stole the 2020 election. And the main reason why the Democrats are upset about this right now is because this has put them on the front street of lying to the American people. This is what this is all about. They don't care that Joe Biden lost his mind. They don't care because, look, they were here during that time. They all experienced and saw the same thing that we were seeing. So now we're supposed to believe all of a sudden. We had no idea that Joe Biden was going through this. We had no idea. It's a new revelation to us. This is how the liberal media is acting. Some of them are going, you mean to tell me Jill Biden lying to us? She didn't tell the truth during that time? She mean to tell me that Jill Biden didn't see what we were seeing? But all of the liberal media, they were still standing with Joe Biden. See, one thing that I've noticed is that in this spiritual battle that we're all experiencing is that these people blatantly lie. And once they know that the lie is out there, they'll continue going on with the lie. They have to continue with this lie. And the reason why they have to continue with this lie is because they can't have anybody believing that they would lie to the American people. We've been saying it all this time. And now it's just really coming to the surface. And the most insane thing about this is that the liberal media is questioning Jill Biden about her lying to them right now. And she's still doubling down on the lies. She's still doing it. This was Jill Biden in 2024, where she was on MSDNC. It's still MSDNC, even they call it MS now, but it's still MSDNC. Listen to her conversation about Joe Biden in the 2024 race. She's still lying. I mean, are we supposed to pretend that we're not experiencing or we didn't see any of it take place? She's straight up lying.
Any pause thinking of like the personal health and well-being for both of you, the division in this country, the cruelty of MAGA Republicans against your family? Does any part of you once in a while think, oh, maybe we bow out?
You know, that's why I want to go through yet another campaign. Because I think, as Joe says, democracy, our freedoms are what's on the line.
Okay, did you hear that? That's key detail. The reason why I want to play this, and I saw this like moments before I came on. Did you hear what she just said? And for those of you that missed it, of course, I'm going to take it back for you because I want to make sure that you hear this. She's asked this question and she wants to continue.
That's why I want to go through yet another campaign.
She wants to go through yet another campaign. This is after, to my understanding, where she saw Joe Biden was completely lost. He completely, just through the debate, he was having a stroke. And she said, no, we still want to go through it. You know why? Because Jill Biden is drunk on power. She loved being the first lady. That's what it's all about. She loved being the first lady. She wanted to be there. She didn't care. She would hold Joe Biden by the hand no matter where he went. And I'll never forget it. I meant to get the video where Jill Biden was sitting in a cabinet meeting. She was the one orchestrating the meeting. A cabinet meeting, mind you. Can you imagine if Melania Trump showed up to a cabinet meeting and she's taking control of the cabinet meeting and President Trump is sitting there unable to speak? See, when I saw that the first time, I'm like, what in the world is going on? This can't absolutely be happening. But none of the idiots on the left had an issue with it. They were actually in support of it. Oh, this is wonderful. She's standing there with her man. And actually, she was at the front of the table and he was in the middle. But she was at the other end and all the direction was on her. Joe Biden couldn't speak, so she had to step in to help Joe. And they said, this is nothing unusual. It's completely unusual.
Because I think, as Joe says, democracy, our freedoms are what's on the line.
This is a massive amount of physical and emotional stress. It would be on any person. Your husband is 81. At the end of a second term, he'd be 86. As his life partner of 46 years, is there a part of you that is worried about his age and health? Can he do it?
He can do it. And I see Joe every day. I see him out, traveling around this country. I see his vigor. I see his energy. I see his passion every single day.
Mm-hmm. So to those who say, I can't vote for Joe Biden, he's too old, what do you say?
I say his age is an asset.
Aha! He's wise.
Yes, he's wise. He has wisdom. He has experience. He knows every leader on the world stage. He's lived history. He knows history. Mm-hmm. He's thoughtful in his decisions. He is the right man or the right person for the job at this moment in history.
Really? See, I really can't blame her for lying about Joe Biden then, lying about Joe Biden now. On paper, she's married to the man. Okay? So to the perception is that she's going to stand by her man no matter what. I'm not surprised by that. Okay, fine. I'm with it. I mean, I completely understand. I think everyone's watching too. Even though we know that she's lying, she's standing by her man no matter what, thick and thin. The problem I have with this is that she's blatantly lying then. She's blatantly lying now. And the media, they're trying to act like they're just a little bit upset that she's still continuing on with the lie. And the reason why they're upset with her continuing on with the lie is because it's not going to help them. This is a reminder to everybody that voted for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden that the Democrats have been lying to them all this time. And you're not supposed to do that. Like, let it go, put it back in the past. Let's stop with all of this. And of course, she's trying to sell books, right? She has a book coming out. She's wanting to sell her books. That's the reason why she's going on this book tour, basically. Pre-order yours now. She's going on this book tour trying to convince everybody to go buy her book and saying that, nope, I have the truth for you, regardless of what you were seeing. Don't believe your lying eyes. I have the truth for you about Joe Biden. He was strong. He's ready to go. We wanted him to run another election. Well, she's actually singing a different tune now. She didn't actually want Joe to run another election other than having Joe be there for her to be in the White House. This is all that this is about. It's elderly abuse. This was after the debate. You answered every question, Joe. No, he didn't. He didn't even know what he was saying. President Trump even called him. I said, I would respond to him, but I don't even think he knew what he said.
Days and weeks after that, you continued to insist that the president was fine. How do you square thinking that he may have had a stroke with what you were saying in the days and weeks after? How do you square those?
Well, look, Craig, look at it from my point of view. So I'm watching, just like everybody else was, scared to death, like what is going on? He gets off the stage. I see he appears to be okay. He says to me, Jill, I really, in other words, messed up, didn't I? And I said, yes, you did. And so we get off, and I know we're going into another event, or we have two more to do. And my mind is racing. What do I say to him? What do I say to him? I'm his wife. I've got to lift him up. So we go to the next event, and I'm thinking, what do I say that will lift him up? That is true. I want to say the things that are true. And so I said, you answered every question. My mind's racing.
That's a pretty low bar.
Well, and so, I had to sort of lift him up. I mean, I'm his wife. I'm not going to get out on the stage there and say, Joe, you really screwed that up. I mean, and we have all our supporters there. So, that's who we are. I mean, as I had to support him, I couldn't come out and, really publicly say, Joe, you did a terrible job in that debate.
So here she is. Joe, you did a terrible job in that debate. Why not take him home? Cancel the Waffle House and cancel the other one. What did Trump do? Lie. Y'all remember that? Cancel them. Why in the world would you still continue to go to the Waffle House knowing good and well that Joe Biden, supposedly, according to you, being a doctor that you are not, had a stroke? How much do you not love Joe Biden? The only reason why someone would have a person continue on, if you just sitting there thinking that, oh my goodness, is he having a stroke? It's a medical emergency. The only reason why you would have someone go on is because you don't love that person. That's exactly what happened here. This is elderly abuse. This woman is a charlatan. She loves the limelight. And I don't know if y'all can tell, but she didn't look like this before the election. She had some facial stuff done. I mean, can y'all, or is it just me? I had really never paid that much attention to her, but she looks better now. I'm just being honest with you. She didn't look like this before the election. Is anyone else on agreement with me on that? Or Will Johnson just being too nice here? I'm telling you. She didn't look this good before. She looks better. Look, I'm just being honest. Am I the only one? Am I the only one? She got something done. She got something done. All that money that came in, they had to get something done, right? Well, here's another one where her just blatantly lying. And the reason why I'm talking about her is because, again, as I mentioned earlier, she represents what the Democrat Party is all about. We see the truth, we know the truth, and they just come out and lie to us. A man in a dress is still a man, and what do? They come out and lie to us. Nope. He is a woman now. This is the same thing. We're just not talking about them wanting to be trans, but it's still the same thing. They're lying to everybody, straight to everybody's faces, because they want everyone. They refuse for everybody to know the truth that Joe Biden was installed in the 2020 election because they stole the election against not just President Trump, but against the American people. They stole that election. There's no way that Joe Biden had the cognitive ability to uphold anything, to do anything. Remember, during the election, they even kept Joe Biden in the basement. They knew something was wrong with Joe. They had to steal in. They had it in. So they stole the election in 2020, thought that they were going to be successful in everything else. And they're like, well, we stole it in 2020. We knew Joe Biden was all jacked up then, elderly abuse. Why not just go another 4 years? We can do this. We got the auto pen to do it all for us. Why not? No problems, right?
Look at the other presidents. I mean, look, in comparison when they started in office and got out of office, and it was natural aging.
From the start of the administration even, some polls were showing that many Americans were questioning the president's mental fitness. I asked you about it when I interviewed you, and you said there's nothing to it.
And I still say that.
Dude. And there's nothing to it. And she still says it. After all of this time, I'm going to lie to you still. I mean, what did you expect? Do you expect for me to come out and start telling the truth? That's like asking a demon from the pits of hell to start walking on earth and compelled to tell the truth. Did anyone actually expect them to tell the truth? In the media, they're butthurt about it because this is going to hurt the Democrats more than it's going to help. Remember when Karine Jean-Pierre, when she left, she came out and she wrote her little book and she disappeared. We hadn't heard anything from her lately because she actually talked about how Joe Biden was losing his mind. And then Chris Cuomo, he came out with his little book talking about Joe Biden. They got mad at Joe Biden. They got mad at Chris Cuomo. They all lied even after they left, after we all saw the truth. So she's okay with it. She's still doing it today. Here's another example. The media is trying to say, look, the only reason why I believe that the media is wanting them to stop doing this with Jill Biden and Joe Biden is because they want them to stop talking about them altogether because this is going to hurt them. I don't want them to stop. I really don't, to be honest with you, because it's going to expose them even more. I like the idea.
Did former First Lady Jill Biden mislead the American people, Governor?
Well, what I see is a first lady that loves her husband, that is fiercely protective, and I'm not going to criticize that. We were all concerned when we saw that debate. This was a president who governed in a way that helped my state, that helped me bring in a significant number of jobs, that's helping me build a bridge that people said no one would ever build in their lifetime between Northern Kentucky and Ohio. But I think it's fair to look back now, given that Joe Biden did drop out, and say he shouldn't have run for re-election in the first place. You can both compliment him for things he did that helped your state and your people, but also be able to look back and know that was a decision that should have been made differently.
So what does that got to do with the question of did Jill Biden lie? What does that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything? Joe Biden helped out a whole bunch of illegals. That's not what's the question. Joe Biden had open borders. That's not the question. Remember, Joe Biden's White House had the cocaine in it. That's not the question. The question is, did Joe Biden lie to the American people? He didn't even answer the question. He deflected from it. Let's not talk about the actual bad things, the truth that actually happened and was in the forefront right now. Let's redirect and get everyone to talk about something else. It's like, oh, that's you got a knife in your leg. Don't talk about the knife in the leg. Let's talk about everything that's good about the knife. You can cut your steak. You can cut a rope. You can, sharpen a stick with it. Don't talk about it being stuck in your leg. That's not what we want to talk about. Y'all get the analogy, right? Talk about everything else other than the actual problem. The Democrats cannot be trusted. Not a single one of them can be trusted in anything that they do. None of them. I don't trust the Democrats, and I don't know anybody that should trust the Democrats. No one should trust them. There's no reason to trust them. They haven't given us a reason to trust them. And again, I'm going to tell you, thank you so much for being who you are. You know what's really sad, though, is that there's people that's going to give Joe Biden a pass. They're going to get the pass. You know why? Because they hate Trump more. Because of their hatred for Trump, their hatred for the country, they will give it a pass. And I have another example I want to show you in a minute here that proves that very point. The Democrats have done this time after time after time, and they expect us not to believe it. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here. The closer we get to the midterm elections, and I hope I'm wrong, but the closer we get to the midterm elections, what's going to end up happening is that they're going to completely forget about what Joe Biden has said, and they're going to say nothing was wrong with Joe Biden. Or they'll come out and say, well, I didn't vote for Joe Biden. Or I'm not a Democrat. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to these people, these whack jobs on the streets of America, and I'm talking to them, and nine times people out of 10, they will say that they are not Democrats. Because when you step back and you look at everything that the Democrat Party does as a whole, it's bad. They don't want to be associated with it in the public, but they all vote for it. They all support it. But they don't want people to believe that they actually support it. Or at least, people outside of their immediate circle. Joe Biden doubling down. And she even thinks that Kamala Harris should have won the election. Have y'all seen that?
In hindsight, were you able to be impartial?
Well, the doctors did assure us. I mean, he had an exam every year, a health exam like every president does. The doctors assured us he was healthy. And I saw him doing the job every single day. Every single day. He got up, he went into the office, he did the job, he passed bipartisan legislation. He worked, and I saw him work hours into the night.
Oh, really?
So yes. Did I see him, slowing down a little bit when he got tired? Did he stutter a little bit at night? Yeah, sure. But he was still doing the job, and he was doing a good job.
When was Joe Biden up working late? I should have found that clip, and I know I have it somewhere, where Karine Jean-Pierre, or maybe it was Jen Psaki, was asked a question. I'm pretty sure it was under Karine Jean-Pierre, was asked a question about Joe Biden going to bed early, Joe Biden waking up late. You remember? Because, President Trump called him Sleepy Joe because he was constantly sleeping. Even part of the thing during the campaign was that Joe Biden, if something happens at 3 a.m. in the morning, Joe Biden is going to be so out of it that he won't be able to respond. Just blatantly lying. What is that? And the guy the guy that she's sitting with didn't bring it up. Like, well, wait a minute, hold on. You remember Joe Biden, when 4:30 rolled around, Joe Biden was no more to be seen. It's been rumored, right? Because we're not there with Joe Biden when they lay him down. It's been rumored that Joe Biden is done for the evening. 4:30 rolls around, regular work day, he's done. He's done. And then they were talking about Joe Biden getting up in the morning. He doesn't get up until after 10 o'clock, 10:30. Joe Biden went to bed early, woke up late, constantly. And here she's saying that Joe Biden was working tough, working through the night. Be honest with you, I don't even think she was there with Joe when he was going to sleep. I think she was off with her hoo-hoo friend. That's just my personal opinion on it. I don't know. But wouldn't surprise me. It's been rumored. And of course, she's asked a question. I think this is the clip. She's asked a question. And sometimes we do get the clips mixed up. Okay. I was watching Jeremy when someone said, "Oh, Jeremy, you need to get your clip together." Sometimes they get mixed up. But she was asked a question about Kamala Harris. She's like, "Oh, yeah, Kamala Harris. I can't believe that she didn't win. I can't believe it."
You went all out to get Vice President Harris elected.
Oh, all out. I was out on the trail I think every single day. I traveled the entire country. And, you know, that the night, the election night, I mean, I was certain she was going to win.
You were.
The excitement for her and the crowds and, I mean, how people rallied around her. And I truly felt that she was going to win. I was shocked she didn't win because I think she would be a good president.
Oh, my goodness.
And I don't know. I went to bed. I mean, I couldn't believe that she had lost. I couldn't believe it.
I can't believe
So, you know, you had to leave the White House.
Yeah. We weren't going to stay there. It's only a 4-year term.
She had to leave the White House. It's only a 4-year term. So she was all in for Kamala Harris. She said she traveled the entire country for Kamala Harris. I don't recall that. Basically, if you're going to travel the entire country for a candidate, you're going to be on camera all these locations. That's at least 50 locations. She said she traveled all over the country. Right? Maybe let's say half of it. There should at least been half of that, 25 videos for 25 states. Or maybe she's just referring to the states that didn't have any voter ID, the ones that Kamala Harris pulled through. But I don't even recall her going to any of those. I'm not saying that she didn't go to any of them, but I don't recall her out there on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris. Is anyone going to straight up say to her face, "You're just lying"? You're just lying. Do you think lying to the American people are going to get people to buy your book? How many people watching right now is looking to go out and purchase her book? Anybody watching right now? Is anybody right now doing pre-orders for her book? Do we have any trolls on here? Like, "Oh yeah, I got to get her book. Got to get the book. Got to get the book." I don't think so. I don't even think the most progressive idiots out there want to get Jill Biden's book. And the reason why I say that is because today, even today, they're still upset with Joe Biden and Jill Biden for not dropping out before that debate. See, deep down, they're blaming the Bidens for them losing. And I mean, to their credit, sure. But they don't want to take any responsibility for what Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris, they said, spent $2.5 billion on her campaign, just shoveling money out every which way you can think. Never taking responsibility of Kamala Harris unable to have a conversation, unable to complete a sentence that made common sense, not tossing salad everywhere. They completely left that out. They don't want to talk about that. But the Bidens not stepping out before then ruined it for Kamala Harris. No, what ruined it for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the Democrats is because they absolutely put America last. That's the reason why the United States of America selected President Trump after everything that they did to him. And I've said this multiple times. It would have been to their best interests if they would have just left President Trump alone. I think they would have had a better chance because the fact that you go after President Trump, they made him the underdog. Any of y'all watch basketball? I don't watch sports any longer, not like I used to, but it's the playoffs right now in the NBA, and I happen to watch because I'm like maybe 45 minutes to an hour from San Antonio. So I was a little interested. I watched the last game of the 7 games that they were playing. I watched the last one because I was kind of interested in who's going to win, San Antonio or OKC. And again, I'm not a sports fan. I don't watch it because of all the wokeism and all the crap that they put in there. I think I might be a New York Giants fan because of the quarterback. I'm just saying. With that said, just how they want us to believe that they should have won, the Democrats. They didn't win because of their own negligence. That's the reason why they didn't win. And again, they still want us to believe like, nope. It was Joe Biden that did it. Here's one more that I have on her, and then I won't torture you any longer. There's one more that I have with her. I want y'all to listen. I don't know, me personally, I couldn't lie like this. I couldn't do it and think nothing of it. I mean, look at her eyes. Just completely evil looking. I can't do it. I couldn't do it.
Years. In her book last fall, former Vice President Kamala Harris, she wrote that staying in as long as he did was recklessness. That, quote, the stakes were simply too high to leave to one person's ambition. Does the former vice president perhaps have a bit of a point there?
That is her point of view, and if she felt that way, she should have said it.
The book...
right there. So if she felt that way, she should have said it. I mean, maybe she did say it. Because there was no primary for the Democrats. They had a primary, but Kamala Harris wasn't a part of it. When Joe Biden just threw the debate, she just said, I'm assuming the position because I'm the VP. We're not going to do the norm. We're not going to do democracy where people get to decide who they want. We're full on commies. And that's exactly what happened. And then, of course, they have everyone trying to force everyone to believe that it was the Bidens that ruined it for her because they refused to drop out. Remember, I told you a minute ago how not only are they still ultimately supporting her lying, they're trying to help because they want to keep the Democrats from losing, how they're ignoring the truth. They ignored the truth when Joe Biden was having all those issues. And they're even ignoring the truth right now about all of everything that she's saying. I mean, they really are. They say you lied. No one is saying you lied and you're still lying. Stop lying. No one is saying that. Well, I'm going to show you how much further the Democrats will go and how much of a hypocrites they are. in the line. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Graham, we heard saw Amy's video last night about this situation, the story in the Times and the Journal. What would your statement be at this point?
It's no surprise to me that the establishment media outlets are just going to run gossip instead of wanting to talk about the things that actually matter in this race, which are the material realities that the Mainers are working with. These people are going to try to make this race about anything but what it's supposed to be about, which is policy. They never want to talk about policy.
So what's going on here? For those of you that don't know, this dude is running for the Senate, if I'm not mistaken, the Senate in the state of Maine. He's the one with the Nazi tattoo on his chest. The Nazi tattoo on his chest, which, of course, the Democrats say, oh, we're against Nazis, except for this Nazi. This dude is in the news now because of a dozen women that he had inappropriate sexting going on. I don't even know what all in details. But here he is doing the same thing that Eric Swalwell supposedly did. But the Democrats are giving him a pass. Why are they giving him a pass? Eric Swalwell, you got to go. Eric Swalwell was the golden boy to take the governorship in California. He was the golden boy. He was their guy. And then all these women started coming out with the allegations and the different things that he was doing to them. Then he got dropped he got dropped hard like a brick. The reason why they're going with this guy here is because he's their only option. If they don't continue to back him, then they're going to lose Maine regardless. Now, the lady, please forgive me. I can't remember her name right now. The lady that is in the position that he's trying to take over right now, the incumbent, she's pretty much a rhino. To my understanding, Maine is like a liberal, primarily liberal. She's the incumbent. She votes most of the time with the Democrats, but they want her out because she has an R next to her name. And they want to put in this actual Nazi with the Nazi tattoo on there. But the thing with the allegations with the women is becoming a problem with him. If you notice in this clip, he didn't deny that any of the allegations were not true. He didn't deny it. This supposedly happened in 2023, just a few years ago. Why he was married to his wife. And of course, just like Jill Biden, she's sticking with her man because she wants that power. He has the opportunity to go in, so she's sticking with him for that reason. I'm telling you right now. Because most of the time, a dozen women, and he's like cheating on her with a dozen women. How many women are going to stay with their man after he's been out there cheating with a dozen women? Unless they got that Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton type of relationship. It is what it is, right? Well, listen to what they were saying about him on MSDNC. It's not really looking good for him at all.
I certainly appreciate his wife wanting to stand up for him, but I mean, come on, it's politics. What do you think is going to happen? Of course, everything is fair game. And of course, people's character and their behavior and their treatment of women matters. And is there a double standard in the parties? 100% there is, because of, I don't even have to begin to explain the double standards when it comes to the president of the United States. But Democrats have been trying to take the moral high ground and to run candidates that don't have these kinds of deep moral and personal problems. And by the way, it was a long shot to begin with to think that Democrats were going to take out Susan Collins. She's been there since 1996. The polls are wrong every single cycle. She has extraordinary resilience. And by the way, she knows the district incredibly well. She has served the people of Maine. Like her or not, Democrats dream of taking her out. I didn't think it was especially realistic to begin with, regardless of who was running. And now you have this very problematic guy. And I will say, as a Democrat, I find it really problematic when we stand by people who do not pass muster when it comes to some basic judgment and moral values. And we stand by them because they're on our side. How is that different than Republicans doing the same thing? I find it really problematic.
It's right there. There it is. They're sticking with him because he is on their side. And Susan Collins is her name. I do apologize for not remembering. Susan Collins. Susan Collins is total rhino. Probably the reason why I don't really care to remember. Total rhino. So she knows the location. She knows the area. They voted for her all of these years. She's been there for a career criminal politician. She's been there all of these years. And they voted for her over and over and over and over again. And if I'm not mistaken, Susan Collins was one of the ones that was all about impeaching President Trump. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, her, and it reminds me, her and the lady in Alaska, they were in support of removing President Trump. But you hear her. See, they're okay with the Nazi tattoo because none of them came out and said, well, he apologized for having the Nazi tattoo. He apologized for it. Well, apparently that Nazi tattoo that he has on his chest represents the concentration camps. You know, they complain about President Trump creating these concentration camps for picking up criminals, not just random people because they're not white, picking up criminals that are here in the country legally and putting them in these facilities to deport them, not even wanting to keep them here. No, let them go back home. A concentration camp, according to the Nazi documentation, they will put Jewish people in there and then purposely kill them, experiment on them. This dude has that Nazi tattoo on his chest. But that gets a pass. Because, see, the left, they actually hate the Jewish community as well. They hate the Jewish community with a passion. They hate the Jewish community because it reminds them where Christ came from, Israel. That's plain and simple. That's the reason why they hate him. Listen to this one.
The problem is his judgment, which he clearly has been lacking in as an adult. It's one thing to have foolish, youthful indiscretions, but I'm sorry, you cannot get past. It is not a Nazi-style tattoo. It is the tattoo of concentration camp guards. It is the very worst tattoo you can get if you are getting anything Nazi, and that's a pretty high bar there. So this has been a slow-motion train wreck.
So it's not even just the point of a swastika. He went and got a Nazi tattoo that represented the concentration camps that were killing Jews. I bet you Tucker Carlson loves him. I bet you Candace Owens loves him. Probably Nick Fuentes as well. I bet you they do. But he has this Nazi tattoo, and the only reason why they're so concerned about this Nazi tattoo now is because of the women allegation. All of these women that are coming out now. I'm like, is this what we want? We've been going after President Trump, saying that President Trump is a womanizer, a misogynist. He raped women. Remember, they say that all the time. He raped women. He's pedophile. They say all this same stupid stuff about President Trump. And here it is. They have somebody, Plattner, that actually has done these things, allegedly. The only reason why they're all butthurt about it is because apparently he actually did this stuff, allegedly. You got to say allegedly, right? But if he didn't do it, they wouldn't be so upset about it. They'll say it's all lies, it's political, it's lies. They're not saying that. They're all going as if it's true. And he didn't even deny it himself. But when it comes to President Trump, they made all that crap up, and then they want people to believe it. So with President Trump, total lies, you got to believe it. He does it. They know it's true, and it's going to hurt them.
Ever since that tattoo and knowledge of it hit the world, and it's only going to get worse. These texts, there are multiple women. Are all those women going to keep their mouths shut from now until Election Day? What do you think, Lauren?
What do you think? What do you think? I mean, all the women that are watching, what do you think? Do you think that the women should be silent? Silence is violence. Hashtag believe the woman. Isn't that what they're always constantly telling us? Hashtag believe the woman. Well, they haven't said it too much here lately, but they said it all the time in the past. Hashtag believe the woman. And again, Plattner hasn't denied all of the allegations. His biggest thing is that they're focusing on something else other than the race. When do you say what they're telling you is a lie? When do you say that, Plattner? Nazi. A straight up Nazi. And the Democrats supporting a Nazi because they know that this Nazi hates Trump. An actual Nazi. Dude. So again, how many women do you think that women should be silent? You know, when Eric Swalwell came out with all of his allegations, you don't even hear anything from Eric Swalwell any longer. He's not on any talk shows, nothing. It's like disappear. And most of the time when you're a politician in Eric Swalwell's position, they say, go away, don't say anything, and all of this will go away. And I think that's what Eric Swalwell's doing. Just laying low. He'll come out maybe, after the 2028 elections. He might come out and say something then. He might come out and say, well, I made mistakes then. I atoned for my mistakes, blah, blah, blah. But I'm a better man. I learned from my mistakes. He might come out then and say it. But right now, you don't see nothing from him because of what he did with these women. Because what he did with these women. So, of course, they're going to still defend him because he's their only choice. The hardcore, radical leftist, lunatic Democrats are going to defend him because they don't have anybody else. They don't have anybody else. Listen to this on the Communist News Network.
And I'm talking about the Senate race in Maine, where Graham Plattner, who is leading in all the polls there, basically all but certain to be the Democratic nominee. The New York Times and Wall Street Journal reported the existence of these sexually explicit text messages that he sent to several women, the reports say, after he was married. There's the twist that it was actually his wife who turned it over to his campaign more than a year ago, and then they were released. But how concerned are you about his electability and his suitability to be a U.S. Senator?
Well, he certainly has many good attributes. He has a great background. He comes to this issue with a strength, both of personality and determination, as well as his history. But like most everybody, there are stumbles along the way, and there are some things that he regrets having done, and I'm sure the public will hear about them.
He's done great things. He's done great things. He's made a couple stumbles along the way. I don't think getting a Nazi tattoo on your chest is a stumble along the way. I don't think assaulting or sexting multiple women, a dozen women while you're married is a stumble. That's not a stumble, people. Oh my goodness. Again, with the lies. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our LuxPure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
In 1 month, America will mark the 250th anniversary of its founding. Like previous anniversaries, there is a deep unease about this. I feel a deep unease about these celebrations to which I am invited to mark the 250th anniversary of our so-called democracy.
You hear this? It's an unease. Democrats are upset about the 250th birthday of the United States of America. They was hoping that the United States of America would have collapsed by now. There's an unease. There's a video of this same dude doing a BLM rioting where this building just engulfed in flames behind him. And he says there's, some fires out here, but it's primarily peaceful. There's a video of him saying it. And of course, there's the other guy from the Communist News Network, CNN, saying it's mostly peaceful. But he was actually out there as well, saying that, just a couple of fires, but, by and large, there's people out here that are peaceful. Because they don't attack the woke left. They don't attack the liberal media because the liberal media is on their side. It's like demons attacking demons when there's angels walking around. The demons are going to attack the angels. And the reason why I want to play that because the 250th birthday of the United States of America is coming up, and the Democrats, I believe they're plotting to do something to make it disruptive. They don't want us to go into the 250th year as a great nation. And they really hate the fact that President Trump is the president. The president. 250 years. That's a great milestone. But then you have this here. Listen to what this dude says here about MAGA Republicans.
Don't care. You can be a terrible person. As long as you're MAGA, they'll vote for you.
You can be a terrible person, but as long as you're MAGA, they'll vote for you. So Plattner got a Nazi tattoo on his chest. What are the Democrats doing? Madami comes out as a communist. Muslim want to destroy America. What do? The illegals coming into the country, killing American citizens. And what do? MAGA Republicans want the country to be great. And what? Listen to him again.
Don't care. You can be a terrible person. As long as you're MAGA, they'll vote for you.
Yeah, as long as you have a Nazi tattoo, it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat. They'll vote for you, right?
Let's stay in Texas right now.
Okay, I'm just sorry. Yeah,
What about as a...
Look at that. Whoa. No. We can't talk about that. No. Whoa. Don't bring up the Nazi tattoo.
It's not a response to Ken Paxson.
It's not an unfair point.
Yes, it is. I would argue this because
voters are clearly in a lot of parts of the country. They don't care about
So I would argue a tattoo is different than being, charged with 20 counts of fraud and bribery. That even Republicans voted to impeach him as the sitting Attorney General of Texas, who cheated on his wife.
Okay.
So, that all matters. That's relevant. A lot more relevant than a tattoo.
So Plattner cheating on his wife and a Nazi tattoo, not so bad. But if a Republican does anything remotely, or if we even accuse a Republican, you got to crucify him, even if it's a lie.
Essentially, being a Nazi is pretty bad.
Let's get back to
You think that's what he is? What about you? Everybody that's watching right now, do you think Plattner is a Nazi? I mean, look, if I got a Nazi tattoo on my chest at any point, would you consider me to be a Nazi? I think you would. And the only reason why it's a concern is because he's running for political office. It wasn't a concern before he started running for a political office. How long ago did he try to remove the tattoo? To my understanding, he only did it because they got found pictures of him. Because he started getting into the public eye. Oh, you got to do something about the tattoo, dude. You got to do something about it. But he was proud to show that tattoo for years. But now all of a sudden it's a problem. So he's only no longer a Nazi after it become convenient. But the Democrats don't care. They're going to vote for him. They absolutely don't care. Because they hate the country more. Well, with that said, I can't go without showing you something how the stupid left is wanting to have everyone believe that white people are racist. And who the better to do that than Unjoyful Reed? Right? Right. Sick individual.
They want to come to the cookout, but then they want to like lock all the black and brown people up in a concentration camp at the cookout.
Really? Did y'all see my cookout video? I'm still getting a lot of hate for that video.
They want to be cruel. They want to hurt people. They want to see people get hurt. They actually, like Trump, I think that's what they have in common with them. They enjoy the violence. They enjoy seeing people mass incarcerated. They enjoy seeing the arepa lady being thrown to the ground on the street. They
must be talking about Democrats.
Mass deportation, but they also want affection from us. Mm-hmm. They want our side to love them and include them. They want all the stars to show up for America 250. They want all their favorite black celebrities to sing and dance for them, but they hate black people and they hate brown people. But please play baseball for us and entertain us. They want to go to the World Cup and see black and brown athletes, kick the soccer ball down the field, but they hate black and brown people. I don't understand the psychology of it at all.
And they don't.
Yeah, they do hate black and brown people. And you know what? Black and brown people, stupid black and brown people, still vote for these same Democrats. Same ones. That's who she's not talking about. What she's trying to talk about is President Trump. And President Trump is going to have this, UFC fight on his birthday. And they're angry about it. Absolutely angry about it. But if you want to have gayness and men with fake breasts exposing them to kids on the lawn of the White House, that's perfectly fine. But men fighting men that want to fight, not being forced, that's different, right? But them forcing the whole gay thing on everybody is another thing. I don't know if y'all saw, but the thumbnail for this is today's the first day of perverted month, June, all month long. And they're going to be doing this perversion all month long. And I'm throwing up already. Already throwing up. All right, everybody. With that said, Kevin Smith is coming up next right here on LFA TV. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. He's going to bring the noise and the pain for these Democrats. And ICE. God bless ICE. We'll see you tomorrow on the Culture Wars.
What's happening, everybody? Monday, June 1st, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Things are getting wild in the Garden State as ICE rioters are really, they're a little PO'd. They're a little PO'd, and Mikey Sherrill is doing nothing because she supports exactly what is happening at the Newark ICE facility. We're going to show you guys a bunch of the footage coming out of there. Also, one more day until the LA mayor's race. Baby, giddy up. Let's go. If you are on the West Coast, get off your ass and go vote for Spencer Pratt. Let's make a statement in Los Angeles. I don't know how he's going to do. Some of the prediction markets have him doing quite well in this race. We will see how it all goes. Regardless of what happens, and we'll get into this, Spencer Pratt has changed the way people campaign in American polity. That is for sure. Oh, and Joy Reid says one of the most bananas things I've ever heard in my entire life, which is ironic coming from Joy Reid, considering everything she says is absolutely insane. But before we get to that, I have a very special announcement for everybody. A very special announcement for a member of the LFA family. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but today is the start of Pride Month. And as usual, on June 1st, we'd like to congratulate producer Eli for finally being able to live out his true self here in June on Pride Month, or as it's otherwise known, Grown Men Who Watch Star Wars Month. So Eli, this is for you. I told you I was going to get you. Sorry, guys. You had to sit through that. Oh, yeah. We wanted to have a little bit of fun over there. Is he in the comments? Let's see. Is Eli here? He's messaging me right now. He has no idea. Will Johnson I just got a text from Will Johnson saying that he has no idea. Well, I can tell you one thing. Whatever my thumbnail is going to be tomorrow, it is not going to be in my favor. That I can tell you for sure. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place, wherever it is you may be watching from. Wherever it is you may be watching from. Started, guys. Do me a favor. Come on. You got to laugh a little bit. Gotta laugh a little bit at your boys. Will, is he watching yet? Guys, before we keep going, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. I tell you what, the 250 shirts that we have are selling like hotcakes, guys. Get those before they sell out. They're going to be gone after July 4th because it's going to be past America's 250th birthday. So get yours today. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. Yes, the video that Frankie and Crispy did mimicking it was absolutely hilarious. I don't know, Will, do you think it's funnier that he's not watching, or do you think it would be funnier if, he goes back later and then we read through the group chat? Will, what do you think? Oh, what the hell? So let's dive in, baby, because there have been protests all weekend long at a New Jersey ICE facility. I have a lot of friends that are on the ground out there. I'm going to continue to shout them out and have you guys go and support them. Of course, that would be Cam Higbee and Nick Sorter, two really good friends of mine.
They do absolutely spectacular work. So if you guys are on X, go subscribe to Cam and Nick and support the work that they do. Turn the notifications on for them and share their content out so that they can continue to bring you the footage out there. Here's an overview from Fox about what happened over the weekend.
So that's just some of what we saw last night, and it's at least maybe 24 arrests and counting. Authorities used tear gas to clear the crowd, while DHS tells Fox there's zero tolerance for rioters here. And they finally have that extra assistance. They kept calling for the Newark police, the state police. Well, now they finally have some backup. Police took over the security operations there outside of Delaney Hall's ICE facility after more than a week of chaos. Video there shows protesters starting fires in the road. I mean, just look at this. I was looking at it over the weekend on X. I'm thinking, what is going on? They started this big blaze there with all this trash that was in the road. They were shoving the fences back as officers tried to move in and stop the crowd from moving in toward the Delaney Hall ICE detention facility. Because of that violence, family visits to the facility for the migrants inside were paused.
Yeah, so they're really actually hurting themselves with whatever it is that they're doing out there. Shocker, spoiler alert, they set trash on fire of the streets of Newark. If you've ever been to Newark, you know that there was plenty of kindling on the floor, on the ground to set on fire because, of course, the former mayor of Newark, Cory Booker, sucks at his job. It turns out that the best way to advance in democratic politics is to be as bad as humanly possible, and they will continue to advance you into places like the United States Senate. See Kamala Harris for more examples of that. But it turns out they are very, very upset, and this is what Democrats are doing. They're bouncing from ICE facility to ICE facility so that they can continue to get these sorts of scenes. Of course, eventually, cops were called in. Horses were walking down the street. And then, like every good left-wing activist, historically, for people who say that Democrats haven't shifted in any way, shape, or form, the rioters then tried to beat the shit out of the horses. I gotta ask, what is that move? What is that move with the plastic traffic cone?
Fucking coward!
Holy shit, bro! What the fuck?
I mean, not that I'm out here saying that I hope something bad happens to them. I mean, shit happens. But I really would have loved to see if one of those horses had just reared back and just, bah! Just, what do they call it when a horse kicks back? Just bam, right in the face. One guy took a non-lethal projectile to the belly and then milked it like a big baby bitch.
They literally shot through my dick. Look. Jesus Christ. I heard the laugh. Is it still there? Fuck them.
I'm going to play that again because I want you guys to see if you notice what just happened there.
They literally shot through my dick. Look.
He's totally fine. Totally fine. He got a little bruise.
Jesus Christ.
Sees the camera. Oh, rub some dirt on it, pansy. You got a little bruise. What are you going to do? I've gotten into worse scrape-ups on the Jersey Shore, and if you're from the East Coast, you know damn well you have also. But, of course, it's all performance. It's all narrative. Once he sees the camera, then he starts hurting. Nothing a shower won't fix. I can tell you that For sure. Of course, that didn't stop them from lighting things on fire. So giant fires are set off in the streets. In Newark, no one in Newark seemed to notice. I don't know if you've been there recently, you know. If anything, maybe the fire gave them the opportunity to clean up some of the trash. You know, and of course I'm allowed to be rude to New Jersey because I am from New York and we're just better than them. We're just better than them. And I know there's people here watching from New Jersey, and I don't really care. I don't really care at all. But things, of course, continued to get exceedingly worse. As my friend every time Cam Higbee goes out, he gets hit with something. When he was at the My Little Kerfuffle at Turning Point, he got hit in the face with a phone by a midget. And he got assaulted out on the streets here, too.
Not worth it. Give me my fucking shit. I will light all of you fuckers up. Come on, dude. Hey! Give me all my shit. I have your phone. Take your White case or white case? Throw it at me, bro. Baldy, yo, bald guy, look at me. They did, I don't know. Hey, guys, enough. Yo, we gotta go. Get in the vehicle, don't hit it. Hey! Go get in the vehicle! Get out of there! Fucking wanker! Fucking pig!
I'm not sure when the right is going to wake up and realize that we've got a problem here. We've got people ready to assault journalists in the street. Even if they don't consider them journalists, they still are. The irony, of course, of the whole thing is that they won't consider Nick Sorter and Cam Higbee journalists, but they'll consider Don Lemon one when he interrupts a church service and scares children. But Cam Higbee goes out on the block by himself, and he's subject to that sort of nonsense. And, of course, all of this is orchestrated. None of this is organic. Nick Sorter was able to infiltrate one of the little Antifa encampments where apparently they were having like classes on how to riot correctly.
They try to make it look like it's a grassroots effort out here, that it's just, random community members coming together and protesting out in the street against ICE. That is absolutely not what is going on out here. It is very well organized. It's well funded. And I infiltrated multiple times the camp that they had set up out here, as well as also a rioting learning session thing, or maybe I should say leering, I don't know, out here where they're teaching them how to pretend to be medics. They give them over $100 worth of equipment, send them in there to basically be the Antifa support staff, so when they go head-to-head with ICE and their clashes, they have people standing by with water to splash them in the face and get them right back into the fight. So it's concerning. But, I mean, it's the same people organizing this all around the country. They're very good.
Once again, guys, go out and support the independent journalists. I would not tell any of you to spend your money on something that wasn't worth it. Cam Higbee and Nick Sorter absolutely are worth it. Go subscribe to their YouTube pages. Just Go on to whatever platform you may be on, type in their names, give them a follow, share their stuff so they can continue to go out there and do the kind of work that, believe me, I wish I could do. I wish I could do it. But, you know, amidst all this ruckus, this hubbub, there were some funny scenes. There was some stuff to enjoy. So there was a curfew last night, which nobody followed. It turns out that when you don't enforce it, when you put in a curfew and you don't enforce it, people don't follow it, Mikey Sherrill. You know, I know you were a helicopter pilot, which, you know, you write on your forehead every time you go outside. But it turns out you actually have to arrest people that are breaking the curfew, or people are going to continue to break it. One guy decided that he was going to get a little bit too close to the riot police. He was going to get a little bit too close, and then suddenly he was nowhere to be found.
What's out there?
Except their own. They're right here for themselves. Every protester here is on own. I want to repeat something I said earlier.
They got me boxing. I came down here to Newark to see my brothers in Essex County Jail. They got me boxed in. Protesters for ICE. You can turn to something different. You can turn violent. Whatever. No one asked you,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I hope you got the. Maybe I won't say I hope. You know, I assume you may have gotten the shit beat out of you after that. That's a shame. That's a real shame. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? It happens. It happens. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because we got L.A. mayor race in what do we got? What the hell time is it in L.A.? 32 hours or something. Polls will close in Los Angeles. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So things are heating up in Los Angeles, baby. Spencer Pratt went down to a barbecue on Crenshaw Boulevard. If you're from the West Coast, you know that's probably the first time a Republican has ever gone onto Crenshaw Boulevard. Let's be honest here, because Spencer Pratt's not running a partisan race. He's running a fix LA race. And the irony, of course, of the entire thing with the Spencer Pratt election is that if more local officials running for local mayor would actually focus on the problems of their particular city, maybe, just maybe, things might get a little bit better. But of course, that's not what these people do. That's not what Zoran Mamdani does. He's out there trying to globalize the Intifada. He's out there trying to ban pork. He's out there, making sure we've got a call to prayer going on in Washington Square Park. He's out there trying to end the state of Israel. He can't fix a pothole. Can't do any of that. Can't balance a budget. No. Can't do that. Can't stop a guy from wiping his ass on a curb on 7th Avenue, like I saw the other day, literally using the curb to wipe his ass. That had to hurt. And Karen Bass is terrified because while she's out there continuing to try to perpetuate a global and a national agenda on the people of Los Angeles, Spencer Pratt is out there talking about LA issues. We showed you last week how a reporter continued to try to goat Spencer Pratt into talking about President Trump, and he gave the right answer. I don't care. I don't care, because local mayors should not even be talking about national politics. They should be talking about what they can do to fix their own city, and Karen Bass is freaking out.
Citizens. Instead, she goes to President Trump. And look, I know there's Trump derangement syndrome everywhere, but right now she is more concerned about flexing that national muscle, which she doesn't have, than taking on a guy who's winning and moving up locally.
Yeah, I mean, once you have a failed record, what else is there to discuss? Honestly, Harris, that's what she's been for the people of Los Angeles, a failure. And it's unfortunate because it's cost people a lot of money. We look at the fires, which is something that Spencer Pratt has been talking about quite a bit because his family has been impacted. A lot of other folks have been impacted, but some people may see that as, oh, that was the wealthy, that was the elite. Well, then you go to a restaurant in Los Angeles and somebody can take a poop right there while you're having a lunch. This is insane. The drug addicts that are on the streets. Now, mind you, I lived in Los Angeles since 2017. I left there 2 months into the LA shutdown, May 2020. I moved out to Miami because it was ran as a disaster, and the new leadership has only made matters worse for families all across that city. So people are very upset. Now they're in the statistical dead heat, Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt, and this shouldn't be the case for an incumbent mayor, especially someone who has all the publicity around her and influence of the Democratic Party in such a Democratic city. But that's what it is, because people are fed up. They want results, and enough is simply enough.
What do you think his last day should look like? I mean, she's making it all about Trump.
I mean, I would go right into that area where her base is, and I would go having conversations with them. That would be what I would do. People already support him. You see him on social media. Yep. You see what they're doing across social media and how successful that programming has been and how it's invited national media attention. Now it's just a matter of being with the people, just like he did over the past weekend with the Hispanic community who supports him. And I love what that lady said to Matt Finn's question about being friendly. It's like the Democratic Party isn't friendly to us as Hispanics, which is very true. And I'm so glad that there are people that are speaking up, but it's been years of this mess, and people want to get out of it. LA is no longer the city that it used to be, and it used to be a great city. It's no longer that.
Well, look.
So many major metropolitan cities fall exactly in that line. And we're going to talk about Seattle in just a second, as one of the biggest companies, one of the biggest finance companies there, are showing you that there is a problem out there. There is a problem happening in our world right now when it comes to the concept of commercial real estate. And we're going to tell you exactly why that's a huge problem right after we wrap up with the LA stuff. But Spencer Pratt continued, and his support is all organic. All of it is organic. Karen Bass is calling people in left, right, and center. She's bringing in Kamala. She's bringing in Gavin. She's bringing in Obama. She's bringing in the heavy hitters to come and support her, because she knows that if she is to win this race, it is just because people vote down the line. They're not voting for her. They're just laissez-faire, and they are voting. I mean, look, a lot of these AI videos that you've been seeing coming out over the course of the last several weeks, they're not coming from the Spencer Pratt campaign. They're coming from a guy named Gene Parmesan. Him and his buddy are just making them. Here's one of them. Here's one of them.
Honey, we need to talk. We saw the things you've been searching online. Spencer Pratt? Really?
In this house, we don't believe in Spencer Pratt. He's MAGA.
What about Spencer Pratt is MAGA?
You know those streets downtown? The ones that are full of piss and shit and homeless people? He wants to clean them up.
And those neighborhoods that burned down? The Palisades? Malibu? He wants to rebuild them.
You know how people inject heroin in front of children at the park? He wants to stop that.
And that's MAGA?
Yes. It's a very dangerous ideology.
I mean, this we're now entering a new era of technology where just because it's AI doesn't mean it isn't true. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, that's an AI. And I love the idiots online that are like, that's so clearly AI. And you just, no shit. I know. And it's working. The organic support behind Spencer Pratt is incredible. Need any more proof of that? Just every time Karen Bass tweets anything, the 10-to-1 ratio is absolutely bananas. And it's showing that even though Spencer, and look, whether Spencer Pratt becomes the mayor of LA, me being out on the East Coast, I don't care. Like, if LA wants to keep living in its own piss, I don't care. It has no effect on me whatsoever. The only effect it has on me is the idea that we can possibly change politics from a grassroots online perspective with a good candidate at the right time with the right message doing things differently. I cannot tell you how many candidates I am currently dealing with who are running a campaign from 1982. Like, thank you, you got Reagan elected. Now let's enter this millennium. Okay? If your soundtrack is on an 8-track, you're going to lose. Or if you, I don't know, embrace the online community, the people out there who are good at what they do and who want to help on their own dime, by the way. The guy making these videos is not affiliated with the Spencer Pratt campaign. I don't even think he lives in LA. He's just really good at doing these things, and he's knocking them out left and right.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful city called Los Angeles. But then a scary monster the kids called Basura took over the town. She did all sorts of bad things.
Like what?
She let all the drug addicts take over the parks. So no kids had a place to play. Then she let them hurt the puppies. She let them do drugs in front of schools, so none of the kids were safe. While she was partying far, far away, she let the city burn to the ground. That's when everyone said enough is enough. One by one, all the mommies decided it was time to fix things. Remember, there's nothing more powerful than an angry mommy.
Did the mommy save the puppies?
All the mommies came together and kicked the monster out of town, and she never came back. And all the puppies were safe. The end.
I mean, these are spectacular. They're unbelievable. And it's just some guy online having fun. Because it turns out, even though I live 3,000 miles away and have never been to Los Angeles, I'll probably never go. Maybe, I don't know. It turns out I know that LA is, in fact, worth saving. As are most major American metros. When people ask me, they go, Kev, why are you still in New York? Why are you? Because New York is worth saving. Minnesota, Philadelphia, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, these places are worth saving. And things are getting so bad in many of these major metropolitan cities that you are now even seeing major, gigantic, like corporations that control more money than most first world countries. Even they are saying, we are out. As Blackstone is selling its iconic skyscraper in Seattle at a 54% loss as jobs and businesses flee. You see, because when the medium size, when the big businesses leave and they don't rent the areas inside of these skyscrapers, they become virtually worthless. Let's see, how much of the Freedom... Right now, there are dozens of floors of the Freedom Tower that no one's in. Same thing with the Empire State Building. And it turns out Blackstone's skyscraper in Seattle is now being sold at half of the cost just so they can cut their losses and get out. This from the Post-Millennial. One of Seattle's most recognizable office towers is set to be sold at a staggering loss, underscoring the ongoing decline in the city's downtown office market as employers cut jobs, relocate workers, and leave millions of square feet of office space vacant. This is wild. According to Bloomberg, Blackstone is selling Seattle's 44-story U.S. Bank Center to Spear Street Capital for approximately $280 million, a price roughly 54% below the $620 million the investment giant paid for the property just 7 years ago. The deal, which is not yet closed and remains contingent on financing, is the latest sign that the major commercial real estate investors are increasingly willing to accept steep losses rather than continue to hold on to struggling office properties. The sale comes as Seattle has emerged as one of the worst performing office markets in America. A recent Cushman and Wakefield report from Seattle's office vacancy rate at 33% in the first quarter of 2026, significantly higher than the national average of 20%. The city's vacancy rate now exceeds that of San Francisco, which is at 31%, and Los Angeles, which is at 31% as well. West Coast cities. If you live on the West Coast and you walk past the skyscraper, it is a good chance that more than a third of that building is empty. There's nothing in it. You hit a floor, the door's open, there's nothing there. Nothing there but steel girders and like old desks. And we're seeing these businesses flee every single day. Starbucks is now leaving Seattle. Amazon is leaving Seattle. The two corporations that were like the bedrock of the state of Washington. They're leaving. They're gone. And it's all because of people like Katie Wilson. It's all because of these socialists that say, fine, leave. I want to see if I can find a clip for you that explains Katie Wilson from Brett Weinstein. Maybe I'll play it tomorrow. It's fascinating, actually. Brett Weinstein does a deep dive into who Katie Wilson is, the mayor of Seattle, and why she is the way she is. It turns out her dad was one of these weirdo scientists that have actually never accomplished anything in their life, but would like to preach to you on exactly how to live. They're in trouble. They're in big trouble. And it's only going to get worse, because guess what? As more and more corporations fly into Texas, fly into Florida, it is going to give people like Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis the impetus to, let's say, end property taxes. And if they do that, more people are going to flee down there. And it is, I'm telling you right now, and maybe this is a good thing, like it's bad for the collective as the country, but it's good on an electoral level, because the more powerful Texas and Florida get, the less power California and New York has. And we've gone over it several times. Maybe I'll play you let me see if I can get the clip about the 2032 election and just how bad things are going to be. Do I have any other recount? Because Democrats are finding themselves in a very, very, very serious problem as we move into the upcoming elections. Now, look, I have to be clear. I don't really care. Let them have their problems. They did it to themselves. They did it to themselves by electing people who had no idea what they were doing, who allowed their cities to be absolutely destroyed, and now they're going to bitch and moan and complain. It's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to fight to get rid of things like the Electoral College so that things like this don't matter. Do I have this here? Give me 1 second here. I've got this video here from the recount. I have to pull it up on YouTube, so give me 1 second.
Wear it down.
Let's see here. Let's see. Hold on, give me 1 sec.
There's a year that should absolutely terrify Democrats. It's not 2024 or 2026 or even 2028. It's 2032. For decades now, the Census Bureau has been calculating the U.S.'s demographic tipping point. This is a measure of population distribution that imagines the place in the U.S. where the population is evenly balanced in every direction. In 1800, the year of the first census, when the country was essentially just on the East Coast, the tipping point was in Maryland, near Baltimore. As the country expanded, it began to move west, and in recent decades, it zoomed both west and south, landing at its current spot here in Missouri. And that gives you a sense of how the population is moving in the US right now. Generally, northern and eastern states are shrinking relative to the overall population, while southern and western states are growing. There are a lot of reasons for this trend that we'll get into, but one thing that's not up for debate is that the population movement right now is a flashing red warning sign for Democrats. The reason is the 2030 reapportionment. Every 10 years, the US conducts a census. One big thing done with that data is the recalculation of how many seats each state gets in the House of Representatives and how many votes it gets in the Electoral College. And those numbers move in tandem. If you gain 2 House seats, you gain 2 electoral votes. If you lose a House seat, you lose an electoral vote. So population growth, population shifts, where people are choosing to move to and settle down, that all matters a ton to the political landscape. And right now, it's not really a question of who's winning. Democratic states are losing population, and Republican states are gaining. Here's one way to think about it. In 2020, Joe Biden won a 306 to 232 victory in the Electoral College. Then, after 2020, the census was finished, and representation was reallocated for the 2022 midterms and 2024 presidential election. Under the new map, winning those same states would have shrunk Biden's victory margin by 6 electoral votes, to 303 to 235. And that's just the beginning. The next census will happen in 2030, and the map will again change for the 2032 presidential election. And right now, the outlook for that map is a disaster for Democrats. 2 different groups with opposite political leanings have estimations for what it will look like, and they're almost exactly the same. Ironically, the liberal group's map is slightly worse for Democrats. So, in the interest of argument, let's go with that one. This is what reapportionment is on track to look like in 2030. Blue states like California and New York shedding House seats and electoral votes, and red states like Texas and Florida gaining 4 new electoral votes and House seats each. For an example of
Just to be clear, before we keep going with this, because I want you guys to see what the future is going to look like. California is set to lose 4 seats in 2030. New York is set to lose 3. That's 7 right there on its own, with some of the other minor Democratic areas losing seats as well. While Texas, Florida, Utah, and Arizona continue to pick up more and more seats.
How much that could shift the map? In 2024, Donald Trump won a 312 to 226 victory in the Electoral College. Under this projection, the exact same state and vote breakdown would swell that margin by 20 electoral votes to 322 to 216. Now, these projections this far out usually don't turn out to be completely accurate, and they're usually not quite as dramatic as they appear, but they are almost always directionally correct. They're right about the way the wind is blowing. And right now, the wind is absolutely blowing away from Democratic-controlled states and towards Republican-controlled ones. And it's worth asking why. To start, it's worth clarifying that states very rarely actually lose raw numbers of people.
So that video goes on and on, but you get a sense of exactly what's happening here, and it's because of the policies they are putting forth. I say it all the time, you know, you can use a poll, you can use a census, you can do this, you can do that, but there is no better poll on what people are doing than a little-known polling institution. Some of you have heard of it before. It's called U-Haul, and it turns out they're all going away from Democrat states. They're all my friends are leaving. They're all heading out. And it's going to be up to the RNC, and if we leave it up to them, we're screwed. It's going to be up to the RNC to make sure that these people who are moving over the course of the next couple of years are re-registered in their particular states for that reapportionment. And that's why 2028 matters so much. Because if we're able to win in 2028 with whoever you want it to be, whether it's Rubio or Vance or Massey or I don't Tucker or what, but whoever the hell it is you want it to be, I don't even care. If we're able to win 2028, we may never lose an election ever again, simply by the way people are moving. Democrats spent the last 30, 40 years not having children, either aborting them or sterilizing them. Not getting married, not settling down, not buying homes, not participating. So they could burn as much shit in New Jersey as they want. It's not like anybody in the city of Newark notices anyway. While Republicans are continuing to grow, have big-ass families. We're literally outbreeding them. And that's the sort of long-term strategy that the RNC needs to take. Instead of living for the next news cycle, they need to start looking long-term. And believe me, this brings me no great joy. I'm stuck here in one of the states that's going to lose a whole bunch of House seats. Hell, Long Island's probably going to lose a congressional seat. That's why I'm very happy that I spoke to somebody about possibly making Long Island the 51st state. He said it as a joke, but I'm going to, I'll just say it, I'm going to break his balls until he puts the bill forth, because it's a great idea. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but you know what the hell? Let's have ourselves a little bit of fun. But Democrats want to continue with their nonsense because they don't have the courage like we do on the right to tell our crazies to pipe down. And we're going to get to that in 1 second because I got some craziness coming out of former MSNBC anchor Joy Reid. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So, look, we could seize the moment if national Republicans would learn how to get along with the times. I don't believe any of them will. I'm curious to see what John Thune does this month or what he doesn't do, which will probably be nothing. He's not going to do anything because he's utterly useless. Meanwhile, I got Fox Now on up here, and I'm reading the damn headline that says a House committee has backed a bill to make daylight savings time permanent. Are you kidding me? That's what you people are doing? No one likes daylight savings. Nobody likes daylight savings time. But because of that, now the House of Representatives, they're tackling the issues that really matter. Are they relieving the federal gas tax? No. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Are they doing anything populist whatsoever? Never. No, they're making sure they get daylight savings time out there. It's almost like, so I swear to God, sometimes I feel like elected Republicans see Democrats being insane, and they're like, oh, you know what? So if they're at like a 9 and we just stay at an 8, we'll be okay. It is the most frustrating thing I have ever seen in all of my damn life. In all of my life. It is utterly bananas. Speaking of bananas, let's get to Joy Reid, because over the weekend, we all had to put up with the Jackson Dart Abdul Carter saga, where Abdul Carter basically came out and said that it's okay to believe whatever you want politically so long as you agree with him, which should be terrifying considering he forced his sister to dress up like a beekeeper on the night of the draft. I'm sure you saw the video. You know, hey, it's just a cultural difference. What are you going to do? Just a cultural difference. What are you going to do? Well, it turns out us Giant fans, well, we've lost a fan.
I mean, they're never going to be ignored with authority, right? I mean, they exactly. They shut up and...
Boy, not having somebody do your makeup on television really ain't looking too good for old Joy over there, are they?
Dribble is only if you are disrupting the status quo, you know? I mean, sports has always been political, and it's always been used as Americana, right? And they love it when the athletes are representing America on the court or on the field, and that's what you're supposed to do. If you're waving the flag, that's fine. If you're challenging the flag or challenging the status quo in the country, that's a problem. And that's black athletes versus white athletes. It's always been that way. When Muhammad Ali is saying he won't go to Vietnam, no one questions, well, maybe we should interrogate a little bit more why we're fighting in Vietnam. Instead, they just call him unpatriotic and throw him in jail. And so, you know, this has been the history of black athletes really from the beginning. The only way to kind of be an acceptable black athlete is to also wave the flag. But I have to say, as somebody who grew up as a Giants fan, I was repulsed by Jackson Dart. And first of all, he didn't say he was happy. He said he was pleasured to meet the president. Which is
what I think what Trump wanted to do was some pleasuring. It seems he's talking about the kid's life a lot.
I'm pleasured to meet, like, what does that even mean? First of all, he's an idiot. Okay. What do you mean you're pleasured to meet the president? Like, is English your first language? What are you saying? Right. And so I was, you know, really kind of repulsed as a Giants fan.
Oh no, guys, we lost Joy Ann Reid. Oh no. I don't know how we're going to make it through the season. I don't know what, I mean, first off, I don't believe she was a Giants fan anyway. Let's be honest here. But, you know, if you thought that was the dumbest thing Joy Reid said in that interview with that guy with snap-on Lego hair, if you thought that was the dumbest thing, no, we've got to get to America 250 because some of the acts in America 250 pulled out of the festivities. Now, look, do I really care if Milli Vanilli shows up? I really don't. I thought that was a shitty act anyway. The lineup was pretty rough to begin with. But Joy Reid had an interesting take.
They want to come to the cookout, but then they want to like lock all the black and brown people up in a concentration camp at the cookout. They want to be cruel. They want to hurt people. They want to see people get hurt. They actually, like Trump, I think that's what they have in common with them. They enjoy the violence. They enjoy seeing people mass incarcerated. They enjoy seeing the arepa lady being thrown to the ground on the street. They want mass deportation, but they also want affection from us. They want our side to love them and include them. They want all the stars to show up for America 250. They want all their favorite black celebrities to sing and dance for them, but they hate black people and they hate brown people. But please play baseball for us and entertain us. They want to go to the World Cup and see black and brown athletes, you know, kick the soccer ball down the field, but they hate black and brown people. I don't understand the psychology of it at all.
And they don't.
I'm going to tell you why you don't understand the psychology of it, because you're a dumbass and you invented that whole thing. You invented that entire scenario, the whole thing, all of it. Nobody hates black people. Nobody hates brown people. As I've said numerous times on this show, when it comes to immigration in this country, if I had my way, the first person I would deport is Prince Harry, and he's so white you can almost see through him. So it has nothing to do with whiteness or brownness or blackness or blonde hair, which apparently isn't a cultural appropriation. I think it is. I think it is, Joy. Just saying. I don't know. Maybe she doesn't understand the psychology of it because she concocted this thing in her head. It's baffling to me. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because this is what Democrats do. They invent stories, and then they don't understand them when they tell them. That's 90% of their problem. And then I look at that and I think, how are we losing to these people? How are we losing to these people? What up, Jack? I don't understand it. And it's incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. Wild stuff. We do have one more funny story to get to before we wrap up today. So, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place as we rock, as we roll. Head on over to LFATV.us. That's LFATV.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFATV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFATV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here, keep the big guy fat and happy. And we can't do it without your help. So, guys, head on over to LFATV.us and support the network over there. That's LFATV.us. What do you guys think? We got some Giant fans in the chat. Do you think we'll live without Joy Reid? Do you think we'll be able to get through the season without Joy Reid? Taking a limo to the game and occupying, all the good spaces so that we have to park on the other side of Route 3 and walk half a mile. What do you guys think? How's everybody doing today, Moto Cowboy? What's happening? B-Hop, how are you? I got a really funny one coming up next because it's two people I don't like, and to me, funny things are happening to them, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm genuinely enjoying it. Good stuff all around. Good stuff all round. So let's dive right on into this one. So Hassan Piker, genuinely one of the biggest pieces of shit in America, and his uncle, Cenk Uygur, the founder of the Young Turks, have been banned from the country of Great Britain. I just like that because I don't like them. I don't think it's funny to be banned from a country. I actually know somebody that was banned from the UK. They do this to people all the time. But because I don't like them, I'm taking great joy in it. This from the Post Millennial. Millionaire Marxist streamer Hassan Piker says British authorities have blocked him from entering the United Kingdom, where he's slated to speak, adding another controversy to the week that saw him appear at those very same anti-ICE protests in New Jersey and fall under a subpoena from the United States government. His uncle, commentator Cenk Uygur, was also slated to speak in the UK, but his visa application was rejected. Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out. Hold on. So you mean to tell me that the UK could have banned people this entire time? Instead, they allow their streets to be overrun with criminal Pakistani rapists? So what you're telling me is they did it on purpose, is what you're saying. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had been on a visa ban spree, preventing conservative supporters of English Nationalist Party from entering the country, and also banning Kanye West. He also banned the organizers of South by Southwest. I don't really understand that one. Where the two were scheduled to appear, added and had described Piker as redefining what political commentary looks like in the digital age. The Home Office has not spoken out about the visa denials, but they have confirmed it. Hassan Piker revealed during a live stream on Saturday that the electronic travel authorization had been denied, preventing him from traveling to the UK. He was speaking at South by Southwest. How the hell do you have a South by Southwest in London? Wouldn't that be a North by Northeast, whatever, not really the point. And the Oxford Union. Well, the fact that he could speak at the Oxford Union and I don't get to, I think it's kind of bullshit. But, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? It's my ball. I really want to speak at the Oxford Union. I want to go there so badly because I'm a dork. But, this is great. It's really funny. We should ban Hassan Piker from America, even if he is from New Jersey. I don't really care. One of these limousine liberals, one of these latte liberals, one of these millionaire Marxists that want to take all of your money. The guy who said that America deserved 9/11. The guy who, let's see, what else has he done? He said that America should institute Mao's form of communism. Yeah, you can kick rocks, buddy. I don't care how big you are. I met your Uncle Cenk. He was very nice, actually. But he's a pain in the ass, so, we're going to laugh about it. I bet you Anna Kasparian wouldn't get banned. That I can tell you. Guys, it is 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in Monday. Once again, if you missed the start of the show, Eli, happy Pride Month. You can finally live the life, you can finally live your true self during Pride Month. You've got 29 days, so just, do you. Do you. Enjoy it. Watch as much Star Wars as possible, which is pretty much the same thing as celebrating Pride Month. So once again, Eli, congratulations. Let's see if you're watching it this time. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. There he is. There he is. So nice of you to join the chat, Eli. I told you I was going to get you. Guys, I'll catch you all back live tomorrow. Until then, stay loud.
Today on the show, we've got one of the most consequential members of Congress that most Americans have never even heard of. And honestly, that's probably by design. Because while cable news spends every waking hour chasing the same 5 senators and the same social media influencers pretending to run the country, there are a handful of people behind the scenes who actually sit near the levers of power. One of those people is Congressman Rick Crawford. Now, let's be honest here. Arkansas is not California. It's not Texas. It's not Florida. Arkansas has barely over 3 million people. And Rick Crawford represents Arkansas's 1st congressional district, a deeply rural district most national political operatives couldn't find on a map. And yet this guy now chairs the House Intelligence Committee. That means while the media is obsessed over polling averages or whatever insane thing somebody posted on X today, Rick Crawford has been sitting in the room overseeing the intelligence community while working directly with outgoing DNI Tulsi Gabbard during one of the most politically volatile periods in modern American history, and some might say American history, period. And according to Crawford, Tulsi Gabbard wasn't just another figurehead sitting in a nice office collecting a title. No, he says she was the first DNI who actually tried to exercise authority over the intelligence apparatus instead of merely coexisting with it. That's a massive statement. So today, we're going to talk about Crawford's work with Gabbard on declassification efforts, the growing fight inside the intelligence community, the institutional resistance inside Washington, and why he believes permanent bureaucratic power, what most Americans simply call the deep state, has become embedded inside the federal government itself. We also got into the Senate logjam, the collapse of the constitutional filibuster into what Crawford basically describes as a paperwork exercise, the political fallout from Republicans who voted to impeach President Donald Trump, and the ongoing debate over election security legislation like the SAVE Act. And yes, again, we talked about the intel agencies. Crawford openly discusses the first Trump impeachment, Eric CIA Ramella, Alexander Vindman, Adam Schiff, James Comey, John Brennan, and what he believes was an organized effort by elements inside the intelligence community and law enforcement apparatus to politically cripple Trump's presidency, something this audience is very familiar with. What you are about to watch is the sitting chairman of the House Intelligence Committee offering a glimpse of how power actually functions inside Washington. And frankly, one of the most fascinating parts of the conversation was hearing Crawford explain how these agencies operate almost like overlapping kingdoms with embeds, detailees, shared systems, and permanent institutional loyalties that survive presidential administrations. At one point, he even explained how the Office of the Director of National Intelligence still operates on CIA infrastructure. Specifically, he reveals that the DNI operates on CIA-controlled computer systems. Think about that for just a second. The agency supposedly overseeing the intelligence community is sharing systems with one of the agencies it oversees. That alone tells you a lot about how Washington really works and provides a potential explanation for why the CIA has apparently been successful in resisting Tulsi Gabbard's efforts to expose the truth. And somehow, after all of that, talk about coups, impeachment, bureaucratic warfare, intelligence oversight, Ukraine, Comey, Brennan, and the future of the American administrative state, the interview ends with hot rotisserie chicken. And honestly, it may have been the most bipartisan issue discussed in Congress all year. Apparently, Washington has decided you can buy a cold rotisserie chicken with SNAP benefits, but not a hot one. Because nothing says efficient government quite like a federal bureaucracy trying to determine the constitutional status of chicken based entirely on temperature. So today on the Paul Herrell program, Congressman Rick Crawford joins us to talk about all of it: the intelligence wars, Tulsi Gabbard's legacy, the institutional battle happening inside government, and yes, the great rotisserie chicken rebellion of 2026. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
Congressman Rick Crawford is with us. Rick, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. Better than I deserve.
It's great to have you back. Let me start with the first question. Could the two of us possibly be looking at the next director of national intelligence?
Hit
you right out of the gate there,
wow.
Congressman.
Didn't expect that one. I'm telling you, I love doing my job. I love the position I'm in now. If President Trump called me and said, hey, I need you to do this job, who knows what's likely to happen. But I'm thrilled with the job that I have now, and I'm not looking for a new one.
And you've been on that committee 2018. Is that when you first joined?
2017.
2017.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So almost 10 years. Yeah.
Wow. Being the chair of it now, it would seem only logical, to be looked at hard for that position.
Well, here's probably something to consider too. Our margin in the House is one vote.
Yeah.
That could really throw things into a major uproar, which is why I think it's probably not likely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't imagine that, if the president called me up, hey, I need you to be DNI, and then Speaker Johnson is going to be like, Mr. President, you're insane.
Mm-hmm.
So those dynamics will probably govern that decision.
Okay. So, Tulsi Gabbard, we've been talking about this for a long time. She is certainly seems to be a consistent bright spot in the administration when it comes to exposing the truth, the, intel oligarchy kind of revealed. And she's really done, from what we can see, she's turning everything over, criminal referrals to the DOJ, that sort of thing. Obviously, the last time you were on the program about 6 months ago, we were talking about your work with her, uncovering the fact that, hey, look, you had this report that showed that Obama basically ordered a fake intel assessment, framed President Trump for treason and everything else. So talk a little bit about Tulsi Gabbard. I know you released a statement, but also you worked with her recently again to reveal information about the fake
right.
impeachment,
exactly.
How that was a hoax.
Yeah, we had sort of I guess you might call it somewhat of a battle rhythm. We were working closely together on some things. She's a great partner, and I just personally, this is a loss for us. I think, in the intel community. I think she was doing the things that the president campaigned on and was giving me the space to be able to partner with her on those things that I campaigned on, along with the president. I mean, this is what Republicans said we were going to do. If you give us power, here's what we'll do. And the deep state is so entrenched that it's very, very difficult. And the stuff's not going to happen immediately, but we were making great progress. We came out of the gate, as you recall. I mean, we came out early on and pushing for the release of those documents. And I mean, I hurt some feelings and ruffled some feathers in the process of it, but not hers. She was a willing partner, and she gladly received that information and was able to declassify and get that information out to the American people, which they needed to see.
Can you tell us which feathers were ruffled?
I mean, you know, people in the IC, you know, that felt like, you know, I was being too aggressive, or, you know, there's sort of this built-in institutional pushback against oversight. That's part of the entrenchment of the bureaucrats that reside in the deep state. That's what we're there to upend. And, you know, made some people mad. That's okay. I mean, you know, I answer to you, I answer to you, I answer to the people in the 1st District that sent me there to do those very things. So if it hurts your feelings, sorry, not sorry. That's my job.
Well, you know, speaking of just a question that it's been, you know, sort of a frustration, I think, with conservatives or Republicans in that, you know, given the House, given the Senate, given the presidency, and there just seems to be this never-ending logjam, especially right now in the Senate, and there's just a lot of frustration. We're seeing right now just constant, you know, people that have, if Trump's not for you right now, you probably are going to lose your primary. Mm-hmm. And I just don't know if that's sending a strong enough message to Senate Majority Leader Thune there. How would you classify the logjam, and are y'all having conversations in the House on what you can do to help alleviate that?
Well, this logjam, there's a legislative logjam, and certainly there's a political construct to that, somewhat of a political dynamic, and we can unpack that if you want. But there's also the institutional logjam that exists that is created by politicians, and here's why. I don't know who was the first one to do this. I'm not trying to blame any particular president, but when you take your appointees and the last thing you do as you leave office is take them off your senior executive schedule and put them as a GS in the bureaucracy, they're now there forever. I mean, it's like somebody's got to commit murder practically, and then you might even be able to get away with that before you can be terminated as a federal employee. It's not easy to terminate a federal employee. So it's very often the case that as the last thing that an executive does, a president does on their way out, is to populate those middle management positions and put them on the GS so that it's harder for them to be moved. Now you've got your operatives in those bureaus that are there as long as they want to be. That's a hard thing to overcome.
Right.
And so, again, I don't know who was the first president to do that, but it happens all the time, and that's how you create the deep state. It's been going on for a long, long time, and those individuals end up as sort of permanent fixtures in a given agency. And we tend to think about the deep state as the national security complex, that is the IC, the Department of War, you know, that kind of thing. And it's just, it permeates every agency. And USDA. I mean, when you've got individuals that work for USDA that are espousing DEI initiatives and you know, the kind of the woke stuff that they're trying to incorporate into the workplace, that's a hard thing to overcome. And they're there. They're not just the appointees. They're helping the appointees, as the case may be, or they may be pushing back against the appointees, for example, the Trump administration, where they're encountering all these what were political appointees, but that are now full-fledged, civil servant bureaucrats that are all in for example, the Obama agenda or the Biden agenda. So,
well, this wasn't on our list of questions to ask here, Paul, but just kind of following up in that vein, do you think the Save America Act has any chance?
You would think after what happened in Texas last night, that should be the clarion call.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is pretty much a 75% issue, which means you've got a significant number of Democrats that are agreeing. And yet, for whatever reason, John Thune has refused to address it. Bill Cassidy, out of the pool. John Cornyn, he's gone. Tom Tillis is punched out, and
so not to have the courage to even run.
Right. He knew the handwriting was on the wall for him, and there may be some others. My point is, this is easy. This is something that at least 75% of the American people say, yes, let's do this. What's the holdup?
Right.
What's the problem? And then they hide behind this filibuster rule. Okay, I understand. I don't serve in the Senate, and I don't pretend to know the ins and outs of their, arcane rules. But I'm not sure they know the ins and outs of their rules. But what we do know is that the filibuster has become nothing more than an administrative act. Yeah. It's not a physical act like it used to be and what it was intended to be. And that is to say, I don't like this piece of legislation. I'm going to physically go to the floor, and I'm going to block it by my voice. I'm going to stand there in the well, and I'm going to speak till I drop. Rarely does that happen. And there have been times in history when you had people that would go down to the floor and just read the Bible. Because they don't have to say anything. They just have to claim the time and speak. Mm-hmm. So they'll find anything in the world to read so that they're consuming their time and making that point that we're going to stop. Now, it's like they just go, filibuster.
Yeah.
And then leadership goes, oh, okay, he said filibuster, so we have to capitulate. What about making them actually do it instead of, an administrative box-checking exercise?
I think that's the government that we're entitled to as Americans, and it kind of dawned on us a couple of months ago when the talk about the filibuster was at its height, and I realized the average age of these senators on both the left and the right. Pulling a 24-hour or 48-hour might put them in the hospital, some of these guys. And I don't say that as trying to be mean. Mm-hmm. I'm saying if you look at some of these, the job with the original filibuster, the way it was meant to, and it was meant to have a robust debate and have, guys that are able to physically do the job. And so it kind of dawned on me, some of these guys physically aren't capable of doing that.
Well, 100%. And that's part of the deal, okay? If you are physically incapable of actually going down to the well of the Senate floor and engaging in the physical filibuster, then maybe you need to think differently about what they've done. They've made a special accommodation for folks that, well, maybe, he's got, a problem that he can't stay on the floor for more than 30 minutes. Well, we'll just go ahead and he claimed the right of filibuster, so therefore we'll recognize that and acknowledge it. Well, then everybody's doing it that way.
Yeah, sure.
So does the filibuster exist or does it not? And my way of thinking is it does not exist anymore. What they're doing is no longer a filibuster. It's an administrative objection that's being sanctioned by our leadership. The majority is saying, okay, you said filibuster, so that's good enough. That's a problem. Yeah. And look, if you're not for nuking the filibuster, okay, then just make it work. And I guarantee you, if you actually make the filibuster work, fewer and fewer people will invoke filibuster, because if they know that this actually requires an action, they're not going to do that because they don't want to miss a fundraising dinner or whatever,
Well, good. Us we conservatives, we can't predict the future here, but it just, I don't know if it's call it a black pill or just call it a pessimistic view of it, but we just feel like there's no chance that Chuck Schumer won't nuke the filibuster when he gets back into power, because I think there's just going to be an immense pressure on him from the far left.
The evidence was Harry Reid.
Mm-hmm.
Harry Reid did it. I mean, and then, we acted like we were surprised by that. We shouldn't be surprised by that. And I think everybody knows, we're going to nuke the filibuster. They say they're going to do things. Believe if they get in power, that's what they're going to try to do, because they've demonstrated it time and time again. Yeah. They say they want to expand the Supreme Court. If they get in power, that's what they're going to attempt to do. If they say they want to nuke the filibuster and they get in power, that's what they're going to do. And you know what? The only way to prevent that from happening is a preemptive nuking of the filibuster. That is to say, if you're going to claim the right of filibuster as the minority and then turn around and promise to get rid of the filibuster when you're in the majority, that's a problem. And you should probably just say, well, guess what? We're just going to make you, force you, if you're going to, exercise a filibuster, it's actually going to be a physical filibuster. It's not going to be a paper transaction.
And we may be naive about it, Congressman, but from our perspective, if two things were to happen, these redistricting attempts continue to be successful. We suffered a setback there in Alabama. We'll see if that holds up if it goes to the Supreme Court. But with the redistricting and all of that, and then the Save America Act, where, of course, people are going to continue to find workarounds to it, right? But if they're having to actually produce that identification and prove that they are a United States citizen, we've got all of these blue states that are issuing driver's licenses to non-citizens coming across the border. Here's your driver's license, here's your Medicaid card, all of this stuff, right? It's very frustrating. Those two things give conservatives a lot of hope that, hey, this is not going to be a bloodbath in November, that hopefully we can still hold these chambers and we can get this log jam undone here because that filibuster is out of the way.
Yeah.
I know we're talking a lot about the Senate there, but it's just it's just very frustrating, and we're seeing the fallout there with Cassidy. I think Cassidy was a sitting duck as soon as he voted for the impeachment.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, here's the thing, and I know Cassidy. I've known him for a long time. I don't know him well. Never really worked closely with him. But what I'll say about him and several others, when they made the decision to vote yes on impeachment, the calculation was this will be the end of Trump, and it'll be the end of MAGA.
Perfect.
And so it'll be safe for me to do this. I'll be protected because on the other side of this, people will go, what a hero. He helped end, the reign of Trump and MAGA and all this. And they thought they were taking this principled stand, convinced that Trump was never coming back. This was going to lead to the complete and utter removal of him and anybody who followed him. And this was sort of a reclamation of the GOP and their image. They didn't calculate on what the people thought.
Yeah.
They didn't calculate on him having the ability and what he was saying, having the long-term resonance with the American people. Gross miscalculation. He's not the only one. There's some House members that suffered the same fate, and there may be one or two senators that are still to go. But this was one of the most egregious. This was done specifically because he thought he could outlast Trump.
And this was the second impeachment, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
The January 6th impeachment.
Right, which, of course, I think a lot of Americans believe that it was just a giant effort to squash populism and make sure Trump could never run again. We now, have the information about the plainclothes FBI agents that were in the crowd. A lot of people just they don't believe it was as bad as 9/11, like some of the Democrats said. It just comes across now as, and there's a reason that term Fedsurrection comes up. There's a lot of people that still have a ton of questions about it, and being given guided tours of the Capitol, that sort of thing. So the whole thing just stinks to high heaven. And but I think the impeachment question kind of goes back to the first impeachment. So let's talk about that, okay? I think it's incredibly coincidental. I think God has a sense of humor that this guy, Eric, I don't even know how to pronounce his last name.
Charmella.
Well, I pronounce it CIA Ramella because literally CIA is in the first three letters of this guy's name. So Eric CIA Ramella, tell us about these new revelations that the first impeachment was essentially bogus. There was no evidence. There's a criminal referral. Even an inspector general's been referred to the DOJ for prosecution over this. And, of course, your favorite guy, Adam Schiff, is involved as well.
Yeah. So lots going on there. This guy, Eric Charmella, he was given whistleblower status. There's a reason why, that whistleblower statute exists to protect individuals who are coming to Congress with real information that's necessary for us to engage in our Article 1 oversight authority. So we are sensitive about the protection of whistleblowers. In this case, I don't think he was a legitimate whistleblower. I think this was an op. He was involved with Adam Schiff. I think he was being handled. I don't know if he was being handled by Adam Schiff. I don't know what Adam Schiff is capable of handling, but he was involved with Adam Schiff and Eric Swalwell, I believe, as well. And that is how we got the first Trump impeachment. And this was done. There were a couple other people involved. One of these guys is now running for Senate in Florida, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. By the way, his twin brother is a member of Congress from Virginia. And you want to talk about a scumbag of the lowest order, both of them, in my opinion, are. And Vindman was one of these that was brought in to talk about, that he was present during this, phone call in question and all this other kind of stuff. So this was what they were going to do, as characterize this phone call that Trump had with Zelensky. And that was out of bounds, but they didn't say anything about Joe Biden basically holding $1 billion over the head of Ukraine based on having their one of their political appointees fired, or we're going to withhold the money. So nothing was ever said about that, but they focused in on President Trump and that obsession. And of course, that was the essence of his first impeachment. Complete and utter fabrication. And keep in mind also, we're dealing with Zelensky. I mean, I can give you my assessment of Zelensky, which also sort of makes me question the validity of this impeachment move, because Zelensky is as corrupt as anybody. And there are a whole lot of Ukrainian oligarchs that have gotten rich as a result of Zelensky being the president of Ukraine. But he is our corrupt guy, because he's standing up against Putin. So therefore, he's our guy. You see the problem that we have here? Yeah. So I've had a problem with the whole Ukraine. I don't want to see Ukraine fall to the Russians. I tend to call them reflexively the Soviets, because the reason I say that they don't exist anymore except in Putin's mind, because he is a Cold War Soviet spy that is trying to reconstitute the Soviet Union. May not call it the Soviet Union, but he's trying to rebuild that former greatness of the Soviet Union. And it starts with Ukraine for a variety of reasons. Number one, his mother's Ukrainian. A lot of people don't know that. Believe it or not, agriculture has a lot to do with Ukraine and the value to the Soviet Union in the previous iteration of that empire. So from Russian perspective, it enhances their ability for food security to have this vital and prolific ag region under their control. There's a lot of considerations. Their access to the Black Sea, all those kinds of things, vital to the expansion of Russia. And Russia has throughout history been sort of a xenophobic type country where they have surrounded themselves by satellite states for protection. Heck, their Kremlin is built that way. I mean, it's all part of their history, and the Soviet Union built on that, and they created these Soviet republics. And you see now Ukraine is one of them. That's a former Soviet republic, along with others that have broken away, and some, like Poland, have embraced capitalism and have moved to the West and have moved to the United States. Ukraine kind of did, but that just really did not sit well with Putin, going back to 2014 when he essentially annexed Crimea without ever having to fire a shot. And what did President Obama do? He provided blankets to the Ukrainians. Not necessarily bad to have blankets, but not necessarily what you would qualify as a defensive application. unless you were going to, smother Russian soldiers that were coming across the border, then it probably wouldn't be a very effective weapon. So you get my point. And then so President Trump comes in, has a conversation with Zelensky, and that conversation is characterized by Eric Chermella and validated by Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and now we've got an impeachment on our hands. And that's what that whole thing was predicated on.
I remembered Vindman was constantly going on CNN, MS Now. He would always wear his military garb when he would go on there, had the glasses.
Yeah, but it wasn't necessary.
By the way, you don't wear a uniform in the White House. Now, you do have military that do wear uniforms. They are typically there as sort of White House aides. They serve kind of like hosts. So you'll see uniformed military lower, generally going to be 03s and below. And then the enlisted ranks, obviously the Marines that are guards and so on. But this is a guy who was on the National Security Council. Those guys don't wear uniforms. But it was important to him that when he showed up to the intel hearing, that he showed up in uniform.
Theater.
Right.
Yes, because he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that, by gosh, he's a lieutenant colonel. And he even attempted to dress down Devin Nunes. When Devin Nunes referred to him as Mr. Vindman, he said, "Excuse me, I am Colonel Vindman." And I just said, if it were me, you don't even want to get me started on that. Because that was done to remind everybody that, because he's military, he is above reproach. Bull.
Back to the phone call, though. There was also something, there's a lot of people that think that the content of that phone call, what he was impeached over, wasn't actually what made the intel oligarchy upset, because President Trump did mention CrowdStrike having the server, the DNC server, and I don't know. Do you know anything about that?
No, I mean, there were a number of pretexts, for that action. And it's hard to keep track of all of them because they were just grasping at straws to try to be able to pull together some viable impeachment proceeding. And
well, it makes you wonder too if it wasn't so much about the question he was asking, it was fear of the rabbit trail that he was about to go down. Like, would that answer lead him to something else?
Possibly.
And gone down there.
And this was also right after the Russia collusion hoax. You had Mueller, who had already testified, I believe. He was just, and it was a big nothing burger. And so then this phone call, fake impeachment comes to reinforce this idea. Oh, really? He really is a bad guy. And he's corrupt, and now he's trying to get a foreign leader to give him dirt on, his political opponent, which is really ironic to say because that's exactly what they did.
And now they sit back and talk about, the Democrats wring their hands over being so concerned about the weaponization of these agencies when that's exactly what they do. And this is, they have the demonstrated track record of having done that on multiple occasions during the Trump administration. I mean, they attempted to overthrow the President of the United States, the duly elected president, 45th President of the United States. They attempted to overthrow him. That was a coup attempt. And it was orchestrated by Barack Obama. Now, Hillary Clinton was involved in it as well. She was a willing participant. She was not an unwitting accomplice or any of that. She was a willing partner in that effort, along with many in the IC, high-profile principals like James Comey, the FBI director, like Brennan, CIA director, what's his name from the DIA, Clapper, and then you had some underlings there, people like Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, FBI, DOJ, all of these, Bill Priestap, Bruce and Nellie, or a laundry list of folks that were all part of this cabal of people that were engaged in an effort to overthrow the duly elected president of the United States. Now, they're trying to make that go away. Memory hole, that never happened, but it was never enough for them to be able to hang their hat on as an impeachment predicate. They couldn't get there because they knew, because of Mueller's work, and Mueller was he was not he didn't have full control of his faculties.
It was like a foreshadowing of what we were going to face with Biden for 4
Exactly.
years.
Yeah.
And so I think they put him there knowing what his mental capacity was, with the hopes that they could just, ramrod this review and be able to say, yep, it's legit, let's go forward and impeach.
Right.
Didn't work out that way. So they had to find some other thing. So the Russia hoax, melted in front of their eyes, and that was what they had pinned their hopes on. That became non-viable as an impeachment predicate. So they had to do something else. So they cooked up this Ukraine scandal. And here's how you know what the Democrats are doing. They accuse you of doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Therefore, they're gonna, like, for example, they accuse Trump of misdealings in Ukraine. Who was really doing misdealings in Ukraine? Well, that was one Joe Biden and his son Hunter.
Yeah.
Those were the two. And Joe Biden said it, bragged about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right there on that panel. I can still see him. We've all seen the clip, him sitting there on stage.
So James Comey and John Brennan have recently gone on, national TV, and they've talked about how they're in communication with these lifers in the FBI or the intel community and that sort of thing, and they're telling them to hold on for one more day or it's going to get better and that sort of thing. James Comey recently indicted for the seashell photo, 8647. A judge a couple of days ago or today, I can't remember, has moved his trial from July, granted his request to move it from July to October. What are your thoughts on James Comey? In terms, I know what your thoughts are in general of him as a human being and his character, but 8647, I kind of look at, I arguably, Rick, what I look at, I look at somebody like James Comey and I say, okay, he's arguably one of the nation's, most powerful spies, a former spy. I look at these heads of these intel, and I know FBI is not supposed to be intel, it's domestic, but come on, to me, it's the modern day general. Your modern day general who has troops loyal to him that are embedded in the government, and this guy goes out and we're told finds 8647 according to his story, takes a photo of it. I mean, I'm very comfortable with him being indicted for whatever, because I think it's reasonable, and I don't think the indictment alleges this, but I think it's reasonable to suggest that he could be sending coded messages to people within the government.
Well, so I think my opinion of Comey is he's a complete scumbag. I've probably shared that sentiment with you before. I think he's not stupid, but he's extremely childish, and it's hard for me to imagine someone in the position that he's been in throughout his career and with the education that he has that still conducts himself like an 8th grader on social media.
Yeah.
Like, grow up, dude. I mean, you're going to look, I just happened upon this, shell formation. Grow up, man. You owe the American people more than this. Whether you hate Trump or not is neither here nor there. That is so ridiculously inane and immature that it's a disgrace. However, innocuous you may feel that it was, that you're so stupid and immature that you would actually do it. Whether it's enough to build a case on him, I don't know. I think that there's plenty of other stuff.
Yeah,
sure,
that's true.
Yeah,
this is to me probably like, Al Capone going after him on tax evasion.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know. I don't know if that sticks. I'd love to see him, with a, an orange jumpsuit and holding up a name and a number. I don't think this is enough to get him there. But there's plenty of material to work with that would get him there, along with his buddies Jim Clapper, John Brennan, and some of these others.
Yeah. But listen, folks, it was about his wife who used to be a server in a restaurant and 86 that order. That's what he said. He went on CNN and said that.
So on that,
what
though,
are you trying to
what
do?
do you think of Todd Blanche? I mean, the SPLC case was pretty incredible in terms of they've been essentially false flagging the nation for decades, which is interesting. But what are your thoughts on Todd Blanche? Do you think that he's going to move against these deep state lifers?
He's showing a lot more propensity for aggressive prosecution than what Pam Bondi did. We'll see. I mean, I hope he's somebody that really goes after and tries to root these just really rotten to the core individuals. This is a deep, deep rot in our government. And it's not by accident. They're there for the reasons we've discussed. They got there in the ways that we've discussed. And they're not going anywhere unless we have a very aggressive attorney general that says, yep, you are going somewhere. And so I'm hoping that he's that guy.
So Catherine Herridge has this report about how the CIA was monitoring Tulsi Gabbard's Diggs group. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, as somebody who's, you're the chairman, your committee, Intel is oversight. I'm not saying that it's unprecedented. I suspect it's probably not, but it's been public, it's public knowledge now, if her report is accurate, that they were pushing back against some of her mandates, whether it was JFK assassination, RFK assassination, COVID origin, direct energy weapons, and I'm probably leaving one out. But
yeah, even unconfirmed reports about her office being raided, which we found out that was not really
true. Not
raided,
raided, but the boxes apparently were taken back. What are your thoughts on this? What do you do in this situation?
So I think you've kind of got to revisit the entire history of the DNI, which is not long. The DNI is a result of the 9/11 Commission review and recommendation, and it was 2005, I believe, when they stood up the ODNI and the first DNI was named. Tulsi is the first DNI to actually be a DNI. The rest were figureheads.
Yeah.
She took the job seriously, which is why it's a big loss for us. She was doing the job. See, the rest of them were occupying a chair. And like, well, look at me. They were rubber stamping, they were doing whatever, but they never really were. If you look at the org chart, here's the DNI, here's the rest of the IC. They never took that mandate. Never. She's the first one that said, here's what we're going to do, and started doing it. And that really upsets some people. So she started the DIG, that's the Directors Initiative Group, to do, very aptly named, to start digging. But we have to go back to 2005 when the ODNI was stood up. They never did create their own computer system network. They operated on the CIA system, still do.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where you run into problems. And so it's not necessarily to say that the CIA is monitoring in as much as you're on the same network. Yep. That's probably true. So I'm not going to characterize this by saying that the CIA has got some sort of op that they're running against the DNI. I don't think that would be appropriate to make that characterization or any kind of assessment. But when you're on the same network, then it's safe to say you've probably got some accesses that, that's where that's the mistake I think that was made when they stood up the ODNI. Prior to that, you had the Director of Central Intelligence. The last Director of Central Intelligence was Porter Goss. When they stood up the ODNI, they named him CIA Director, and then the DNI was named. And I can't even remember who the DNI was, but on the org chart, the DNI is supposed to be the administrative overseer of the intelligence community. That is the traffic cop that makes sure everybody, all the lanes are working like they should, that everybody's communicating together as they should. And nobody took that mandate seriously until Tulsi Gabbard.
So is it your? I would say it's probably fair to say it's your assessment that there needs to be a wall put in by the next DNI.
I think they're working on that, and that again, I think she was working toward that, and was a lot of the reason why she was not necessarily sitting at the cool kids table.
Yeah.
I mean, you said that there's not, you wouldn't characterize it as an op against her, but it sounds to me like you don't. It doesn't have to be an op because, as we were talking about earlier, if you've got these people who are embedded that haven't been fired, I think we've got a lot of honestly just card-carrying communists.
So
if they're using the same computer systems, the question is why would they do that? It's why wouldn't they do that if they can? If there's people that are trying to protect the CIA's dirty laundry.
Also, look at the ODNI construct. The ODNI was never stood up to be an operational entity. So what was it supposed to be? Well, it was supposed to be comprised of essentially embeds from various elements of the IC. So you've got people from the FBI embedded. You've got people from the CIA embedded. You've got the DIA and various defense elements. There are 18 IC elements, agencies within the intelligence community. The big ones that we think about are the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. Those are always the three that we think about. But you've got the DIA, you've got the Department of Energy, you've got Treasury, you've got DOJ, you've got all the military branches each have their own intelligence agency. You've got the DEA. You've got. I mean, I could go through and list all of them, but they all comprise the IC writ large, which means every one of them have embeds into the ODNI. So any one of them could be reporting back to their parent agency and are, which is also part of the problem. And you need the subject matter expertise, the institutional understanding that resides in specific agencies. You've got the real technical stuff that you deal with in the NGA and the NRO that we don't even hear about. That's dealing with a lot of the overhead stuff. The NSA. There's a lot of technical stuff that the ODNI needs that expertise, that subject matter expertise. But we also need to understand how the CIA works. Okay, we're going to bring in some detailees to come in, and they're going to work for us for a year or two. Well, they work for the CIA. They just happen to be detailed or embedded with ODNI. Therefore, that conduit of communication back to the parent agency is still very robust.
Right. They've got eyes and ears in their boss's office.
Sure. And so when you talk about, a raid, first off, the CIA doesn't raid anything. The CIA never does it. They always find somebody else to do it. Okay? I mean, so the CIA is, and first off, CIA is not a law enforcement agency. They don't have any authority to raid anything. But they do have a presence in the ODNI. And could they do a review of documents in custody of the ODNI and say, we think we have a legitimate claim to these documents in this box, in this file box here. We're going to take this back to the CIA. And the DNI says, okay, and doesn't challenge that because maybe she did a legal review and said, yep, you do have a legitimate right to those documents, and I'm not going to contest that. And so we've got some irresponsible individuals that characterize that as a raid. Maybe I would have been more comfortable at least keeping copies of those documents. But the legal back and forth that takes place between agencies, it may have been, not a hill to die on. If you follow what I'm thinking, it's like, okay, I'm not going to get into a legal spat over something, particularly when my attorneys might be advising me, don't go there because you're going to lose. Go ahead and let them have the documents. Okay, that's not a raid. And then, I'm not, I don't want to downplay this, but I also don't want to throw kerosene on it.
Yeah.
The reality is the connections between these agencies exist. And if you have an FBI detailee working for the CIA, which they are, there's a good chance that FBI detailee is telling everything back to the boss. That's normal. So what is it that this FBI detailee has to offer the CIA that the CIA couldn't do by themselves? Well, they got a badge and a gun, for one thing. The CIA doesn't. So that's why you have these interactions between agencies, because authorities can be limiting factors. The CIA has no domestic authority. The only way they can do anything is in partnership with a domestic agency are an agency that has domestic authority. That could be the FBI, it could be the Marshals, it could be the Secret Service, it could be any, HSI, it could be any number of agencies that they need to partner with because they've got some problem they're trying to get after, and their authorities are limited to foreign targets.
Right.
And even on foreign targets, they don't necessarily have any kind of legal adjudicative authority. So that's where these relationships are important.
Let me ask you about bringing the intel oligarchy to heel. If we get 2 years down the road from where we are now, and there's really no accountability, we haven't had those handcuff moments, perp walks or whatever.
Right.
Whether it's Comey, Brennan, any of those guys that you've mentioned, what does that mean? What does it mean to you? What does it mean to the American people when we voted for accountability, but we don't actually get it because maybe the system depends on this corruption? I don't know.
Well, I think what you have in each of these agencies, and it's depending on the agency, it's worse than in some than others, but there is an institutional center of gravity that tends to get a hold of the individual. That's very, very difficult to overcome this gravitational pull that's created. And when you have somebody like Tulsi Gabbard who essentially defied gravity and said, we're going to do it this way, the reason that she was able to do that is because of the construct of the ODNI, separate and apart from overseeing. She took that job serious and said, looking at the org chart, I'm actually over these guys. I'm not a partner with them. Want to have a good relationship, want to do the things that the president asked me to do, and I'm going to exercise that as the top of the org chart.
Right.
Nobody ever did that before. So that center of gravity didn't necessarily exist in the same context as it does in other agencies. So she was able to overcome that, and in doing that, kind of ruffled the feathers of the principles of several other agencies. Like, we don't like, it wasn't even the principles in many cases. It was that middle management that we talked about that are, ideologically aligned with a certain president, and so therefore they are put into the bureaucracy in perpetuity, and they're there to do the bidding of a particular administration. And those people rise to the level of the seventh floor, and they want to park there and stay there. And that's where that center of gravity exists. And it's a hard, hard thing to overcome. And it's going to take somebody with the intestinal fortitude of a Tulsi Gabbard to first recognize it, and second, say, I'm going to overcome that. If I got to put on my moon boots or whatever it is I got to do to defy gravity, that's what I'm going to do. And she was willing to do it. And in my opinion, she's going to be a tough act to follow.
Sure.
It's going to have to be somebody that recognizes what she was trying to do.
Sounds like you
supports it.
You recognize that, Rick. Sounds like you would be a great choice.
Let's get this clip to the president.
Yeah, let's do it.
I am not lobbying for that job because the reality is it would imperil the majority.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I get it. I mean, we don't want that. Like in terms of we don't want to have to see impeachment 3 and 4 and all and everything that they're going to do. Go ahead, Rob.
Well, Mark Wayne Mullen, obviously, that was one that I've heard nothing but good things out of his new direction there. I think he was following a much different situation. She I'm not going to talk ill of her, but it was all about her on a horse and all of this stuff. And Mark Wayne Mullen's he's not about that life.
Mark Wayne Mullen has, whatever anybody thinks about him, he's a self-made man. He has an abundance of common sense. He's a personable guy that I've known for years, have a good relationship with him, and actually quite a bit in common. I mean, going back to some of the rodeo days and whatnot, he's kind of done an awful lot of the same things. But the other interesting thing about how he ended up in that position is because you knew that governor was going to appoint a senator immediately to backfill that would be a Republican. Easy. Well, that's what happens on the Senate side. If you go to a Republican state, I need this guy to come serve in the administration. The Republican president's going to go, okay, and they're going to put in a Republican senator, and they're going to do it quickly.
Sure.
You don't appoint a member of the House temporarily. So it would require a special election, and that takes time.
Yeah.
That can't happen in 2 or 3 weeks. That has to, because you can't appoint an interim member of Congress like you can a senator. You just can't do that. It has to be an election. So there would have to be a special election, and it's conceivable that, and this is why this is not even, I think, a tenable position. It's conceivable that with our margins as they are now, you could lose the majority in real time and throw everything into chaos.
Yeah. It's not as if Arkansas 1 would flip to a Democrat
No,
once the special election would happen. It's the fact that you don't have that Speaker of the House vote. You know, when it comes time to
100%, and that's really the issue. And I mean, but I am just honored and thrilled to be in the position I'm in to chair the Intel Committee, and it's for things like this. I mean, it's being able to work with somebody like Tulsi, and I hope that whoever comes after her is as formidable and committed as she's been.
Well, I know we're short on time, but we wanted to talk about some rotisserie chicken.
Oh, real quick, yeah. Tell us about hot rotisserie chicken versus cold rotisserie chicken.
So,
and you really, I know you guys have got somewhere you have to be. So,
so here's the thing about this. You know, you can debate about SNAP benefits, food stamps, all day. People have, you know, I'm for rooting out fraud. I'm for all that. But it's okay to buy cold rotisserie chicken with food stamps. But you can't buy hot rotisserie chicken. How does that make sense?
It does not.
I don't know. They're like $5 too. You know,
Well,
they're really handy.
And
here's the other thing. You just nailed it right there. They are so cheap. I can buy a hot rotisserie chicken for $5 or $6, or I can go over to the chicken case in the meat aisle and buy a whole chicken that costs more, and I got to cook it.
Yeah.
The value that you get out of a hot rotisserie chicken. So if we're about trying to deliver taxpayer value, this is the way to go.
Right.
And quite frankly, I'm a big fan of hot rotisserie chicken.
Me too, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
Say.
In full disclosure, I spent the last 2 hours doing 2 recipes, which we'll have out on video, where I used hot rotisserie chicken to show how to make. I did a chicken enchilada casserole, and then I did some chicken pot pies.
Yeah. Nice.
And so we'll have that up, the video, and we'll send you a link to it when it's done. But we literally just did that because the value of being able to do this, and we're trying to get people who are using SNAP benefits to make better food choices.
Yeah.
And give them some ideas. I'll tell you this: you can put a hot rotisserie chicken on the table, back it up with some mashed potatoes and green beans, and that's a meal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it costs. It's a great value not only to the people that are eating that meal, but to the taxpayers who are supporting the programs.
Yeah.
So I think it's a win all the way around.
Yeah, well, you can grab a chicken, you can pull the meat, use it for
100%.
different things. Yep. My wife will make quesadillas with them, as you mentioned there.
Chicken salad.
Oh,
chicken salad.
Yeah, you can do chicken tacos, all that stuff. We could go on.
So this bit's a piece of legislation that's going in the Farm Bill to try to
would allow for that.
Yeah, it passed the House. It's in the Farm Bill.
Okay.
In the House version. I can't imagine the Senate's going to try to strip that out. This thing passed. I mean, there were like 35 people that didn't vote for it. And I came home and my daughter, she's like, Dad, who are those 35 people that voted against hot rotisserie chicken? Because she was hearing about it at school.
Wow. Yeah. So
You
just
know?
people that are just automatic no votes
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine the Senate's going to go, let's die on that hill. You know, but you never know.
Well,
That's the Senate.
We all understand the cupcakes, Little Debbie cupcakes versus,
They say they say that candy and soda have actually decreased in price because less people are buying them.
Amazing.
And now that you can't use the SNAP benefits.
Yeah.
You know,
But you can go get a cake mix and make a
That's
cake.
right.
You're welcome to do that.
That's right.
But rather than
Ingredients versus the finished product. So
Right.
Yeah.
I can't go and buy a birthday cake, but I can go buy a cake mix and make a birthday cake.
There you go.
Okay, fair enough.
I think I think taxpayers can get behind that.
Congressman Rick Crawford, I know you got to go. Thanks so much. We appreciate
You bet.
it.
Enjoyed it.
For centuries, Light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
Man, it's an honor to be in the studio, as always, when I can be here. So
Interesting. We videoed something with Congressman Rick Crawford today. We'll air that on Monday. That's going to be exciting because, there's just a lot of revelations that came out of that. But last night was the story, right? And we saw this, man. We saw what the power of the conservative wing, the power of a Donald Trump endorsement, the power of conservatives who are frustrated with elected officials not doing what they were elected to do. Mm-hmm. And by the way, you're gone. I think we could all, sort of predicted Cassidy. He voted to impeach Trump down there in Louisiana, the senator. Thomas Massey was also a person that went against Trump. I think that was a little bit more predictable. But Cornyn wasn't as overtly anti-Trump as some other ones. Cornyn
was more just like a snake, let's say.
You could argue that Cornyn was a lot more bipartisan than so a lot of senators. I don't know. You could say that. Excuse me. But what I've said on the show previously, and I'll reiterate this is not the time for bipartisanship. The American people were tired of the way things were going, and they put the Republicans in charge of all three, right? The Senate, the House, and the presidency. And of course, we want to go a step further here with the legislative branch and the Supreme Court. The American people put Republicans in charge of that. And if you don't do what you were elected to do, then you're out of office.
Yeah, I'm really glad you bring that up because there's a bunch of people that have made that observation. But I would say this. There are these little, actually they're glaring. There are these glaring inconsistencies, and John Cornyn was certainly one of those inconsistencies. This is the red state of Texas.
Yeah.
This is the state that is, supposedly can secede at any time they want. Now, obviously, they would be opposition to that, but this is a state that's supposed to be like sovereign with a capital S. Now, all states are supposed to be. But, this is a state that has, their own electrical infrastructure. They really don't have to depend on anybody. They actually have, anytime a power line crosses in the state of Texas, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is true, they have DC-AC alternating, switches to where if there's ever some sort of cascading failure that's actually going to destroy hardware, Texas is insulated from that.
Sure.
And yet they have been one of the states over the last 25, 30 years completely overrun at the southern border.
Mm-hmm.
And your Senator John Cornyn is soft on that.
Yeah.
He has been. Now, think about what a middle finger that is. That you have a guy who put out in Spanish a video about amnesty. You have a guy who is, presided over this invasion of the third world. Now, you could say, well, it was Biden's fault. There's nobody in Texas, though, that really believed that John Cornyn was doing everything he could to stop the flow of illegals, destroying the state of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's these big glaring inconsistencies. Like, how does this happen? How does one of the most conservative states in the union that, prides itself on being self-sufficient and everything else, how do they get stuck for decades with somebody like John Cornyn? You could say the same thing for one of the other most religiously conservative states, South Carolina. How do they get stuck with an alleged sodomite warmonger in Lindsey Graham? Like, how does that happen?
That Trump gave a full-throated endorsement of here recently.
Yeah, we've got a Graham watch. We're gonna talk about that. But it's frustrating.
But, that one, honestly, if Donald Trump's got his perfect endorsement record here, I would love to see it shattered with Lindsey Graham, but that's just me, and I know that's you as
that's
well.
it. And I think that's the audience. I mean, I don't think I think South Carolinians.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see them. There will be some. Yes, there will be some that say, "Well, Trump endorsed Lindsey, so I'm going to go with Lindsey." I think there's a lot, though. I mean, you go to that Pickens rally where he was there with Trump and he got booed by his own people in his own state. I don't know. There's a chance. There is a lane for Mark Lynch. It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be something special, serendipitous, but there is a lane for him. So,
well, I mean, I could go through here and I could say, hey, with Lindsey Graham, and I'm not trying to go off on the Lindsey Graham watch here, the Lady G watch, but I will always be thankful for how he stood up for Brett Kavanaugh, because that he had probably the most memorable takedown of, you guys, you want power. You want it so bad. Like, he was saying what we all know is that the liberals will do anything, including impeaching a president, as we talked about with the congressman today, like doing whatever they can to get power.
Mm-hmm.
And so I will always be thankful for him that. But I also look at it through this lens as well. There's probably some stuff scary enough to say that I would agree with Chuck Schumer on. Very small minority things, maybe one or two of his laundry list of items. So it just because I agreed with your action at this point doesn't mean that I think you're overall the best thing for your state, and certainly not for the United States.
Yeah, well, and on the whole Christine Blasey Ford thing with Lindsey Graham, you kind of wonder too, like, was his was that performance based on the allergy to having allegations of sexual misconduct aired in public? You just,
maybe it's like,
you think about it.
What guy would rape a woman? What does she have that you want?
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah. I'm confused here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm confused.
That's a Tim Burchett. Don't besmirch Tim Burchett.
Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway,
well,
but regardless, I think that last night was a tidal wave. I mean, Ken Paxton. We were live texting when this was happening. Eric, who's sick, and then you.
Yeah.
Were,
by the way, shout out to Eric. I know he's listening. Yeah. He was supposed to be here today, but
not feeling well.
He's not feeling well. So say a prayer for him to recuperate quickly.
Yeah. So I was live texting, and I just said, hey, early returns are coming in, and Ken Paxton looking good. And then, of course, golly, they called the race. So the last polls closed at 7:00 Central, our time, so 8:00 Eastern. And there were different polling closing times in the state of Texas because I guess they've got
Different time
Yeah,
zones.
they've got 2 time zones there. But anyway, so like they called the race at like 8:07.
Yeah,
it was like right after the polls closed.
Well, you expected Paxton to win voting day, election day, and you expected Cornyn to do better with the early vote.
It wasn't even close.
No, man. The early vote came in and Paxton was leading in places that Cornyn had to win.
Yeah.
And so you knew it was over.
Well, all of Wesley Hunt, who was the third candidate, and by the way, I would love it if Wesley Hunt continues his political career
Yeah, runs for something.
Yeah, because he gave up his House seat to run for Senate, and I think it was ill-fated there. I don't know why he did that. I don't know if it was to set himself up on sort of more of the national stage, because I would love if Wesley Hunt in the state of Texas, and if there's some Texans in our comments, we would love it if you guys would chime in on that. But I would love it if Wesley Hunt, were the next governor of Texas there. I don't know about their term limits there, and Abbott's who's been a great governor. I don't think I don't know.
Ask a Texan what they think. See, that's another thing with Abbott.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, define great, because there's a lot of people that are displeased.
I'm speaking on a national standpoint,
with what we know, but down in
his
Texas,
support of Donald Trump. So
But it's like, man, Greg Abbott. Ugh.
Yeah, but give me a Wesley Hunt, man. You want to talk about a guy who wants to constantly be judged by the content of his character and not the color of his skin? Like, I'd vote for him. If he was in Arkansas, I would vote for Wesley Hunt all day. But anyway,
It seems like all of his voters went for Paxton.
That was exactly my point. Every single solitary person who voted for Wesley Hunt then came back and voted for Ken Paxton, and that was the difference. Because if you took the initial election, which was 2 months ago, back in March. If you took that initial election and you took Wesley Hunt's numbers and then just added it to Ken Paxton's, that's what happened last night.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a 28-point landslide. John Cornyn, they say this is the widest primary defeat of an incumbent U.S. Senator in nearly 50 years. What does that
close,
say?
man. It wasn't even close.
What does that say? It also kind of makes you wonder, and I'm not trying to take credit away from President Trump's endorsement, but Paxton was already doing well in the polls before President Trump's endorsement.
I mean,
so you really wonder. I can't. There's no way to prove it one way or the other, but you really wonder, had Trump endorsed Cornyn, how close would it have been? Could Paxton have still? Because people are just so dissatisfied with this dinosaur, John Cornyn.
Well, yeah, the absolute liberal rag known as the New York Times, they had a great thing. So they I'm going to put that in quotes.
Yeah.
They just said, Cornyn, who has reached across the aisle and such, versus alleged person who's had an affair, like they're airing Ken Paxton's dirty laundry.
Yeah, that's
and I
what
said,
we're
well,
gonna
that tells
see.
me all I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Tells me all I need to know. If the New York Times is coming out in favor of John Cornyn, then I don't need to be on your side. I want whoever they're trashing is who I'm for. That was my opinion about it, and I wish I would have sent you that article.
Oh no, they're going to bring up everything bad about Ken Paxton, but you know what? The Democrats have made a predictable and fatal error.
Mm-hmm.
They, in the state of Texas, refuse to run a candidate that is not an adherent, a convert to the LGBTQ, RSTLNE woke sex religion.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I mean, this race between Tallarico and Paxton is going to be a culture war race. It doesn't.
Oh my gosh!
Because this guy says, crazy things that we're gonna discuss here. Here's one of them. So Brandon Gill last night was at Ken Paxton's victory party.
I love Brandon Gill. This dude, I'm just gonna rally. If I'm going to go work for Brandon Gill there in the state of Texas. This dude, I texted you guys when Brandon Gill, who's 33, was questioning a 16-year-old conservative high school student about about basically how his administration just completely, brought in all this sex woke religion stuff or whatever, and then they wanted to get so you can get the Quran in their library, you can get all of this stuff, but you can't get a Bible. Right, in their library.
Of course not.
And Brandon Gill was questioning him, and I just said, I'm a 46-year-old man listening to a 33-year-old congressman question a 16-year-old, and I have nothing but positive feelings about the future, right? Because let's just be honest, there's going to be a time where our livelihood and all of that stuff is going to be in the Brandon Gills of the world's hand, and I feel really, really encouraged about it. Great family man, married, couple of kids,
well, it
all of that stuff.
Yeah, it kind of goes into what we're talking about, the younger generation. Now, there are some, wokeness, the indoctrination does still work, but so many of the younger generation, those who are 30 or those in their 20s, they grew up. Well, first of all, COVID, the people who are 18, 19, 20, 21, and suffer through the masks and forced masking and the school closures, like they are forever changed in a positive way, many of them, because they know it was all based on lies. But the ones older than that, I mean, they grew up where, in elementary school, and they now can at least, they can quantify, they can category, that they were made to feel guilty because they were white or they were male, or they can see how our whole society has been so overtly feminized, and they're rejecting that. But so they're rejecting the other side less on policies of like, oh, we want to take care of the poor. Oh, you don't care, and they're more rejecting it based on, no, hang on a second, I'm not necessarily opposed to those things, but I'm not going to be blamed for the world's problems. And if you don't agree with me on that, then I'm not going to listen to anything else you say. And the younger generation gets that. I think they get the woke mind virus.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the Charlie Kirk effect, Kirk effect in full effect here, because Charlie has had, I hope that his videos just continue to make rounds online, because his words just need to have a lasting effect there in encouraging it's okay. 17-year-old high school boy, it is okay to be white. It's okay to think that a guy who puts on a dress and calls himself a woman is not really a woman. It's okay to think that, right? Because we also know what the truth is, right? So that Charlie is just incredibly missed, but I see a lot of Charlie and Brandon Gill.
Here was the scene last night at the Paxton rally. Take a listen to this.
What kind of grown man daydreams about trans kids? James Tallarico, apparently, not long ago, was on a podcast, and the podcast host asked him, she said, what are some things that you love, Mr. Tallarico, that's not your family or your friends? And the first thing that popped into this guy's mind was trans kids. I think that's pretty weird. What kind of grown man daydreams about trans kids? James Tallarico, apparently. What kind of grown man
Ken Paxton's opponent here daydreams about trans kids?
I think I've got the clip.
But something that you love that's not family or friends.
Look at him.
I love, I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children who showed up yesterday at the state capitol to advocate for their humanity. They shouldn't have to, but it was an inspiration to watch.
So I just can't believe it. Like, they went with a more feminine version of Beto O'Rourke.
Oh, Beto was,
and he was
incredible.
He was still Beta. I mean, Beto was still not a masculine presence at all. But somehow they went and said, let's get a less masculine version, if that's possible, of Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah. I didn't agree with a single solitary thing Beto O'Rourke says, but I understood his rise to fame, because he was energetic, he was articulate, he came across as,
hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Hell yes, we're going to take. He didn't care. He believed what he believed, and that's what he believed. Although misguided and warped as it might have been, he believed what he believed, and that's what he believed. This douchebag has been completely indoctrinated with, hey, we're the left. We want to create this cyborg, and that is going to be this guy who looks like, he looks like a Mormon to me, but I'm not trying to rip on Mormons here, but he just looks like a Mormon to me.
Excuse me, sir, do you have a minute to talk?
Yes. Like he should be riding a bicycle around with a backpack on. But anyway,
it's actually really good. He does look just like
doesn't he? Right. But the thing about the dude is like please, I think there needs to be there are some women legislators who are incredible, but the men, if you are elected, you should have to have a testosterone screening. Because if you are negatives, because this douchebag is negatives in the testosterone.
I'll settle for a religious test.
Well, I'd much rather have that. But you don't stamp on my point here. This douchebag.
I agree with you.
Yeah, he's the only person he might get it up for there is Lindsay. But the thing about this guy. This thing about this guy is he is now going to be over the next however many months. So June, July, August, September, October, November, right? So over the next 6+ months here is what we're looking at. This guy is going to be the second coming of Jesus to the Democrats. Even though they don't believe in Jesus.
Because he's a part of the woke PC USA church. Which puts rainbow flags and stuff, and has women pastors and all everything else.
They see Ken Paxton as gettable, right?
I get it. I get that they see that, but using this guy as a candidate, I mean, this is a great opportunity for the churches in Texas or Christians in Texas that go to Bible believing churches to correct this guy's literal blasphemy and heresy.
Oh yeah.
And I mentioned earlier, I'd settle for a religious test. If James Tallarico uttered what he utters about God being non-binary and all the other things, and that abortion's in the Bible, he would literally be in the 18th and in the 18th and 19th centuries. This guy would literally be charged with blasphemy.
Oh, he'd be charged with it. Yeah, like that's for saying that God is non-binary.
Yeah, that's what he'd be charged with. He wouldn't even be running for office. The fact that he even believes in a state like Texas that he can come out and say these blasphemous things about the Lord Jesus Christ and about the God of heaven really shows you where we're at. But Texas has an opportunity to essentially, consign that blasphemy to the dustbin. This guy is not going to be the senator from Texas.
So all right, I'm gonna play the host here, and you're gonna play this low T guy here. We're gonna do a reenactment of this, and I'm gonna tell you what would really happen in the real world after you answer this question.
Okay.
So James, what do you daydream about? Not your family, not your friends. What do you daydream about?
Trans kids.
Pervert! Get the hell out of here! Like, you would literally be arrested in the real world. Yeah. Like, just thinking about little boys, acting like they're girls and having the tuck underwear and all that. The ridiculous crap that Target was selling that year with the bathing suits with the tucking and all. Yeah,
Tuck-it
swimsuits and all this crap. Because the woke mind virus, this liberal ideology that says that if you're a dude, that you can be a girl as long as you just say that you're a girl. Although we're not going to test you for mental illness, we're just going to embrace that mental illness, Paul. We're going to embrace it. I'm not going to say the thing that's going to get us the explicit on Apple, because we've had some of our podcasts considered explicit because of this conversation with me. I get so mad about the trans crap, Paul, because they're their future. I'm a father. You're a father. Our children, if you talk about the mind virus that is trying to infect our kids on the daily, absolutely, I feel as a conservative Christian man with a sufficient amount of testosterone in my body, I feel that I have to speak up about this stuff, Paul, because the degradation of the American family, of the American way of life, is the destruction of the nuclear family. And a strong nuclear family doesn't have a 13-year-old boy who is tucking himself in his underwear because he thinks he's a woman. He thinks that he is female, or that he's this bullcrap non-binary. I'm neither a man or a... Do you stand up to pee? Okay, if you stand up to pee, it's going to tell you what binary you are here. Let's quit being ridiculous with this stuff. Why are we embracing mental illness? I've said it a million times, Paul.
Urination habits could be argued that that's cultural.
Could be, because the Muslims don't want to. They don't pee standing up. They sit down.
And
they
yes,
sit down.
I forgot about that. And their toilet has to face a certain way.
Oh, it's got to face Mecca or face away from Mecca. I don't know.
I forgot about that.
I don't know. We got to see.
That's interesting.
Muhammad's got to see us pooping over here. I don't know. But regardless, this mind virus, and then you have a major Senate candidate in a major state who is likely going to get millions of votes here in November, who says that God is not binary, although he is constantly referred to as our Father in the Bible. And you want to sit here and tell me that you are of faith. You are of faith, but you think that your child was born in the wrong body. Don't tell me about your faith. You need to get back in the Word. Get back in the Word of God that said, I knew you while you were in the womb. I knew you. Don't sit here and say that God made the mistake and put male anatomy on your son when he was really a girl, just because he felt like it. And I keep saying this. This is what Rob's mad about every day, about the trans stuff. It's the only mental illness, Paul, that we embrace, that we accept. Tell me the rationale for embracing this mental illness. It is like what I've said on this show a million times. If a person came to you, your daughter came to you, and she was anorexic, and she said she needed a gastric bypass surgery, because she needed to affirm how she feels, that she is too fat. She needed to affirm that. You wouldn't give your daughter gastric bypass surgery, but we will cut their breasts off. What are we doing? What is wrong with this society? We're seeing what's happening in Europe. It is mental illness, and then we allow the third world to come into our country. Folks, this is our moment. This is our chance, and we are ruining it right now. John Thunes of the world are ruining it. Fix this stuff or lose your seat.
That's a great point. We still haven't had a bill to mirror Donald Trump's anti-child mutilation. You're exactly right. You say all that, and you've articulated the problem, and yet it is insane. And yet the Democrats picked a candidate that is doubling down on the crazy, is doubling down on the mutilation, is doubling down on the woke sex religion.
Sure.
And and then he gets asked by Jake Tapper. Listen to this.
What is your response to them using that, and explain what you were talking about?
Specifically, his non-binary comment.
God is non-binary.
God is non-binary. He gets asked this question.
What is your response to them using that, and explain what you were talking about?
Well, I understand that comment is a little provocative. I said it on the House floor when the extremists in the Republican legislature were picking on school kids who were different. But I don't think it's controversial theologically. Most Christians would acknowledge that God is beyond gender. In fact, the Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, said that in Christ there is neither male nor female. And so if someone's got a problem with that statement, they shouldn't take it up with me. They should take it up with the Apostle Paul.
What is your response to them using...
That's literally talking about the new covenant, Jew or, neither Jew nor Gentile, nor male nor female. It's literally talking about how the gospel is now for the nations. It's for everyone in the world. It's not describing God's gender, you buffoon, you blasphemer, you heretic, you buffoon. So, but this is what we have to look forward to. But these are things that can easily be refuted. I literally took me 2 seconds to refute that.
If you know the word, like
but it's about James Tallarico and his sin and the people around him sin. They don't want the Bible. The Bible can't say what it plainly says because it would require them to confess their sins and admit that they're sinners, and they don't want to do that. There was this lady pastrix in some church, and I pulled it for our I don't have it for today, but she was the pastor of this church saying that she's a lesbian, and she's saying tells the congregation that I don't have to repent to God for my sexuality, so they just openly defying what the scripture clearly teaches, and this guy is no different, and it's going to get worse throughout this campaign. But a great opportunity for Ken Paxton to rebuke this nonsense, and for his supporters to rebuke it, which I expect them to do.
Well,
easily.
they've given so much commercial advertising, all kinds of attack material. They've, Tallarico is a walking, cackling Kamala. He is that because in a different vein, but he gives so much fodder for this stuff. Now, I just try to envision a Texan with cowboy boots on and a cowboy hat who is a rancher listening to this guy. Listen to this guy and thinking, you want my vote? You want my vote?
Yeah.
I think I'll go with Paxton.
This is what I don't understand how the Democrats don't understand. Like, the prospect of this guy being your senator is enough to get you to the polls to vote, to make sure this doesn't happen. So look at this guy. This is the Democrat Party, fired up, ready to go. It's time to take back Texas.
Look at this guy.
And I don't know if you can see this, but I mean, this
reminds me of Zoolander.
It's so strange. It's such a strange photo where he's got one toe on the ground.
What is this?
Like he's in, and then he's got his hands behind his back.
Hey guys, I'm about to jump in.
Yeah, exactly. It is so weird, and it's so feminine. It's so beta, and then even the homosexual Richard Grinnell,
who's gay,
says if you've got a gay guy telling you look feminine, he looks like he's running for office in California. Rick Grinnell says.
Oh, man.
He looks feminine. See,
That's funny.
Even Rick Grinnell knows this is not something that is even sellable, and yet the Democrats are going to attempt to sell it. And you're going to hear the psyop. Oh, he's got a chance. Look at the polls. He's got a chance because Ken Paxton, was impeached or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to hear this, but you don't understand, like, this is the culture war all over again. It's the 2024 election all over again, and this guy is toast.
They say that, I saw the movie Full Metal Jacket. He finds out where he's from. He's like, Texas. Only two things come from Texas, steers and queers. I don't see horns growing out of your head. I don't see any horns growing out of his head.
And you mentioned the rancher, though, Rob, but he's also famously saying that he's running a vegan campaign where, on this program, I haven't changed my lower third in a month or so.
Really?
Brisket prices are too high.
Yeah.
You think a rancher wants to learn about not eating meat?
How much? I feel like there's more cattle in the state of Texas than just about anywhere, but I don't have any evidence to back that up. But it's such a large state, and you're running as a vegan.
We have, I think, heard more and more issues of animal welfare. I think not just because it's the right thing to do and the moral thing to do, but also it's, as all of you know, necessary to fight climate change. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption and that we try to respect animals in all aspects of society.
Cow farts.
And so I am proud to say that our campaign has officially become a non-meat campaign.
Oh
so
my God.
we are
There's
only buying
clapping.
vegan products from our local vegan businesses. Some of you may know Big Nona's. They were little Nona's, and then they opened up brick and mortar, so another Big Nona's. But we just got our pizza from there today. And so
The point is that I think all of us, not just policymakers, but everyone has to take personal responsibility in this effort.
Yeah, of course we do.
It's just crazy.
I'm gonna order myself a meat lovers pizza when we finish the show.
Good for you. Good for you. It's just crazy the way they have to virtue signal on all of these different aspects to try to appeal to all of these fake marginalized groups that make up the Democrat voting base, right? It's like, well, we got to get a little LGBT in there. Oh, we got to get a little, trans stuff in there. We got to get a little vegan stuff in there. We got to get a little anti-corporate. You know, it's just.
I'm really, really glad that they have not figured it out yet, because that far left wing of their party is always going to vote for them. Because they're not. You think they're going to vote for a Republican?
No, not at all.
They're not going to vote for that R.
So they're catering to the extremes.
They're catering to the extremes rather than, why is Donald Trump one of the more popular, populist presidents? And that is because he is speaking to the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, who doesn't consider themselves a Democrat or Republican, but considers themselves an American, a true patriot here. And this guy is speaking to the far left rather than the middle, which is why I have no doubt that he's going to spend, and the Democrats are going to spend, a ton of money for him to go down in flames in November. It'll get ugly. It'll get really ugly with Ken Paxton. They've got a lot of, and respectfully, they've got some stuff to throw at Ken Paxton. But Ken Paxton is a human being. Yeah. He's made errors. He's made mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, and again, you're once again, we're not voting on a pastor. You're voting on a magistrate. You're voting on a politician. So, to your point, yeah, everybody's made mistakes. I think the thing. I mean, we've seen this before. We've seen it with Beto O'Rourke. But you also have to kind of read the tea leaves here. You had this. What was it called? An autopsy, the Democrat autopsy that was released.
Millions of dollars to find out that Kamala just sucked.
Well, you would think. I mean, is this gonna? Are they gonna? Who are they gonna? I mean, I know they say Gavin Newsom, but are they also going to try to run? Some like Pete Buttigieg. Honestly, think about Pete Buttigieg. Like, this guy is somehow worse than Pete Buttigieg, in so many ways.
A gay man who's.
And I don't think he's not gay. Like, Tallarico's not gay.
He's not out.
He's not out. Gay. He's not out. He's not openly, But so then you've got somehow they've made a Manchurian candidate that's worse than Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah. This guy is. You know what? I'm thankful that he won. So he was running against Jasmine Crockett, and they were just going to do anything they could not to have Jasmine Crockett. And
those were your two options. Now, if you think about it, if Jasmine had gotten the nomination,
right, him versus Fake Ghetto, gal. So
it's really funny.
Yeah, like, what are you going to do? Man?
Yeah,
You're just going to be like, oh, I'm Fake Ghetto here. We've seen the interviews. You were a Rhodes Scholar here. You're not an idiot. You just sound like one because you choose to sound like one.
Just like old Justin Pearson out of Memphis.
Oh, yeah.
Memphis.
Yeah, that guy that went from straight vanilla guy, vanilla in proverbially, and he goes from this to straight up Malcolm X, like, bro. One of these is the real you.
Here's another preview of Tallarico, low T Tallarico.
Did they teach you in Sunday school that Jesus Christ himself was a radical feminist?
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us. God is non-binary.
You can't call yourself a Christian and reject the stranger seeking asylum at our southern border. Our trans community needs abortion care too.
Modern science obviously recognizes that.
Hang on one second. Our trans community needs abortion too. The trans community needs abortion too. I saw this guy a couple years ago. You're reading that verse in the Bible, inventors of evil, and I saw this guy. I think that's in Romans 1, where he was a man, but he was fantasizing about becoming a woman, which is impossible, but he wanted to get a uterus transplant into his
Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lamb. Is that what it is?
This guy kind of looked like Buffalo Bill,
Okay.
actually. And he was so evil, and he hated Republicans so much, and he knows how much we don't, we think abortion is murder. We're trying to save as many babies as we can. We're trying to get rid of abortion, end abortion. And he was so full of hate that he was making kind of a gotcha video at Republicans, and he said, I'm going to get a uterus implanted in my body so I can get pregnant, so I can kill the baby. Like, that's how evil that I'm dead serious like that. And you're just like, wow, I'm looking at a depravity that I knew was possible on paper, but to actually hear people say it out loud. And here's James Tallarico. Like, there's a guy out there that actually thinks, yeah, I do need abortion because I'm going to get a uterus transplant.
Yeah, this guy's one step away from telling her to put the lotion in the basket, right? Like we're right there. I saw this post, and it was a biological female giving like a water birth at home. And the post was like, because this biological female had a beard because they'd been taking testosterone or whatever. And they said, there's nothing as beautiful as pushing through, waiting for the penile implant to burst to bring new life into the world.
Wait a second. Now I am extremely confused. I'm extremely confused.
Yeah, biological female with a beard. In a bathtub, pregnant, pushing a baby out, but having to burst through the penile.
Okay, so she had already had some sort of surgery.
Bottom surgery.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And for some reason,
well, that was destroyed.
Yeah, for some reason, still consider herself a man, although she was birthing a baby, because she had to burst through a fake penile implant. The headline goes, if you live long enough, you'll see all the horrors of the world, right? And as a man, I was just like, yep, because I can't think of anything worse, right, than that bursting. But
just a quick question: how's that libertarianism working out for you? Like, how's that working? Everybody enjoying the live and let live hellscape that it's created?
Oh yeah.
I'm not enjoying it at all, and I actually think we can take measures appropriately and say, no, this is wrong, it's evil, we're banning it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Banning things is good sometimes.
Well, yeah, like if you
want that T-shirt.
There you go. You're burning books there. Like, well, this is a book that teaches third graders how to give blowjobs. I'm pretty sure that needs to be banned.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be in the library.
100%. Let's finish up with this montage real quick, and then we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Are many more than two biological sexes seeking asylum at our southern border. Our trans community needs abortion care too. Modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front.
We are trying to fundamentally change the politics in this state and in this country.
Yeah. No need to sit and cry over, your whiteness or your masculinity.
Did they teach you in Sunday school?
Yeah, he actually said that. Let me find that Brianna Morello tweet, and then we'll go to break, because I pulled this one. Yeah. So, white skin, he says, quote, white skin gives me and every white American immunity from the virus, but we spread it wherever we go. Through our words, our actions, and our systems, we don't have to be showing symptoms like a white hood or a Confederate flag to be contagious. The only cure is diagnosing the virus within ourselves and taking dramatic actions to contain the spread. The first small step is proclaiming loudly and unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. This guy will not, unless there are massive electronic voting machine fraud, this guy will not be the senator. It's not even close. But when you read that, and I'm going to say this as I'm not telling anyone to harm themselves. So that's my disclaimer here. When you start reading this, when you read this from another white guy, or if you read it from a black, it doesn't really matter. How is this not really a call for self-harm? Like if you're if you're a white person, how is this not a call for self-harm or suicide?
I think he, in a dream world, James Tallarico envisions white people going to the polls and pulling that lever with tears in their eyes, like, I hate myself. Tallarico for Senate. Like I think that's where they are, because my whiteness is so terrible.
Well, you know,
my whiteness so awful.
You go back and look at the trans terrorist that shot up the Presbyterian school over in Nashville, Audrey Hale. And if you go read her writings, you know, when we finally got Crowder got the leak on the manifesto, you actually see that she hated herself because she was white. Like the propaganda worked so well. Not only was she trans, she also hated herself for being white.
It's like go back in time. You need to go back in time and talk to Michael Jackson, because he had the opposite feeling, you know. Like he hated himself because he was black. I don't think that's true, but you know, that's what the story was.
Yeah,
you know, regardless,
and the whole him getting, you know, catching himself on fire was a cover story.
There you go. That's what it was. So what we are. Hey, are there more white people in the world?
No,
than there are.
White people are a minority in the world.
Oh, we are.
Mm-hmm.
We are. Huh.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting how few white people there are. And it's very interesting that in the United States, how few white people we have versus 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying that just because someone has a different colored skin that they're not welcome in this country. That's not what I'm saying. But what we've talked about a million times is assimilation. You've got people like James Tallarico in this world, in this country, who hates the color of his skin and also hates this country. Does he have any patriotism within his blood at all?
No, absolutely not.
He feels like he is the solution, or one of the solutions, to the world's evil that is known as the white man in the United States. Okay? And for that, there can never be anything positive grow out of it, other than just sending this guy out to pasture the same way we did.
Yeah,
Beto.
I mean, and look at what they've done to white folks in South Africa. I mean, you know, there's a lot of foreshadowing out there. As a matter of fact, the New York Post has an article out how white people are going to be a minority in 24 years, 2050. We're projected to be a minority.
Tell me how that's a positive.
I actually think that's not true. I actually believe that the white population, that we can beat the rap, and I don't think that's going to happen. I believe that there's a strong chance that we're going to keep having families, we're going to keep having babies, we're going to keep marriages going. Because if you look at the marriage decline and the marriage rate, there are white Christian Bible believing families are having babies. They are having children.
Yes.
And you have these, white liberals that are not. And so we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Obviously, this assumes that we get immigration under control. We do need mass deportations to a higher level than we have them now. Sure. But we will see if that actually happens.
But
we shouldn't celebrate it. Bill Clinton in the 90s fantasized about it. We're going to be a minority white nation by this year, and everybody claps. Yeah. What are you talking about, man? Why? What is your deal? Why do you think that's a good thing? Why are you at war with white people? Sorry.
Are Muslims good with their children marrying white people?
I don't think so. I'm going to go to a limb and say no.
They're not.
No.
You can't do that. Same with Indian people.
They got to be a little less lax, though, right? Or got to be there's a little more slack there.
Yeah, I don't want to go on my Indian rant today, but but black people as well have a thing against their if you're black, you need to be with your people, you need to be with your kind. They don't even want us adopting. You got this black kid in foster care, and you don't want us to adopt them out of foster care if we're a white family. It's ridiculous, right? And I'm sure, and so I say all that through this perspective. it's okay to favor your race, and that's not to say that I have any problem with any other race. I don't,
or hatred or anything like that.
No, I don't. I don't.
That's
have
what they'll say. They say, "Oh, so that means you hate everybody who's not like you." It's like, no, that's
no.
That's not what that means.
That's right. And one of the most eye-opening things for me is like when you go to speak with somebody and they're of a different race or whatever, and they speak to you a certain way, and then someone of their kind comes up and starts speaking to them, totally different conversation.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. I'm pretty much speaking to people the same way. I'm not trying to say I'm better than you, but the way I talk to you, the same way I would talk to a homeless, black man at a gas station or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, regardless, the whole attack on whiteness is ridiculous. And the fact that it is the only accepted form of racism, when we are the majority, but you're allowed to be racist against white people, it's acceptable. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it, because racism is racism. If you hate someone simply because of the color of their skin, it is the very definition of racism. And what do they say? Well, if the white people are in power, so therefore people who are not in power can't be racist. Wait a minute. You just said you hate me because of the color of my skin. What do you call that? It is racism. You don't like white people. And James Tallarico is a white person who hates himself. There's no other explanation. He either hates himself or he is pretending to hate himself because he thinks that's what's going to get him elected. And it's not in the state of Texas.
I want you to read this. This was from Cernovich a couple of days ago. This is perfect. I knew I remembered it somewhere. Headline: 1 in 6 hiring managers have been told to stop hiring white men, according to a survey. This is from WSAZ 3.
I think that's a low number, 1 in 6.
A recent survey of 1,000 hiring managers in the United States found that 1 in 6, or about 16%, have been told to stop hiring white men. Additionally, 14% of hiring managers said they have been told to deprioritize hiring white women. The survey, published by Resume Builder and Pollfish on Wednesday, found that 52% of hiring managers believe their company practices reverse discrimination, passing over members of racial and gender majorities in order to meet diversity benchmarks. In addition, the survey found that 48% of hiring managers have been asked to prioritize diversity over qualifications, and 53% believe their job will be in danger if they don't hire enough diverse employees. Also enter H-1B visa and that whole scam as well.
Sure.
Insanity. We're not crazy. And you know what? Here's the deal about this other stuff. It's a human instinct at this point when you talk about homogeny, and in terms of people are comfortable with those that they have the most in common with. It is and honestly, homogenized groups have less problems, that any sort of society would have, whether it's crime or fights or disagreements or anything else. It's you look at Switzerland. There's a reason why Switzerland has a lot less societal problems than over here in America we do with our melting pot. Now, to recognize that, to say that out loud, doesn't make you a racist. It doesn't mean that you hate your neighbor. It's just stating the facts. But when we have been raised, and especially the millennial generation, Gen X generation, and the Zoomer generation, I would say in particular, me as an older millennial, raised to be, colorblind. We're past that. The civil rights movement happened, and it's all this stuff about how we've got this bright future ahead, and then we become adults, and then the black people. Then the left, and this in particular was a black lady saying that part of white supremacy and systemic racism is showing up to work on time.
Oh, yeah.
Expecting to show up is a part of white culture, and we've got to get rid of that. And then you have the open subversion and the celebration of whites declining demographically. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been lied to my whole life.
Sure.
You know, we've all been lied to about what the goal is.
Math is racist, Paul.
Math is racist.
2 plus 2 may not be 4, Paul. Maybe it's 5. Maybe it is. Sophie in our comment said there, Sophie Pingo, 1916. We all have our own culture as long as we're good in our hearts and don't harm each other, we're fine. But I have never wanted to be another race, nor did I ever feel guilty about being white. That's insane. And I think that's, like, look.
Thank you for that comment.
Yeah, just be a good person, man. Just be a good person and quit trying to, like, if you're an adult, quit trying to indoctrinate my children. My job as their parent is to raise them. Once what they do as an adult is up to them. But quit trying to indoctrinate my children. Do not tell them to hate the color of their skin. Now, fortunately, we're in a school district where that's not ever come up. We're in the Bible Belt, and so most of the teachers, are religious people there that don't, as far as I know, don't hate the color of their skin. But don't teach my children to think that. If they think that when they're an adult, that's sad for me as their parent, but that's what they're entitled to do. But I don't need a politician. I don't need a teacher. I don't need anybody in a position of authority who is telling me that I need to apologize for my whiteness.
Well said, Rob. We're going to take a quick break and reset here. This is the Paul Herrell program. Don't go anywhere. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Merrill Program.
All right, folks, welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting from the state of Arkansas. And one of the things we haven't done in covering this landslide victory of Ken Paxton is actually listen to what Ken Paxton said at his own victory speech. So I figure we can do that.
Let's do it.
Okay. Here we go. This was Ken Paxton from the other night. We'll take a listen right here.
My opponent is the most extreme radical the Democrats have ever nominated. He's even running a vegan campaign, whatever that is. He goes by a few names that you may all have heard of. Some people know him as Tofu Tallarico. Some people call him Six-Gender Jimmy. I've even heard some people call him James Talafrico. And others refer to him simply as Low T Tallarico. But no matter what you call him, let me tell you this. James Tallarico is a threat to everything we hold dear in this state and in this country. He's a threat to our security and our safety. He wants open borders and even said a welcome mat should be at our southern border. He's a threat to our children. He wants boys and girls sports. Gender mutilation surgery performed on kids. And when asked what he loved outside of his family and friends, you heard what Brandon Gill said. His first answer was trans kids. That's weird, and that's a radical guy. He's a threat to our prosperity and Texas economy. He said you can't be a Christian if you support the oil and gas industries. He wants to raise your taxes, and he won't do a single thing to lower costs for you and your family. And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that. No matter what he says or how much he raises, the reality is that James Tallarico is going to be nothing more than a Texas-based puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of said it all there in a mouth. That's a mouthful.
The Paul Merrill Program.
We have a very strong criteria of things we talk about on this show. There's a finite box things need to check. For one thing, if it's a sponsor, it's something like, if I was not a part of a podcast, would I pound the table for my kids to want to be a part of this product? If that's not the case, then I don't want to be a part of it. Yeah. When it comes to the topics, there's a lot of things that are interesting. If I'm going on a flight, I might download a podcast about a certain thing. Do I think everybody needs to know about that? Not necessarily. It's an interesting kind of a tidbit or something, but it's not important for everybody. We really like to have things, if it's on our screen, it's something that I like. obsess about when we're not on the screen. Everybody needs to know about this. It's a plus positive to every single person that is watching this show. And there's almost no guest, there's no human I've come across that I want people to be a part of, because everybody that ever comes across today's guest wins. They come out ahead one way or the other. Even if it's just a short phone call, if it's just passing, if it's a long-term relationship, everybody I know that's ever been in a relationship, come in contact with today's guests, learns more. They're awakened. They might be a little depressed and psychotic when they learn some of this information, but but they needed to know it, and their business does better, their marriage does better, their life does better if they follow his teaching and coaching. He's the author of a book called How to Build a Successful Business. Pretty straightforward. I don't need to break that down for you. You know what that's about. And to break it down even further, though, the one that only from the Thrive Time show, Clay Clark.
Yes. And folks, if I sound like I've had a lot of Dayquil, I have had a lot of Dayquil. And so on today's show, I wanted to celebrate, Dave, if we could, one of our wonderful clients called Fern Valley Soaps. And they have goat's milk. And they raise goats, and then these goats produce milk, and they take that milk and they produce soap. And they had found a way to do it well and unprofitably. Let me repeat. They'd found a way to do it well and unprofitably. And they'd reached out to me and they said, hey, we are really good at raising goats, creating milk, and then turning that into soap. And people love the soap. It turns out, though, we found a great way to lose money day after day, week after week, year after year. And we'd like your help. So we can play a little success story to start. I think that'll give our listeners a little context. Sandra, welcome on to the Thrive Time Show. How are you?
I'm good.
FernValleySoaps.com.
We make handmade goat milk soap. Everything's made with fresh goat's milk from our own goats on our own farm. And we do all kinds of soaps, from aggressive hand cleaners to really nice shower bars. And we do them for men, we do them for women. We were milking the largest goat herd in California. We weren't making any money. I hear, that they saw the reviews, they listened to them, that they read the reviews. We are constantly getting feedback about what other people are saying about our soap. And it helps us. A lot of the reviews are from our retail customers, and that helps sell to our wholesale customer. So we're talking to a buyer at a pharmacy or a grocery store. We can share those reviews with them and go, this is what the customers are saying.
It's when people hit the website, or when you come in contact with a potential buyer, whether it be over the phone or on the website, what we want to do is convert those ideal and likely buyers into actual buyers. And a lot of that has to do with call scripting, creating one sheets, call scripting, creating one sheets and tracking the results. Can you talk about call scripting and how that's impacted your business?
We did. We initiated some call scripting for our wholesale accounts when we're calling on off of the Dream 100. A lot of those are cold calls. So we created scripts to help us to make sure that we're consistently saying the things that we want to say to those people. And as we get through that list, you get a different response every time from a different, so we've got some different scenarios on which way that script can go.
And so has having those in place helped you?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything that we have implemented from you guys has helped us.
So good.
I got to talk just a little bit about Sandra Fry, because I had the opportunity to meet her at one of your events. And she said, hey, I would love for you to try my soap. And I fell in love with it. There's multiple reasons. Many years ago, I started having some problems with my gallbladder. I'm doing great, just so you guys know now. But when that happened, I went to naturopath doctors. I did some different things. And one of the things they were talking about was being so careful of what you put on your skin, because your skin is the biggest organ on your body. So I have been extremely careful. I always look at lotions, what's in lotions. I use coconut oil a lot of the time, shea butter, different things like that don't have the chemicals, that don't have the different things to put on your body. Aware of water, like the water that's coming out of your faucet, what is that doing to your body? But then also soaps. Soaps can be so bad for your skin. And so when I found
And
Sandra,
not using soap is so bad in
that's
other ways
true
as well.
for everybody around you.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
And
you're in a
typically,
pickle.
my wife always says, she's like, if it has a smell, it's probably not good for you.
Right.
So to have a soap that works, that's great, you know,
Yes.
but actually still smells good is also
because
important.
she uses essential oils. I mean, she does such an amazing job, obviously made with goat's milk. And then I fell in love with Sandra and her family. It's a family-owned business. They love Jesus. They love the prophetic. I started talking about it a lot on the prophetic report. My prophetic report listeners, they love Fern Valley soap as well. And I just want to remind everybody, because I have all these amazing men here that are dads, and Father's Day is coming up. So sometimes it's like, what do I get my dad or my husband or my for your children, your dad, your spouse, like what do I get that person for Father's Day? Because Father's Day is June the 21st, 2026. So it's like, what do we do? Well, I will tell you this, Fern Valley Soap is absolutely amazing. And they have some really great specials going on for dad. So I wanted to show you because I actually just got these in. This is to the best dad in the world. These cool little boxes. Their prices are phenomenal.
Now, they only made one of those, and it's for me. So
exactly, because you are the best. There you go.
Exactly.
The best dad right there.
You can only actually have one of these.
There's a lot of controversy on the world's greatest dad thing. You go in the store and they have all these shirts. I'm like, why do they have more than one?
Yeah, this should only be one of these.
This is very controversial.
So this is, obviously really cool, and they have these amazing soaps in them that are for men that don't smell feminine. They smell really great, but it is a gift that when they are using it, it's something that keeps, giving because they're constantly reminded, because every day they're taking their shower. There's also, cool little crates that you can get your dad. But I wanted to actually talk about a couple of the products that they have inside here. Yeah. So Humble Hands, this is their #1 selling product. It actually has walnut shell in it, and so it's an exfoliant. But let's say that, your husband or your dad or your brother, they are out working in the yard. Maybe they have mulch, different things like that. This will take that
motor
right
oil.
off. Yeah, motor oil without. Yeah, a lot of guys that work on cars love this soap.
Well, as just a further testimony on that, like for me, I'm not a car guy. Actually hire somebody to mow our yard for us. I'm the millennial, up and coming kind of guy. I'm like most of the traditional dad things. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hire that one out for somebody else. But I do cycle a lot, and I love cycling. And I get bike grease on my hands whenever I work on my bike. I'm always taking care of the chain, make sure my bike's up to snuff. And this Humble Hands is the only stuff that gets the bike grease off, because it gets in your fingernails, it gets all over. This stuff is
comes
amazing.
right off.
Yeah, it comes amazing with that.
Paint. This will take it off. In fact, the guy across the street, he's become a friend of ours, Chris. He does a lot of yard work during the summer. I asked him to try it for me, and he was like, "This stuff is absolutely amazing, and it doesn't have the chemicals. It doesn't have all the bad things for it. So this is a great one.
Antibacterial. So I encourage you to use deodorant as well, but it also keeps you from having the bacteria that creates smells, so you don't smell like a goat also.
Yeah, so this here is great. And then her
good for your love life.
Newest one is called Double Down, and I just got this in. Smell this. I mean, it smells
like freedom.
Smells very manly, and
like freedom.
it's just a really, really great soap.
Good stuff.
And Sandra, what she's done for the Flyover family is she's given us 20% off. So you're getting a great deal anyway when you go to Fern Valley Soap. But when you use the promo code Flyover, she gives 20% off, and you're supporting a company that loves our country. It's a mother-daughter business, and they love the prophetic. So everything that we love here at Flyover Conservatives, they support and love as well. So I just want to throw that in. And they're a client of Clay's.
And they're being coached by Clay. So
yeah, exactly. So you're always getting the
well.
best customer service. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, Clay, because when you were talking about her testimony, she's been great for the Flyover
She references
family.
it every week on the Prophetic Report, and they've been a sponsor of the Prophetic Report now for a few years, and it's just every family member, everyone we know that's ever bought it, we use it every day.
And we give it as gifts all the time.
And it's easy. Like, you got a relative at a distance, Mother's Day, a package, somebody's having a baby. They got these packages already done. So it's kind of like, I just check the box, boom. Flowers are neat, but it's like, hey, everybody loves soap. Everybody that I want to know and be friends with showers. So it's like, it's a big demographic.
Win-win-win.
If they sell any soaps that I can use in place of Dayquil, I will definitely be buying that soap here. These allergies, I'm telling you what, the folks, they get me. Some of the staff got me some sort of beverage from Starbucks that's allegedly supposed to help, some kind of tea I'm sipping on here. But I can tell you, Sandra's a great lady. And if you're watching this show, there's really 4 principles that I wanted to teach everybody. And when I talked to her,
I mean this in the most sincere way possible. It started off with a 13-point assessment. You know, she went to thrivetimeshow.com and we did the assessment, and we figured out real quickly, as she said in the video, she wasn't making any money. And it didn't take a whole lot of talent and research, but we had that conversation where we're going, okay, so whenever I do a 13-point assessment, I'm going over branding, I'm going over marketing, I'm going over accounting, I'm going over finances, and we're going over the numbers, and I'm going, a lot more money's going out than coming in. So that's the problem, right? And it seems obvious to us talking about this wonderful business on the show, but when you're in the thick of it and you're creating unbelievably great products and you're getting great feedback from the marketplace, and you're, in her case, she's actually raising the goats. She's actually, then think about that. She's raising the goats.
Yep. She's
creating the product herself. She's shipping it. People are telling her, this is my favorite product ever, but there's no financial reward there. What happens is hope deferred makes the heart grow sick. So over time, week by week, year by year, her and her daughter are going, something has to change. We can't just keep doing the same thing and being stuck. And so we're just going to schedule a 13-point assessment with you, Clay. And I have a certain reverence for that position or that conversation, because I know that we really have the opportunity to help somebody. And so I sat down with Sandra and I gave her some very specific advice, and I want to give that same advice to your listeners there because I know we can help everybody out there if you have a business that's stuck. So step number one, you want to identify, Dave, your ideal and likely buyers. And you start to think about, okay, who is an ideal and likely buyer? And maybe your producer could pull up a link to that website again. But if you're watching the show right now and you're like, you know what? That kind of sounds like something I want to buy for someone in my life for Father's Day. Then you're an ideal and likely buyer.
Yep.
Now, if you're watching this right now and you're saying, there's nothing worse of an idea than to buy goat milk. I mean, if you're talking about it, Dave, I'm thinking, I kind of want to buy for myself for Father's Day. I kind of want to get some right now. I mean, but again, if you're an ideal, think about who are the ideal and likely buyers. And I asked her, I said, who are the ideal and likely buyers? And she made a list, and we went over that. And this took hours. We made a big list of all the ideal and likely buyers, men or women, and what kind of professions. And then we made a list of where do those people shop? Where do those people shop? And we made a list of all these independent, local, organic grocery stores, and we began to make a list. And then we started to get kind of a momentum to it, right? So there's kind of a momentum of like, wow, all these people could buy from us. All these stores are interested. And then I said, what keywords would these people type into Google? What keywords would they type into Google? And we started there. And Dave, there was a certain momentum to that idea of making the list of who are the ideal and likely buyers, and where do they shop, and what keywords would they type into Google. And Dave, I think a lot of times people are so busy in the business that they maybe don't take the time out just to go through that exercise. Right. And I think that for her, Dave, was very powerful, just making that initial list.
I think for a lot of people, just doing the 13-point assessment with you is an eye-opener. Not everybody who calls and does a 13-point assessment do you move forward with. You may say this isn't the right time or it's not a good fit or whatever. There's a lady that we met at an event in California with you, Candle Queen. I don't remember her name, but she was in she's kind of a startup new candle business. And she went through the 13-point assessment with you there, didn't become a client, and her business still did much better. And so it's like, no matter what, going through that, it's kind of one of these things like, sitting down with a financial planner, it's like, oh man, they got like a 12-point checklist, and the first 3 I need to do. So let me get to work on those, and then maybe I'll proceed. So no matter where you are in this process, going through a 13-point assessment with Clay will be like, it's kind of an exposing thing of like, I never thought of that. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? And it may be a fit for you then to be a client and get coached weekly, or it may just be, oh my gosh, that's why I'm tripping all the time. I'm not tying my shoes. It's a no-brainer. I don't know why I don't tie my shoes. That's why I'm always tripping.
And we have a scholarship, Colton, available to help almost anybody at any price point. So just to be clear, we charge people $1,700 a month. So it's less money than hiring a personal trainer for fitness. But we guide you down the path, and we do photography and video and web and search engine to look at the numbers. And so step number 2, Colton, is I said, okay, now that we know our ideal and likely buyers, how are we going to reach them? Like, what is your method that we're going to reach your ideal and likely buyers? And we came up with what's called a three-legged marketing stool. And what's so powerful about that, Colton, is that there's a three-legged, it's easy to remember what your steps are. It's not 55 steps, it's not 105 steps. It's a three-legged marketing stool. And someone says, well, what were the systems? And why is it 3 legs? Well, a stool with 2 legs isn't very stable stool. You want to have 3 legs, so it's a stable stool. But leg number 1 is we wanted to make a list of the top 100 stores, as we talked about. We want to reach out to them. We want to call these people. And you might say, calling people? Yeah, because all these major retail stores, they have buyers, and their whole job is to find the great products to put in the store. So we called these stores. That was the Dream 100. The second thing we did was search engine optimization. If somebody's going online right now, and perhaps your producer can do it right now, if you do a search online for Oregon cheesecakes, one of our wonderful clients, Beloved Cheesecakes, I believe she comes up now top or almost to the top of the search results when you type in Oregon cheesecakes.
She's number one on
the
map, on both the map and based on the Google search.
They even got a keto cheesecake. If you're trying to cut back and slim down, it's basically a supplement.
Here's how dominant she is. When you search Oregon cheesecakes, and I'm here in Kansas City, so this isn't like a local search here or something I've searched. She is on the Google map, which is obviously the very first thing you see when you open it up. And you see she's dominating in the reviews here, 2.3 to 584 is her other one here. And that might even be her other Beloved Cheesecakes. She's number 1 and number 2. Oh my goodness. Her second location is number 2. But when you scroll down, her website's number 1. All products on her own site is number 2. Her Facebook is number 3. And then her Instagram is number 4. So
I think she's 8 of the first 10, is my understanding when most people search. And so, so step
that's sick.
Excuse me,
that is sick.
So step number 1, what you want to do is you want to make a list of your ideal and likely buyers. We talked about that, but then you make your 3-legged marketing stool. And hers was, we got to reach out to retail stores. 2, we got to come up top in the search engines. And then 3rd, we've got to master the online reputation. And you say, what does that mean? When people look you up, we need to find massive amounts of video testimonials and Google reviews from real people that have had a real experience with your real product. And Colton, by default, I would say 99.999% of people I talk to, they don't have a 3-legged marketing system in place at all. With Sandra, she started noticing that more and more people were buying online once she was intentional about gathering real video testimonials and real Google reviews. She started seeing that number go up. The website, frankly, had a lot of work to be done. We did that for her. Her sales went up. And then we started calling stores. For every 100 calls she made, there was usually 2 or 3 stores that said, yes, we would be interested in receiving a sample from you. And they ended up becoming buyers. And so in a very short period of time, from the time that we met her to the time that we recorded that, she experienced a 42.2% growth. So 42.2% growth. And Colton, I just want to get your thoughts on this because you've met people that have gone through the system.
Yep.
You guys, we work with you. Not only are you guys clients, but I mean, you've met people, friends and family of yours have used our service. What do you say to somebody who feels overwhelmed by step 2, making a 3-legged marketing stool?
Well, eventually, if you don't have 3 legs, eventually your whole thing's going to fall apart. Most people kind of barely have one. Like they have their one way that they get the leads in from. We were like that. When we started this podcast, we had one way that people could watch the show. It was called YouTube. When people go to YouTube, they'd watch the show, YouTube, because that's where I thought people watch content. That was the only place. And you're going to want to also create a channel on Rumble and direct people over to there. You're going to want to make sure your podcast is set up, that you guys are promoting that, because if anybody ever kicks out that leg of YouTube, you guys are in trouble. And we were like, yeah, okay, we'll definitely work on that. And it wasn't something that we were obviously listening. We were coachable. We set up a Rumble. We set up these channels, and we were kind of promoting them. But then one day we woke up and we got an email from YouTube saying, sorry, we no longer want your content on our platform, and it was gone. And if you own a business and all of a sudden your distribution channel for reaching your customers is gone, you're kind of in trouble. And so we had to quickly on the fly, everything we had went into building up Rumble, building up these other platforms. Now we have 60 different places. We have a methodology that allows this to happen a lot simpler, but we're able to post our content on 60 different platforms. We have a database of emails and phone numbers and ways of getting in contact with people.
We have an app.
We have an app, but we have a marketing mechanism that allows us to reach our customers, because if you only have one thing and that gets kicked out, you're done for. And you've said the same thing about our finances. You're like, man, you want to make sure you have multiple different revenue streams coming in, because if one revenue stream, if you get too dependent on one, like, hey, we really love this one, though, this is a really good one, we're all in, and then that gets kicked out, you're kind of in trouble. So you've always told us to have 3 different revenue streams coming in for our podcast. And so that's a very personal thing for us specifically. But I know any business that has, you're completely dependent on one flow of getting to your customers and your customers getting to you, you're going to end up in trouble at some point, because if that ever gets kicked out, you're done for.
Now, Stacy, step number 3 we had to work with her on was we have to define what we call our revenue producing activities, RPAs, revenue producing activities. You might have other authors that refer to it as key performance indicators, KPIs, but once you get past the nomenclatures and the semantics, all we're talking about is what are the action steps that need to happen every week to produce revenue. And you and David have had success as entrepreneurs before the Flyover podcast. And I think a lot of people, whether it's fitness or business or whatever we're doing, we have to narrow down the activities that will move the needle. And by default, we're usually inundated with so many things we could do that we're not focused on the things that do move the needle. Oh, yeah. And what was so great with Sandra, she just said, if you'll show me what to do, I promise we'll do it. And so we were able to define the activity that she needs to have. And I'll just tell people the numbers there. She needs to reach out to 100 stores a week, which, by the way, it takes about 8 hours a week to do that, because not every store picks up the phone. So she needs to reach out to 100 stores a week. You say, every week? Yeah, every week. And then she needs to gather at least 5 video testimonials and 5 Google reviews from real customers every week. So you say, what marketing activity? 100 Dream 100 calls, and then 5 video reviews and 5 Google reviews. And that's the entirety of the system, and that's going to produce a certain amount of sales. And then if she wants to double sales, you would do 200 calls and then 10 video reviews and 10 testimonials. And eventually, word of mouth begins to take over. And that's what's happening right now. And I call that the tipping point. That's where you start to get that word of mouth. But I want to get your thoughts on that, Stacy, because when you and David have started your various enterprises, at some point, you and David had to sit down and say, okay, here is the activity that we as a couple are going to commit to every day.
Yeah, because it's really easy to get distracted, and there's so many things, so many plates you can like spin and be like, okay, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. It becomes overwhelming and you're spread too thin. That's what I love about working with you, Clay, because you help us measure, monitor, adjust, and control. So that means every single week when we have a phone call with you, you are going through what does your revenue look like? How's this doing? How's this doing? How's this doing? Giving us ideas as to how to increase, or if we need to change it, but never having too many things that you are focusing on. Is just a few very simple things, just like Colton said, where there are 3 income streams that we focus on, not 5, not 10, 3. But that's the power of having a coach, where you can come in every single week. How is this doing? This is what we can tweak. This is how we can make a difference. Maybe we need to change that to something else. But that is really the power of having a coach.
Our slang was like red light, yellow light, green light activities, because most people I see in business, they're attracted to the stuff that feels like work, but it's kind of shuffling papers. It's doing something. They spend a lot of time on these red light activities that do need to get done, but if it's a red light, you're not moving.
Yeah.
The green light, you're cranking. It's an important activity.
You're right.
It's getting a review. It's doing the important things.
Now, the final area we worked with Sandra on, everybody out there should implement this, is just diligently tracking on a weekly basis. And I want to give listeners some examples of this. I sell a lot of books, and what does a lot mean? I've written 40 plus books, and for me,
if you sold one of every one of your books, you'd have sold a lot of books.
True.
Well, what happens is we'll say like 1,000 units might get sold in a month, okay? And I get a report. And just so we're clear, you're not making $50 per book. You make like $5 a book or whatever. But I get a report that shows how many book sales are coming in. And I have a good understanding of, wow, as an author, for me, that's not going to feed my family with the books I sell. But the books I sell are very important. They help a lot of people out. They're very action-oriented. They're great for entrepreneurs. But I know that I'm looking at the numbers. I'm not really going to feed my family with those sales. I also track the amount of eggs that our chickens produce per month. What? Yeah, we have a kind of a hobby farm, and we produce chickens, and we have chickens and eggs. And I know that if that was my sole source of providing for my family to feed our family, we also wouldn't make it. And so those are what I would put. I would put those in the area of hobbies. So I would say book writing for me, those are hobbies. I love writing books, but it's a hobby. I love our hobby farm, but it's a hobby. There's a lot of things I'm into, but they're hobbies. But the things that are going to feed my family, AKA the business, I have to know those numbers. And so I have a haircut chain, Elephant in the Room, and we cut the hair of approximately 4,000 men per month. And I know how much profit we make per haircut. And so I say, well, in order to achieve my financial goals, we need to cut approximately the hair of approximately 4,000 men per month. And I track that. And I have a business I'm involved in. We do wood flooring, and I track, and this is how much wood flooring we have to put in every month in order to hit our goals. But knowing those numbers and looking at them every week, Dave, that's not something most people do. And I find, in fact, most people kind of intentionally, subconsciously or consciously hide from their numbers. They almost would rather not know. And so most people take the most important numbers they need to know, and they kind of put that off into the junk drawer, and they don't want to know. They don't want to look at it. And it kind of goes there with the photo of the ex-girlfriend where you're like, I should have thrown that away, but for some reason I have that. It goes there with, seriously, it goes there with like the yearbook, you know, it kind of with the VCR manual.
The cord to an old boombox.
Yeah, and it's weird because if you took it to the dumpster, that's a commitment to, hey, I'm throwing it away. So what we do is we move it to the attic, don't we, folks? After it's worn out, it's welcome in the junk drawer. We go to the attic and it goes in a bin. We go to Target and we get a bin. It's a Tupperware bin. We put it in the bin, and now it stays there for another decade. But for some reason, I don't know why people do that with their finances, Dave, but I think a lot of people have a very organized system. It goes in a bin, it goes in the attic, and that's where it stays. And then they really don't want to look at it. But with Sandra, she's so coachable. We look at the numbers every week and we say, wow, you know, the price on this particular product isn't solvent, or we're charging too little, so we need to raise that one up. Or, wow, we're making this much money per transaction, so we need to do more transactions. And Dave, she's been so coachable and so great to work with. But I just want to ask you, Dave, why is it that we as humans typically want to take the numbers that matter most and put it in the attic, figuratively speaking?
I don't know, but I see that very consistently. I'd like to actually flip that back to you for a question. When you do these 13-point assessments, what's the ratio of people that are in a business, they're trying to produce an income, provide for their family, so they're in it. This isn't something they're thinking about doing in the future. They're already in a business. What's the percentage of people that can tell you off the top of their head their revenue, their checking account balances, what's involved? Like when people get on the phone with you, what's the ratio of people that are already in a business that can just rattle off every detail of what their numbers are? Sales, customers, balances, revenue, profit. For every 100 people I talk to, there's probably one who knows their number. I would assume it was something like that because it's very rare. And it is rare when you talk to somebody that they're intentional, private, that they'll spend the time. They might delegate that to somebody. It's kind of like their website. It's like, I don't know, I got a cousin who knew how to wire his car stereo.
We have a website guy.
He did our website. I don't really know. I don't have the password to it. I couldn't fix anything. Like a lot of that stuff out of sight, out of mind. A lot of people start a business, like they start wood flooring because I worked for a company doing wood flooring and I was really good at it. So I'm going to do it on my own. And so all the other stuff they kind of put out of sight, out of mind, and they don't treat it like an owner. They're actually treating their business that they own like they're an employee of it and someone else. There's this leadership vacuum of these important key areas.
And a lot of entrepreneurs abdicate this area, and that, you know, like you're saying, like we kind of want to offset these things. Like it's like I have an accountant. I pay my accountant a lot of money.
I don't know. He does a lot of stuff.
They need to know my numbers. They'll if I need to know, I can ask them. I got a guy I can call that knows those numbers. And
that's the worst thing you can do.
It's the worst thing you can do. But one thing I love about you, Clay, is there's kind of the accountant numbers that they kind of throw these things out there, and there's this and this P&L and this kind, and they make it kind of confusing. Yes. Every business I've ever seen with you that you work with, you create a spreadsheet with greens and reds. Reds are bad, greens are good, and it's right on there, and you can see it, and it's week by week by week, and it's only the important numbers. And you're like, that's great that your accountant can move money around, and it's like, oh, look at that bippity boppity bacon, we're in profit. I don't know how that happened. We actually made less than we we had more money going out than we had coming in, but somehow we were a profitable company this month. Like somehow accountants can pull this magic with numbers, and you're always like, yeah, but what actually happened? And that's my favorite part. Like this tracking sheet for you is only for the entrepreneur. It's simplified, it's streamlined, and it's like, what are the important things that I actually need to track?
Every owner knows that. You know, people can love or hate, you know, Oprah Winfrey, you know, but she's kind of famous for every check that went out from Harpo Productions, she signed. You know, like there's probably a reason she's probably the best in the world ever to do what she did, but she was in charge of every check that was signed everywhere in her company.
Well, I'll say this. I was working this week with an automotive repair shop, and I've worked with this guy for 10 years. So this week we're having our meeting, as we do every week, and we're looking at the numbers, and he does diesel repair. So massive vehicles, he repairs them. And I remember about 10 years ago, I said, hey, looking at your numbers, what if you just said on every diesel that goes through you're just going to pay yourself an extra 3%. He said, what? I said, well, typical repair, let's say that repair is what's the average? And he's like, well, about $3,000. I go, okay, so let's do the math here, folks. I'll do it with you. So we say, well, if it's $3,000 is the average repair, and we're just going to go ahead and raise prices 3%, that means per repair, you're just going to pay yourself $90. Can we do that? And he goes, I mean, I don't see why that's going to help, but I said, can we just off every transaction add in 3%? He goes, okay. Well, we were looking back at that, and he says, I was reflecting upon it, and that's made me millions and millions of dollars.
Wow.
Of just, going up 3% and taking that and investing it and this is a guy who just takes the 3%, puts in the bank account, and that's the extent of his investment. I'm not saying that's a good idea as far as investing, but that's what he does. And just that 3%, but he had been in business. This is what the sad part was. He had been in business for over 10 years before I met him, and he had nothing saved.
Wow.
And so we just started with that 3%. Well, now he has a very healthy business that operates around a 25% margin, but that first 3% was, a big deal for him, okay? And so I've got some biblical principles I want to teach everybody here on today's show at the limited time we have here. Proverbs number 13:11. Proverbs 13:11 says, wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished, but he that gathereth by labor shall increase. What I'm saying is, you're not wanting to you don't want to get rich quick. You're not looking for an overnight success story. When I was talking to that gentleman with the automotive repair shop, I'm going, hey, let's just increase your profits by 3%. And he's like, what? Because if you watch too many online videos, you want to flip your business and get rich in an hour. You want to get rich in a month. And he tried all those programs. And he's like, 3%? I go, just 3%. Well, now he's at a 25% margin. So again, don't try to get rich quick. Sandra wasn't trying to get rich quick. She said, I want to stop losing money. Then I want to build a sustainable model. Now she's doing very, very well. Debt-free. Way to go. Proverbs 10:4 says, he becometh poor that dealeth with a slack hand, but the hand of the diligent maketh rich. What I'm saying is, if you're not diligent, no matter what I teach you, it's not going to produce success for you. And finally, Proverbs 13:20 says, he that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. What I'm saying is, you've got to get wise counsel. And so if you're watching today's show, I have 4 calls to action for you. Number one, if you're watching on Rumble or iTunes or wherever you are consuming the show, hit subscribe. There's all sorts of data that I could rattle off for you, but it's a little over 7 out of 10 people that watch a podcast don't subscribe to it. So that means if you're watching this show right now, there's a probability that 7 out of 10 people watching this right now haven't subscribed to the Flyover podcast. So I would encourage you to subscribe, hit share. It helps bless a lot of people, reach more people. So if you learned something today, hit like and subscribe. Second thing I want to share with you is if you want to join us for the final installment of this Reawaken America tour, the Reawaken Reunion, if you go to time2freeamerica.com, time2freeamerica.com, it's going to be June 19th and 20th in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've got Donna Clement, Kim Clement's daughter. We have Amanda Grace. We have Julie Green, Steve Schultz from Elijah Streams, the Flyover Conservative team, your whole family here. Mel Kay will be in the house, General Flynn, Pastor Dave Scarlett, Dr. Stella Emanuel. It's going to be great. It's 2 days. It goes from basically 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., 2 days in Tulsa, Oklahoma, June 19th and 20th. Call to action number 3 is we are giving a free business conference ticket for anybody who comes to the final Reawaken America event. So if you buy a ticket to the Reawaken Tour event, you get a free business conference ticket on the 18th, and you can name your price. So you say, how much are tickets? I tell people they're $250. Or whatever you can afford. And someone says, why do you do it that way? Well, my wife and I lost millions and millions of dollars on the Reawaken Tour, but the reason why we let you name your price is because I grew up in a family where we could not afford to go to a lot of things. I don't believe in a hand out, but I do believe in a hand up. And so if you could buy a ticket for $250 and use promo code FLYOVER, you have a chance to win a backstage pass, and that's great. But if you can't afford the $250, you can literally name your price. So I encourage everybody. So again, 1, subscribe to Flyover Conservative Podcast. 2, check out the in-person Reawaken America tour, June 19th and 20th. 3, come to the business workshop if you can. 4, if you're looking to grow your business, you can schedule a free one-on-one consultation, free conversation about how to increase your compensation by going to thrivetimeshow.com. That's thrivetimeshow.com. And then 5, just be a doer. You've learned a lot on today's show, and I encourage you to be a doer. I talked to a guy this week, no, it was 2 weeks ago, Dave, who's one of your listeners, and he and his wife have built a very successful trampoline park, and they sold it. Fun. And they've listened to our conversations for years, and now they're opening up a coffee shop. And he said, man, I knew as soon as we got into a place where we were going to open up our new business, my first step was to call you guys. I'm so tired of learning by trial and error. I'm going to call you guys, and you're going to help me down the path. And so, again, Be a doer, folks. Don't just be a hearer. Take action on something you've learned today. And again, I'm sorry I sound like I've been drinking copious amounts of DayQuil, but I have been drinking copious amounts of DayQuil. Back to you, Dave.
You sound like you actually need more DayQuil, so up it.
No.
You're still upright, so I know you're not taking too much. If you can still function, then you can still more room for DayQuil. One thing I want to mention on that, when you're talking about the events, we're event people. We'll go to conferences. We'll go to prophetic conference. We'll go to a marriage conference. We go to business conferences. Every year we go to Patrick Bet-David has a big event called the Vault. He has in Florida each year. We've gone to that for like 3 years in a row. And, we just want to get new ideas. Sometimes it's the speaker. Sometimes it's environment it is. Sometimes it's just the fact you leave your home and you're kind of just, marinating in something. But people pay more money than that to hear one speaker.
Yes.
They'll pay 10 times that to go hear Anthony Robbins or go do a certain thing. You're going to hear more practical information of what to actually move the needle in your business by that business conference than anything that you can go to. We've been to Danny Johnson a dozen times. We've been to Patrick Bet-David over and over and over.
Times,
you pretty much you name a person out there. We listen to Alex Hormozy all the time. We let there's a lot of great content creators. You're not going to find any single resource that's going to help you move the needle faster. Within the first hour of Clay's business conference, you're going to be like, holy cow, this changed my life.
Even if you're not a business owner.
Yes.
Clay, can you share the testimony of the person that came to the business conference thinking they were going to the Reawaken?
They're looking around like, where's General Flint?
Yeah.
And then they ended up starting a business?
And I just talked to him this morning, by the way.
Same guy.
I don't want to throw him under the bus, but I just talked to him this morning. But basically what happened is he thought that he just lost his job, and he thought, I'm going to come to the Reawaken tour. I got some downtime. I'm going to go down there and support, General Flynn and Mike Lindell and Eric Trump, and I'm going to come to Tulsa. So he shows up, and it's packed. I mean, we've got about 400 people in an audience for our business conference. And after about 2 hours, we do a heavy Q&A format. He comes up to me, and says, excuse me, sir, where's General Flynn? I go, well, what do you mean? He's like, I mean, where's Mike? Where's Eric? I mean, where's Stella? Where's the Team America? Where are they? I said,
Team America.
We have an upcoming Reawaken event, in the future, but this is the business conference that I've been doing for the last 20 years. And he goes, oh no. And I go, what do you mean? Oh no. He's like, I guess I thought this was the Reawaken. And I said, what do you do? He said, well, I was a pool guy working for a pool company, and I got laid off. And I go, well, why don't you just start a company that does that, and I'll teach you how. And he's like, okay. So he goes and sits down like on the third row.
That's a great story.
Right. He's sitting there like on the third row, and he's taking notes. And then by the end of day one, he comes up to me. He's like, do you think I could start my own company? And I'm telling you this right now because I have his tracking sheet pulled up here. I won't mention his name of the man right now. But he hit $1.3 million in gross sales last year.
Wow.
I love that so much.
40% profit margin, by the way. So that means 130,000 would be 10%. 260,000 would be 20%. So $520,000 of profit he made last year. He has a very, very almost Amish-sized family, very large Amish-sized family, and he just and it's a thing where he never thought he would own a business, and he just came to the event. And a lot of it was, what would I name it? How would I start? Do I need an LLC? How would I get capital? Where should I office? How do you hire anybody? I've never hired somebody. How do you hire people? How do I make a handbook? And then after we got through all that, it was, how do I generate leads? How do I charge people? How do I set up a merchant account? How do I pay my taxes properly? How do I get the right insurance? I mean, it was baby steps, starting from complete the embryo phase here, and we together have grown this. And I think he's been a client now for year 5. And he just called me this morning and just randomly was telling me, he's like, dude, I can't even believe how much my life has changed.
Well, there's a lot of people watching right now. There's a lot of people watching right now that have a skill. That guy had a skill, knew about the pools. But we have this Marxist school system that teaches you to be a factory worker, and a bell rings and tells you when to go to the bath. Like, we're not trained. It's made to seem like you can't do those things. Clay's the gap between taking your skill and turning it into a profitable business. So that's worth it. The very next day, you're turning it into the Reawaken America tour. People will pay money to go see Del Bigtree. People will pay money to go see David Harris Jr. People will pay money to go see Steve Schultz and Elijah Stream. Every single speaker, people buy tickets to go see one person. Here, they're all under one roof. It's a no-brainer. So that's my last little thing. Last thing, call to action. We got Father's Day coming up, and this may seem self-serving, but I am pro-father.
Oh,
I think fathers are amazing.
They
and,
are.
And if you're watching this today, and maybe your dad was kind of good, maybe he was kind of not, maybe he kind of didn't show up a lot when you're a kid, and maybe now he's trying to, be a good guy or whatever, maybe dad was just kind of grumpy because he, washed with lava soap every day, and he was just like had rashy, nooks and crannies. Who knows? But if you got a dad out there and he's at least decent, if you got a dad that at least kind of showed up and he's like, hey, I'm here, present, like, you have his number and he'll call you back. Like if he's anything so into that relationship, get him some soap, get him a thing from
Support a business.
from FernValleySoap.com because A, it's a business that is great to support. B, it does help support Flyover Conservatives because they're a partner of ours. 3, you get a great value. 4, it's something he's probably not going to get anyway. And number 5, you know what? The Bible says honor your mother and father, and that's kind of a low bar. Just send the brother a bar of soap.
Yep.
And they're probably going to check that box. You're going to stand before God someday, and he's like, "Did you do anything?" And you're like, "I sent him some soap." And so at least you did something to at least check a biblical commandment. So that's my call to action for the listeners today.
Clay, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Yay! Welcome back.
Hey, thanks. It's good to be with you again.
Oh, it is great to be with you as well. So fill us in. What is going on in the world of economy, gold, silver? What is up?
So let's talk about what Trump needs for this economy. He needs Kevin Warsh to lower interest rates to stimulate the economy. My projection is it's better than 50-50. He's not going to get his wish.
Oh.
I just don't think that he will because the inflationary pressures are too high. But here's the problem, and we addressed this briefly on the last show. The economy is not doing very well. Right. So ultimately, when you have a bad economy, you have to lower interest rates to stimulate that. Here's where I don't think that they're going to get it because Kevin Warsh has already said 3 days after he became Fed chair, maybe higher for longer interest rates is good to defeat these inflationary pressures. Right. It's like, well, this isn't the guy who was, talking before he was like, wait, Trump is right. We have to lower interest rates. Right. But now tune has changed. So it's like, what's going to happen? Right. What's going to happen? I have a feeling they're not going to lower interest rates anytime real soon, even though that kind of contradicts what I was thinking earlier in the year that we probably would have 1 to 2 during an election year because people vote with their wallets.
Absolutely. So I'm thinking, what does that do to Trump for midterms and for the Republican Party?
Not good, which makes me wonder what the backing behind the headwinds against Trump really are and who are they, right? Because it is severe, right? It's a lot. So if we don't get a lower interest rates, I still pray that we get one, right? Just because it's an election year, that would make sense. I have a gut feeling we're not going to get one. But here's why we should. Here's why Trump needs this and why he's spot on, dead on, accurate, and right.
Okay.
So job numbers. Let's look at what's happening in the job market right now, right? So we just hear stories about, they're increasing jobs. The number of jobs are increasing, and you look at this list, Caterpillar hires 600, Semiconductor Place hires 400, and all these companies that are hiring, 50s and hundreds. But you look at the other side of that story, and you've got big companies that are like Los Angeles United Schools, 657 people laid off. Meta, 3,000 people. Intuit, 3,000 people being laid off. Standard Chartered Bank, 7,000 people being laid off. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on.
Yep.
Now, that's just people that are being laid off. You also then look at the companies that have closed their doors. Those aren't layoffs. Those jobs are gone.
They're completely
right?
gone.
So you add those two, and they greatly dwarf the amount of jobs that are being created. Okay, so this isn't good, right? This means that you need to lower interest rates to get people to spend, to decrease their debt load, their obligations every month. This is why they need to lower interest rates. Well, the other reason that we know that the economy is bad, why they need to lower interest rates, is there's a report that came out over the weekend on zombie home foreclosures. Not that zombies are living in them. They're not, right? However,
what does this mean?
So it means, people have lost their jobs. Their interest rates have gone up. Maybe they just can't make ends meet at the end of every month, and they're late on their payments, right? So they get a letter from their mortgage company, whether it's Chase or Wells Fargo or whatever, and say, hey, we're going to foreclose on you, right? So then they haven't foreclosed yet. They usually say, okay, you have a few months here to catch up, or else you're going to be foreclosed on. So what did the people do? They left. They just went to go rent somewhere. It's like, enough is enough. We're going to lose this place anyways. So
they literally left their homes. They left their homes. They're just empty.
They're vacant. And the number of zombie foreclosures is up in 38 states. It's not just relegated to California or New York, where people are leaving to go to other more favorable states, right? It's like 38 states. So people have just left, and they're going to give up their house, maybe because they have no equity in it. Maybe they have negative equity in it and they simply don't care. But now those houses are going to go back on the books of the banks.
Wow.
Right. So what are these banks going to do with them? Well, they're going to start selling them for less just to get rid of them, to get off the books, because the banks are already capital constrained. Right. So to me, this is like, okay, banking crisis coming as they have excess inventory of assets that they don't want. It actually is a liability on their books because they're not getting payments on it, even though it's an asset. It's one of those weird things.
Yep.
It's like, who wants a toxic asset? To me, a toxic asset is the same as a liability, right?
Yep.
So they're going to start unloading that. What's that going to do? It's going to increase the supply of houses on the market, which will lower real estate property. You know, it's like, good grief. This is a problem that's just waiting to happen. Another reason why you need to lower interest rates. This is the problem that Trump has with the Fed. And is he going to win? I don't know, because how strong are the political headwinds against him? They're very strong, right? They're very strong. So anyways, you look at this again, volatility. And this is where like on the last show, we talked about how gold and silver are reflecting supply and demand, not necessarily interest rate cycle anymore. These interest rates could climb and climb. It's going to be detrimental to the economy. People are going to be looking for a safe harbor investment or something to solidify what they have when the foundations around them are eroding. This is why right now, today, when the pendulum has shifted to simply starting to look at supply and demand, I think this is the time. Take advantage of these prices and allocate into gold and silver as the foundations around us continue to erode.
Okay, so quick question for you. I know we've talked about it before, but I remember during the housing crisis that Dave and I, we lived in Franklin, Tennessee at the time. We were on a walk. I remember going down this road. It was like a neighborhood that was kind of fairly new. They were newer homes. They were probably, I'm guessing, $750,000 to $1 million homes. And in every single one of the homes, there was for sale sign, for sale sign, for sale sign, for sale. The whole block. It was almost like, oh my gosh, what just happened? Do you think that we're going to see something similar to that? Are we already starting to see that happening? And is it even bigger than what happened with the housing crisis?
It's another housing crisis. 2009-ish timeframe was bad.
It was bad.
The subprime lending crisis. I mean, it was really bad. So I don't know if it's going to be that bad, or if it's going to be worse, or if it's going to be a little bit better. Literally, I don't know, except what we do know is inflation is persisting at a rate that we haven't actually experienced in a long time. Wages aren't keeping up with it. With the emergence of AI, some of these people that are losing their jobs aren't getting their jobs back.
Right. Yep.
And this is the unknown factor that we don't know. It's not business as usual. AI changes everything, right? So there's going to be pockets in the country that don't see the big downturn. You've got places like Nashville or, Tennessee overall, or Texas or Florida or Wyoming, where there's no state income tax and billionaires are leaving. People that can now work remotely are going to states where the cost of living is less, where they don't have to pay state income taxes, and they're leaving the high tax states. So there might be some pockets that sort of defy gravity, or at least don't fare as poorly. But ultimately, I think it affects everybody, if that makes sense. But some states are going to really feel the pinch, and those should be the high tax states. I think the real estate collapse could affect them very badly.
Man, so as you were saying before I asked you that question, you were talking about, gold and silver right now being at it had the, end of January, February, had that, whoa, where's it going? And then it went back down, but we're seeing it start to creep up, is what you've been talking about, like on the last show and all of that. And we've talked about so many times where it's predicted to go, whether it be you're saying, or big banks are talking about, where silver is going. You actually wrote a book called Thriving in an Economic Tsunami. And it's not surviving, because it feels like an economic tsunami right now. So thriving is making wise decisions with your finances. Can you talk about that? And, obviously going to gold and silver, why that's such a great decision at this point?
Well, thrive means you're successful. thrive means you have peace in the midst of the storm, right? There's many, you can look at emotionally thriving, spiritually thriving, financially thriving. To me, it's simple, just wisdom. It's like being in the right place at the right time, identifying the trends. That's what we help people do. There's times when stocks, bonds, mutual funds do great. There's times when real estate does great. There's times when gold and silver do great. And there's times when all of the above do poorly, right? So right now is that time where we're seeing this change, this sea change across the globe, where debt is the Achilles heel of every economy on earth. As interest rates rise, that's a pickle. That's a problem, right? So how do you overcome that? With peace, with confidence, with wisdom, and with certainty. Just allocate into the asset that the whole world needs, that there's not enough of. To me, that's silver. So it's just logic to me.
It makes total sense. So Flyover family, if you're thinking, okay, I need to get some questions answered, it's very simple. You just go to flyovergold.com. When you get there, there's a place you can fill out your information to get a free consultation. That means all the questions that you have. You get a 401k. Hey, I sold a motorcycle. What do I do with this extra? Whatever it is, you can get those questions answered. Then you can make wise decisions for your family. It's not just, oh, I don't know what to do. It's, hey, let me get the information. Let me pray about it. Make a wise decision. And while you're there at flyovergold.com, you can actually get Dr. Kirk's book for free. We are so thankful for Dr. Kirk doing that. When you put in your information for that free consultation, this will be sent directly to your email address. So again, thriving, not surviving, thriving in an economic tsunami. And that is what we want. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
You get a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930, and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill. Both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, the 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Century H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Limited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today. We may have found a potential cure for alpha-gal syndrome. We're talking about the Lone Star tick, and everybody knows that that's been basically weaponized. I mean, even what's his name? Robert F. Kennedy, even Robert Kennedy Jr. said that Lyme disease was something that was weaponized, and it was made basically by the military radioactive ticks that they did back in the 60s and 70s. It's insane. It sounds like crazy conspiracy theory stuff, but I mean, by now, I wonder if everybody knows that the conspiracy theory is a term that the CIA made up. They made that term up in order to discredit truth tellers. You can look it up. You can look it up on Wikipedia, whatever the hell leftist sites you use. I don't care. But I can tell you right now that the CIA made the term conspiracy theorist in order to discredit truth tellers. And anybody can know that based on, since COVID, I think we're like 172-0 or something. We just found out that what's her face admitted that she was Todd Blanche's puppet. I mean, come on, the only one that we got wrong was the Netanyahu dead thing, but that was weird because what person puts out AI videos if they're alive? What is that?
Hold on.
What is that?
Who? First of all, when it comes to that one, who's we? All right. There's no we here on that one.
Oh, well, I could say we on the ones that I've been right on this whole time then.
But I never said you were wrong. I said
it's just weird though. Who puts out AI videos if you're alive? What is that?
No, I just had to say, I just had to bust your chops a little bit because during that one, I remember I said, wait a minute, I know the AI stuff with the videos, but I said, I just don't think he's gone. I said, if he was gone, I said, there's no way they were going to be able to hide that for that long. But anyway, moving on.
It doesn't make any sense, man, because now see, the only reason that I was incorrect on that one particular one is because what sane person puts out AI videos of themselves if they're alive? It's just strange to me.
No, those were just bad videos, Jack.
Terrible. I mean, they were easily discernible as fake too.
I just think they were glitches, Jack. They were real videos, just glitches. Just glitch.
Yeah, right. Occasionally, I get a glitch in the Matrix. Dude's got 6 fingers on his right hand. All right, I'm going to show you guys our thumbnail tonight. It's beautiful. It's made by Eli from the Live from America TV network. Check this out. So we got Secret America uncovers potential alpha-gal cure. And there we are. We're torturing this tick. And we're saying, give us the cure, you lunatic. You get it? Lunatic. You see? So we were torturing this guy. And I think after a while, he finally gave it up. So that's how we got the cure. He told me that it was on the NIH website. So I went and looked. So the tick actually gave it up. And that's how we got to where we are now.
We're going to be in trouble with PETA, Jack.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now that PETA is definitely one of the ones that would protect the ticks, if anything. I mean, that is a strange organization, man.
Oh yeah, they've kind of gone the way of being full of crap. They've turned political. It's kind of just a left-wing crazy organization at this point, just like the ACLU. They've kind of gone that way. Maybe they always were that way, but now it's just okay for them to be out in the open about it. But I mean, I'm just looking at I mean, in that I'm not really doing anything. I mean, I'm just looking at the tick. Like you're zapping him, so you might have a problem. I don't know.
See, you're recording the results. You're just as guilty because you're allowing me to do it.
No, I tried to stop you.
I
did.
Well, hey, the important thing is we waterboarded him. We got the cure. So, and then we killed him.
Yeah. Listen, I swear to God, what you didn't see in that photo, I did try to hit Jack over the head with the clipboard, and he still wouldn't stop. Then he tased me. He tased me.
You see there? And if it wasn't for me, Alpha Gal would keep going, because if it's up to Jay, he wants to protect the ticks.
Listen,
he is team tick.
I swear, the other day, Jack, I remember you had that tick crawling across your desk.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Right. I had a something that looked like a tick, and I took a video of it. I posted it.
That was a spider.
It was a spider. It was a jumping spider, and it actually had that little white dot.
It looked, but it moved too fast to be a tick.
And it also for everybody knows, you see that picture that we have on the thumbnail, it's accurate. The tick is a singular body, right? A spider has 2 sections. So that's another way for you to tell if you do see something in your house or on one of your pets or anywhere, that the tick is one hard shell body and the spider has 2 sections. So that's
what I worry about, Jay. When you see a tick, if it's flat, that means it doesn't have any blood. It didn't suck any blood from somebody. But if it's thick and you go to squash it, blood will come out. But what if one that's thick bites you with infected blood, AIDS infected blood, or whatever it is?
I don't know. Like that was a big concern for people when it came to HIV.
Yeah,
with mosquitoes, right?
Yeah.
And I think they kind of said that couldn't transmit for whatever reason. Like
How?
it doesn't.
It's blood going into your blood.
I don't know. Like it doesn't come out like they. I don't know. That's something that I have to look at more closely. But that's a good question because it is like, oh, what if there's blood inside the tick and it does bite you and it burrows under your skin? Maybe that's why people say you got to be really careful when you take it out. Because
you cannot let the head stay in your skin. What you do is you get tweezers, you go really close to the head, as far as your skin can go. You pinch it and you pull it out, or you burn the bottom of it until it pulls its head out. Either way, you cannot allow the head to stay in, because if the head stays in, the poison will continue to pump.
Well, yeah, and if you don't want to do it yourself, don't go to go right to a clinic or somewhere if you can, and have a medical professional take it out for you, so you don't screw it up if you can.
And you cannot squash them if they haven't had any blood. They're too thin. You can't smack them with something. You have to flush them or burn them, whatever you want to do.
All right, just don't burn them in your house. Bad idea.
Okay, so real quick, I want to talk about the cure that was found. And I personally think this is something that is huge. It's been sat on by Anthony Fauci and the NIH for the last 5 years. I found it on the NIH government website, if you can believe that. It's on the actual government website. They've known about it this entire time, yet they took no steps to inform anybody about it. So I'm just gonna run through it real quick. The cure itself is actually really ingenious. It's cheap to buy. It has no adverse side effects. Researchers reported that it's a specialized form of ear acupuncture called SAAT, which is Solomon Auricular Allergy Treatment, produced symptom remission in an amazing 96% of patients that were studied. 96%. According to the case series, 121 out of 126 patients who completed follow-up reported remission of symptoms. The even more shocking thing is 93% of patients who previously suffered anaphylaxis, which is basically the complete shutdown of your body due to severe allergic reaction. 93% of those people experienced no further symptoms after treatment, which is really incredible because this process does not involve drugs. You don't get any injections of alpha-gal. It doesn't involve years of expensive medicines. It just involves identifying a specific reactive point on your ear called the Solomon allergy zone. You place a tiny acupuncture needle into the reactive point. It is not painful. You leave it in for a few weeks, 3 to 6 weeks, depending on what the acupuncturist says. If these results hold up under larger controlled trials, this could be one of the most significant breakthroughs ever reported for alpha-gal syndrome. The thing is, though, why is a condition like this, Jay, that's exploded across America, especially after the rapid spread of Lone Star ticks, it's receiving little to no national attention? And real quick, I just want to tell everybody what it is. Basically, like I said, it's 96% remission rate. I mean, that is 5 out of 126 did not report a remission. Everybody else was able to start eating meat again. In fact, if you go on things like Amazon and you look for this kind of thing, the Solomon allergy zone remission, the whole cure for alpha-gal, you'll see reviews where people have said, wow, I did this. I was able to start eating meat within a few weeks after it was done. I slowly worked my way back up and I was able to start eating meat after 10 years of not being able to eat meat. I mean, it's really incredible, Jay. And the worst part, though, is nobody knew about this until right this second. Nobody.
Well, and I looked, and you sent this to me today, and I like I always do, I look stuff up and I do a little research on everything. And I said, how has this not been, out there? Why does nobody know about this? And the reason why, there's a couple of reasons that are legitimate reasons, I guess, but it's something, regardless of what I'm about to tell you right now, this should be relooked at and restudied the way that they want it studied, and to see if this actually is as good as it sounds or works as well as we think it works, right? So the reasons why they say, okay, why isn't it gotten more attention? Why isn't this out there in the mainstream? And it says it's a weak study design. It's a retrospective case series with no control group, randomization, mostly subjective self-reports, limited objective lab follow-up. Mainstream medicine requires RCTs, and RCT is
controlled
it's
trials.
It's a randomized controlled trial, right? Where you have a placebo group and all the other stuff that I just mentioned. Also, here's other reasons that make a lot of sense to all of us, right? Published in a niche journal, right? Not where allergists usually look. Alternative medicine stigma. We hear about that all the time. They did that to us during COVID, didn't they? A lot, right? With ivermectin and
that's
other
why
things.
people don't know that Anthony Fauci was the head of the NIH when this was discovered in 2021. Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates go hand in hand together. You think he's going to put this out there and say, hey, look what we got, guys. But I'm going to tell you why those controlled trials and the things you just said do not matter.
Two more things, though, Jack. Hold on to
Go
that.
ahead.
Just two more quick things. All right. And here are the other ones, right? And this aligns with Anthony Fauci. No big incentives. Low cost. What have we heard this before? One-time procedure with no pharma funding for large trials and marketing. And it's still emerging. Undiagnosed guidelines focus on avoidance, not unproven quote unquote cures, with mainstream calling it promising but unproven. Okay, so why don't you see if you could make it promising and proven? I don't know, but go ahead.
Yeah, they don't want to. But see, the thing is, this is something that we don't need their help with. This is something we can all do on our own with an acupuncturist. You don't need a doctor. You don't need a pharmacy to try to, you don't need a big pharma company to mix medications or find the right vaccine. All you need is one acupuncture needle and to find the reactive point on your ear, the allergy reactive point. But I'm going to tell you why those studies and everything else do not matter. The things that usually matter for that kind of thing, Jay, the reason that they do those kind of things, the studies, the controlled trials, is mostly due to, now this shows, even if it's a retroactive study, it shows that there was remission in most patients. But the reason that controlled trials are done is because of adverse effects of medication. There are no adverse effects of this. So quite honestly, a controlled trial does not need to be done. You can do it on your own. It either works or it doesn't.
And you know what? It sounds like It sounds like something like ivermectin, where if you find the right doctor, you might be able to get this treatment, or find one that will give you this treatment. God forbid you need it. But
and you don't even need a doctor, just an acupuncturist or maybe an allergist if they know about the allergy zones in your ear. And Jay, it's amazing how much your ears control your body. People don't realize. I mean, you hear allergen zone on the outside of your ear, you think you're crazy. But if you've ever punctured your eardrum, it knocks your balance off. You can't move straight. Sometimes you'll sit in the chair. You'll look like you're a drunk person because your ears affect your entire body. And that's why this is very, very important. So guys, if you have alpha-gal syndrome, I can promise you, I actually looked on Amazon and there's people that are selling this treatment now. And it's got I don't remember how many reviews, but it's a 4.9 out of 5 stars. It's got tons of reviews. Like I said, that one review I talked about with the woman that was that's been in there for 10 years. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I made a video about it earlier, but I'm going to see. I want to find that review because it's in the comments. It's actually really interesting. Here it is. It's actually really interesting. And this was for the particular treatment that they were selling on Amazon. I mean, just like ivermectin, you can get it on Amazon. So check this out. Let's see. Here we go. All right. I'm going to pull this up a little closer so we can all see, hopefully. Okay. So that's about as close as we're going to get, but let's check it out. This lady down there. Okay. See, it's got 20 reviews so far. This is the Natural Solace. Now, this is not a treatment that they're selling you. You can't buy it and then, it be shipped to you. This is a business, the Natural Solace SAAT Clinic in Tulsa, Oklahoma. 20 reviews. They got a 4.9 because this is what they do. And here's a woman. Her name's Kat Davis. She did this 11 months ago. Her review says, I have had alpha-gal allergy for around 10 years. No one could help me. I was told I just have to live with my severe mammal allergy and adjust my lifestyle. We couldn't cook meat in my home. By the way, guys, the meat smell will also make your allergies break out. So will dairy, milk, other things like that. She said, we couldn't cook meat in my home, go to barbecue places, and I monitored everything I put into or on my body, from medications to lotions and soap. Natural Solace was so amazing to walk me through everything. They were wildly compassionate and determined to see me healed. I got the SAAT in November. It was a 6-week acupuncture. Then it took about 3 months to adjust my body to meats. For the first time in over 10 years, I ordered a steak for my birthday dinner. I cried. It was so good. If you have the alpha-gal allergy from a tick bite, I highly recommend trying acupuncture. It has been life-changing.
Crazy. I mean, it also works. Acupuncture works for a lot of things for certain people. I mean, they swear by it. I've had it like once, Jack. I had acupuncture once for my bad back.
I always find it weird, like voodoo type shit. But I will say that this is very promising because, I mean, you don't just have 126 patients, 121 report, remissions, and these were, voluntary. It was really amazing. It really is. And like I said, just like ivermectin, just like hydroxychloroquine, just like fenbendazole for cancer, they're all hidden from you. They are all off-label uses. They don't label fenbendazole and ivermectin for cancer use. They don't label hydroxychloroquine for COVID. They don't label SAAT for alpha-gal syndrome. Why? Because then you will take a one-time cure. You are in most insurance companies will not pay for a medication for off-label use.
No.
That is why they do not label it as one of the things that it can potentially help with.
Do we know what what would this cost be out of pocket? Do we have any idea?
It wouldn't be more than 100, maybe $200 at the most.
Listen, it's worth it. It's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. Just like you said, because the most important thing is no adverse effects, no side effects. So it's kind of like, and this isn't medical advice, obviously, but it sounds like what have you got to lose kind of thing.
And that's why I said the trials for this particular thing don't matter. Usually they do. But if you have something that has no adverse side effects, then you don't need a trial. You just either try it and it works or it doesn't. I mean,
but it would be nice actually. See, this is where you wish you had a lot of money and you could fund it yourself. You could fund the trial like yourself and say, you know what, I would like this to be mainstream. I would like this to be available to people. I would like insurance companies to pay for it to people. Maybe get a trial or a study out there that they would accept as legitimate and show that this actually works. That's what I'm talking about. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
No, God, no. That's why, I made the video, try to get the word out about it. Can't believe I found it on the NIH website of all places. But right now it's up to 147,000 views. So hopefully people are downloading it, sharing it, it's on Instagram and all that other stuff, because the more people that know about it, the better, because right now it's something that is spreading like wildfire, spreading on purpose. And this is something right here. And I'm going to tell you guys one thing. The main reason that Anthony Fauci hid this cure for 5 years is because, like I said, he is in cahoots with Bill Gates. And Bill Gates, believe it or not, the alpha-gal syndrome allergy that you get from the tick bite, it does not make you allergic to the lab-grown meat. So there we are.
All right. Listen, get it out there. Your video's doing well on X. On Instagram decided not to really care about that video for some reason, but who knows? I don't.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And then YouTube or freaking TikTok gave me a community violation for it.
Right
and
away.
I'm like, this is on the NIH website. You can go. They're like, no, that's misinformation. What?
Yeah, it's crazy. If you talk about vaccines or you talk about elections on TikTok, your videos immediately struck. But then on TikTok, there is literal pornography on TikTok. Pornographic innuendo, pornographic language, and it's all over the platform, and it's just on there. But if
wait a minute, you just said there's pornography on TikTok, and then Deborah says that was me.
Oh no, Deborah! I don't think that was Deborah.
Well, she said it was Deborah. Right. Deborah said it was me. You said there's porn on TikTok. She said that was me.
All right, Deborah, listen, if you can get away with it, good for you, because we post stuff on TikTok and it's immediately just struck. And it's like, wait a minute, how is this even possible? There's like kids scrolling up and down that platform, and the stuff you will hear on that platform, I mean, it's just not safe for work for kids at all. And I don't get it.
I think TikTok, the AI in TikTok, is actually programmed to suppress anything that says alpha-gal and cure in it. Because as soon as I put that in there, 10 seconds after I put it in there, it was already community violated. 10 seconds. This cure is on the National Institutes for Health government website.
Oh, Jack, she was talking about your community notes, by the way.
What community notes?
That's what Deborah's talking about. She wasn't talking about porn on TikTok.
Oh, no, now she's trying to pretend like she wasn't talking about the porn on TikTok. Now she's like, oh no, it's the community notes. No, I saw her. I recognize her face. I saw her.
Oh man. Oh, Deborah. I don't know. You guys could talk about this in the back channel.
I downloaded it to use for blackmail later on.
I'm not getting involved in this.
Oh God. All right. I'm going to show you guys something disturbing now. Okay. I'm going to show you how hypocritical Islam is. We all know that it is the number one. It's the number one. What would you call it? Danger? What would you call it? It's the number one what?
Threat.
Thank you. God, I could not think of the freaking word for the number one threat to America right now. It is the number one threat to America. And see, Deborah, she said she had a poll and everything. I told you. There you are. If you guys want to see it, Deborah Ultramaga, go to TikTok. She's got all kinds of stuff in there.
Oh man.
Anyways, I wanted to show you what Islam really is. So I got this video. There is a student on there talking to a teacher, via a teleconference, whatever you want to call it. This student says, I want to commit jihad. There's a new jihad, a new version of jihad, a new mechanism for jihad where you take a bomb and they put it in your asshole. God's honest truth. Because, they search you on the planes and all that. So it's like, we take a bomb and they put it in your anus. Now, listen to this. Listen to this. The student says, would it be okay if for jihad, I had a friend stretch my anus, gay sex, as long as I'm doing it for jihad? The teacher says sodomy is forbidden, but jihad is the greatest thing. So if you have to have gay sex for jihad, you can have gay sex for jihad.
I don't even know what to say. I just don't even know what to say to that. This is insanity. These people, yeah. Oh God, we even have to hear it. Let's go.
Well, it's you got to read it technically, but yeah. All right, yeah. I want you guys to check this out. This is 100% real. It's insanity, is what it is. All right. Yeah, take a listen to this. You're gonna have to, and the people that are listening and not watching, I'm gonna read it out loud to everybody. Okay. Dear Sheikh, شيخنا رزقكم الله الشهادة والحور العين في الجنة. In paradise. What in the hell does that mean?
Yeah, you're not, Jack.
Virgins?
Hold on. When you're trying to talk, you're not coming over because the other audio is interfering with you.
That shit. Then I'm just gonna read it out to everybody anyway.
Yeah.
All right, but okay. So listen to this. Dear Sheikh, may Allah grant you martyrdom and black-eyed virgins in paradise. What in the hell is a black-eyed virgin?
I don't know. I've heard the black-eyed peas, but not that.
Well, if you guys know anything about black eyes and what they're talking about, look up Panda and look up Orlando Brown. Orlando Brown and Panda. And it will show you, and this is going to be hard to hear, Jay, but what black eyes actually is when they torture children sexually via anal penetration, and it bursts the capillaries around their eyes.
Wonderful. Just wonderful.
It's torture. Insane. It's torture. And you'll see kids with black eyes. It's the God's honest truth. Look it up. Panda eyes. It's called Panda eyes. Thank you. Panda eyes. Look it up. Panda eyes. You can look it up right now.
If you say that, you're an Islamophobe. Well, maybe really? I am an Islamophobe because that's sick.
Look up Panda eyes. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Panda eyes. Muslims, Panda eyes. All right, I'm gonna look.
Well, no, not Muslims. Just look up Panda eyes. Just
Panda
type in the
eyes?
word Panda eyes.
Where do you want me to do that?
Let's see what it says. Huh?
On AI?
I don't know if AI has the balls to talk about that.
Where am I looking that up?
Because you want to know, you want to really know what goes on in the world?
No,
I will show you what goes on in the world.
Where should I look that up?
I'm looking on AI right now.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, they're not gonna They're not going to tell you the real thing. Let me go to oh, wait a minute now. Yeah. It says occasional darker online discussions, e.g. conspiracy claims or abuse-related bruising exist, but the dominant everyday use is about tiredness.
Okay, so they
Oh
are
my
acknowledging
God.
that they're acknowledging that it does exist.
Yeah, and if you look up, go to Google. Tell you what, go to Google, type in Orlando Brown and panda eyes. Let's do that real quick.
All right,
Actually,
I'm doing
I'm
it
going to
right
do it
now.
on the screen for everybody to see. Let's do that. Let's share this tab. All right, can everybody see? All right, good. We're seeing. Okay, let's go right here.
I got it.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Google. We're going to type in, and now Google hopefully still has some of this stuff.
Oh, look at that! Look at that great Google logo for Pride Month. Isn't that beautiful?
It's Pride Month already. Jeez.
Yeah, it's June, so we gotta deal with this crap for a month. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. Former That's So Raven actor Orlando Brown recently made comments on social media claiming that panda eyes are a Hollywood secret code. In his viral video, he alleged, without any evidence, that these dark eyes are the result of trauma to specific nerves. Medical and law enforcement professionals theory as panda eyes typically refer to bruising around both eyes. This is a clinical sign most commonly caused by a basal skull fracture, facial trauma, or specific type of cancers, yada, 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 yada. This doesn't tell you anything. Hang on. Where's the real shit? Oh, here we go. Right there. See right there. It says it's caused by damage to the pudendal nerve located in the rectum. It is, if you can find Orlando Brown's videos. Now, Jay, just like Michael Jackson, they try to paint him as insane. They try to paint him as, oh, he's gone crazy. It's an easy way to get somebody dismissed. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy. But if you go look at the photos, of many of the young kids in the LA area with black eyes. I'm not talking black bags under your eyes. I am talking full circle black eyes because the capillaries in your eyes burst due to the anal trauma. It's 100% real. It is sick. And that is Los Angeles for everybody that wants to know. That is Los Angeles.
Nothing would shock me about Los Angeles.
Well, I'm usually right when it comes to conspiracy theories, but honestly, this is not a conspiracy theory. It's something that you can view, you can look up, you can see the photos, you can see the trauma, and it is rough. Believe it or not, they do this specifically for the panda eyes. It is a ritual that they have, and it is sick. But anyways, I want to show you this. I'm going to read this out loud to everybody while it's playing. Because this right here, Jay, is Islam in a nutshell. It is hypocritical. Anything is justified for jihad. Anything. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's gay sex. You can cut off your penis and be transgender if it furthers the jihad.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Let's check it out. I want everybody to you're going to like this. This is a fun, fun teacher-student conference.
God.
All right, here we go. Dear Sheikh, may Allah grant you martyrdom. What the hell?
سأل الوهابي شيخنا رزقكم الله.
How many times do I got to mute this damn thing? All right, here we go. And black-eyed virgins in paradise. I wanted to commit a martyrdom operation. I turned to Sheikh Abu Dima al-Qassab, who told me that they had invented a new and unprecedented form of martyrdom operations. Explosive capsules are inserted into your anus, this is the teacher talking, in order to train for this method of jihad. You must consent to being sodomized for a period of time so that your anus becomes wider, making room for the explosives. My question is whether I am permitted to allow one of the mujahideen, go back. I'm sorry. He went a little too fast right there. Let's go back a little further. Let's see here. To allow one of the mujahideen access to my anus if my intentions are honorable. The teacher said, and the purpose is to train for jihad by widening my anus.
This is ridiculous.
The sheikh praised Allah and said, in principle, sodomy is forbidden. However, Jihad is more important. It is the pinnacle of Islam. If sodomy is the only way to reach this pinnacle of Islam, then there is no harm in it. The rule is that necessity makes the forbidden permissible. Something that is required in order to perform a duty becomes a duty in and of itself. Therefore, you must be sodomized. After you have been sodomized, you must ask Allah for forgiveness. Know, my son, that Allah resurrects the mujahideen on Judgment Day on the basis of their intentions. Allah willing, your intention to support Islam. May Allah include you among those who heed his call. And there you have it. There you have it. You are allowed to have gay sex in the name of jihad.
I'm going to say right now, that clip's not going to make it on TikTok.
Well, I can tell you one thing, though. I'm going to put it on there. I'm going to put Islam widens anus for explosive capital. That's going to be the title.
Nice knowing your TikTok account.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Anything, he said, anything is permissible if it furthers the jihad. So you can do whatever you want. So, if I was that guy, I'd be like, well, in order to do the jihad, I got to have sex with your wife. Is that permissible?
Yes.
And he'd be like, oh, yeah, why not?
Yes. Anything. As long as it, leads to that end. Yeah.
Yeah. So rather than strap a bomb to his chest, he has to put it in his anus. So he wants to widen his anus. And the only way to widen his anus is through mujahideen having access to his anus.
Well, Jack, they're hypocrites. That's all I can say.
Oh, yeah.
What can I say?
Oh, yeah.
And they're psychopaths. There's psychopath hypocrites is what they are. They're psychos.
In the U.S. Navy, they say it's not gay when underway. What does underway mean?
I don't know what he's talking about.
In this context, I don't know what that means. It rhymes, but I don't know what it means.
Yeah. Hey, you're a poet. You didn't even know it, U.S. citizen, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, when it's underway, I guess. Oh, I got something crazy to show you, Jay.
Wait. That wasn't crazy?
What? Oh, no, that was crazy in terms of insanity. This is crazy in terms of mass surveillance. You want to see something? Now, the construction equipment, those big garbage cans filled with water that stop runaway trucks?
Yeah.
Now, those have been turned into license plate readers. They are hidden license plate readers all over the highways now that will track you wherever you go. Okay? I'm going to show you this. Take a look at this right here. These are the hidden license plate readers that look just like the garbage cans. Look at this. That is unbelievable.
And what's the purpose of this?
Just to track you. That's it. It's all surveillance is the only purpose. There's not enough stolen vehicles or enough people that are committing crimes on the highway to justify hidden license plate readers. I mean, why? Look, you're not, the only way you're going to hide this is if you're doing something nefarious. Okay. If you have them all the way down the highway, they're still going to read people's license plates. So why hide them? Because you're doing something that is nefarious.
Yeah. I mean, we have these on police cars, but you could see the police car. It's not hidden. It's not like, in a garbage can, kind of look like something else. Right.
Exactly.
What is the point here? Like, why are they, they're like you said, there's not enough stolen cars. There's not enough stolen registrations. There's not enough expired registrations or revoked registrations to justify that, in my view.
No.
And where is this?
This is on the highways. Let's see. Where was it? It's on the highways in Arizona. They are brand new disguised automated license plate reader cameras in Arizona. Their yellow plastic barrels are camouflaged housings designed to look like construction equipment and runaway vehicles. And believe it or not, this is a partnership between law enforcement and Flock.
Oh, the Flock cameras. Didn't we talk about them? We've talked about them recently.
Flock cameras. Now, for those of you that don't know, Flock cameras are mass surveillance just like the government. And they work with the government on mass surveillance, only they are a private company that has access to all your information.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't want the private company having it, and I don't want the government having it just because I'm driving down the highway, to be honest. As I said, if
that
you
should
want
be illegal.
Again, this stuff needs to be challenged, like the thing we talked about in New York the other day, where they want to put the device in your car if you get a certain amount of speeding tickets on the cameras, not even pulled over, not issued a summons by a police officer, just a camera caught your vehicle speeding a certain amount of times. They want to put a device inside your vehicle now to stop you from going a certain amount of speed and all that. That is an intrusion that is different than if they make the car won't turn on because you're a drunk driver. That means a drunk driver, you've been convicted in a court of law. You are the person. This means that they can basically put something inside your vehicle, invading your privacy, when you might not even been the person driving and getting the infraction. That needs to be challenged. These things on the side of the road, what is their justification for this? They say they just say it's gonna stop stolen cars. It's gonna
No, they didn't give a justification for
That's
it.
the
And
thing.
honestly, they don't have to.
But I'm saying, what is the reason? They should have to give a reason. Why
They
do you
should,
have
but I'm
those?
going to tell you the argument for and against these things, okay? Against is obviously the mass surveillance by a private company should not have access to this kind of information. But also, the for is the fact that you have no expectation of privacy on a public road. That is why surveillance cameras are allowed all over America, because you have no expectation of privacy on a public road. But
this is different.
The
This is
opposite of that, Jay, is you can't go anywhere unless you're on a public road. So it's not exactly a fair situation.
Here's where this is different to me. You see those cameras all over the place, the traffic cameras. They're everywhere, right? But this is gathering information. This is not just a camera that somebody has to look at, and if they want to zoom in on your plate, is say you were involved in an accident or they wanted to find out where you were because you might be a suspect in a crime. This is completely different. This is automatically feeding your information when you have done nothing wrong in mass just for driving. As I said, it's not even that it's on a police car. This is like on a police car, you kind of assume, first of all, every police car, especially now, has a computer within the police car that a police officer can just type your plate in and it'll give the information on the vehicle. That happens all the time. They don't need any reason to do so. They could do it. This is kind of like they're trying to hide it. Why are you trying to hide that, number one? And it's not just a surveillance camera. This is giving your private information to either the government or a private company without your consent. I don't know. And it's kind of different than being on a police car where you know the object of that car is to enforce laws. It's different to me. It's kind of it's an overreach to me.
Yeah, I mean, all surveillance cameras are an overreach. They say you have no expectation of privacy on a public road. However, you can't get anywhere unless you drive on a public road.
Well, right,
so
you have no
how
choice.
can you say you have no expectation of privacy, but this is the only way I can get anywhere?
You have no choice, right? You're not. It's not like I could take a private road to go anywhere.
If I could
have
take
to
a
be
private road, I would. You know,
Yeah,
the
you have-
tunnels, the Tesla tunnels underneath Las Vegas. But I can't do that. So you're telling me that the only choice I have is the public road that I help pay for, but you get to surveil it because I have no expectation of privacy on a public road, even though a public road is the only road.
Yeah, the cameras all over cities on every corner. I kind of don't have a problem with it on these public
I
streets.
do. It's like Cuba,
I don't.
man. It's like Cuba.
I don't. As long as they're just there to record and see what's going on. I don't have that. To me, is kind of with things where, hey, if you're dumb enough to go rob a bank, and on a public street where all banks are, they're in public, and the camera gets you coming out, I that's on you. It's not like the camera was looking for information on you. You're the one who did something that now you did wrong. Okay. This is just, you're just driving and you're not doing anything wrong at that time. And they're going to kind of flag you if
you have
just
to have
driving
consent
by?
for somebody to film them. Does they have to
What's
have two-way consent to be
No.
filmed?
No, not in public. No, absolutely not.
Because I wonder about these cameras. I personally think that they're all illegal. It's a massive overreach, especially with a private company controlling this information. They know where you are. They know where you're going. They know everything you've done, your purchase habits, your videos, your images, your behavior. They know everything that you are doing, not only with the surveillance cameras, but also surveillance online. I mean, they have every piece of information they need if they wanted to destroy your life. And who cares if it's not their intent? All it takes is one bad actor.
Well, the private versus public to me is interesting because no, I don't think a private company should have access to these cameras on public streets. I don't think so.
How is that legal?
To me, it's not. But the whole thing about being filmed without your consent, no, there's no expectation of privacy in public to not be filmed. That's kind of like the argument, Jack, where people go in and they ask questions of somebody on the street. They don't have to answer, but they certainly can't tell me not to film them. You don't understand what I mean? You see these auditors all over the place, and a lot of them are annoying. But I get the point they're trying to make, but a lot of them are annoying, and they're just trying to kind of do it to annoy people to get a rise out of them.
But I don't get, Jay.
But it's not against the law. It's not against the law.
The only way you can get somewhere is to be in public.
Correct.
So you're telling me I have no expectation of privacy, yet I cannot leave my house unless I go somewhere in public.
There's the answer. If you don't want to be filmed, then stay in your house. And I get it. It's not realistic, but it's not against the law.
It
to be
should
filmed
be,
in
and it
public.
might be. Somebody needs to
It's
challenge
not.
that shit.
No, it's not. I think it has been because, like I said, you have this stuff all over the place now where auditors are out there and they'll stand in front of a bank. And I watch these because I'm fascinated by it. And they'll stand in front of a bank, and the manager from the bank will come out. Hey, you can't be filming inside the bank, And the guy's like, it's an open window. I can film. I'm on a public sidewalk. I can film whatever I want. So it kind of works both ways, Jack. Where you say, I don't want the government to have cameras. I don't agree with private companies having access to those cameras, and I don't know if they do. But you can't get upset with the government having cameras.
Flock's the one that issues the tickets.
That's ridiculous. No, that the government should be in charge of. That's a whole different issue that I really think I want to look way more into that as well. But what I'm saying with this is you can't say that you want to be able to have access to film what's going on. Like people want to have access to film what law enforcement does. They do it all the time, right? That's their right to do. They could film it just like law enforcement has the right to with a body camera, right? So it's kind of, you don't want to say that, no, you can't be filmed in a public place because you want to be able to film in a public place for a lot of reasons. A lot of people want to, and it's a good thing to be able to. So it's kind of, you don't want to take that away. But when it comes to private companies, I want to look more into that and why it's okay for private companies to get access to that information from citizens who are just walking on a public street. I think that's an issue. Or driving down a public street. I think that's a problem.
Listen to this, okay? So the Supreme Court has not directly ruled on or even heard a challenge to flock safety surveillance cameras, automated license plate readers, yada, yada, yada. Flock systems involve networks of fixed cameras that capture license plates, timestamps, locations, vehicle image, storage data, facial recognition software that law enforcement can query. Critics argue this creates warrantless mass tracking of movements, which is true. The A to B cameras mass track your movements. That is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Carpenter versus the United States, 2018, where the Supreme Court required warrants for long-term cell site location data due to privacy expectation in the whole of one's movements. You cannot track somebody's movements from A to B.
I'm asking right now, does Flock get access to the information that their cameras acquire? I just want to see.
Of course they do.
Well, let's see if. Well, we might think they do. Let's see if they say they don't. Let me just see real quick.
How could they possibly not have access to that information? It's their cameras. So why wouldn't the government? If the government only the government has access to those cameras, why wouldn't the government just go buy surveillance cameras rather than go through a private company? Because the private company stores the data.
Okay, here you go. It says Flock has limited technical access to the data collected by its cameras, but with significant restrictions. Customers own the data. Cities, police departments, HOAs, businesses, and other customers own 100% of the data from their cameras. Flock does not own it and claims it does not sell or share it without customer authorization.
Claims, you said? Claims?
That says what it claims, and I guess that's what they say. I mean, they say those are the restrictions.
You own 100% of your Google email, but does Google read your emails? Does AI read your emails? Yes, they do. In fact, they even said they were using AI to read emails to train them.
I'm just putting out what they're saying that we have. I'm asking that question because that's the question we have. They're saying there are restrictions. There have been reports of Flock employees accessing feeds, including controversial cases like viewing cameras in community centers. Critics and investigations highlight that Flock's centralized system gives the company
people can view these cameras.
What's that?
We can view these Flock cameras.
Did you know
Well, it
that?
says critics and investigations highlight that Flock's centralized system gives the company back-end capabilities that raise privacy
No.
questions.
I'm talking about you and I can go on the Flock website and view any surveillance camera we want.
But,
You want me to show you?
But that's not getting access to the information that they're filming.
That gives you all the information you need. All you have to do is run it through AI. Have AI watch that camera for you. Have AI track this person, that person, get the license plate here. They have the same technology. But let me show you what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, but I can't get a license plate reader.
Oh,
Neither
yeah.
can you.
Oh, yeah. AI can read those license plates for you. Now, you may not be able to get information on the license plate.
That's
but,
my point.
Yeah,
That's my
but you
point.
can if you go to certain background check websites. You can.
You shouldn't be able to do that as a.
Oh, no,
That's
no,
a
of course you
problem.
shouldn't be able. You
should
shouldn't have
not be able to-
access to public law enforcement surveillance cameras.
No,
But you do.
You should not. You should.
I'm going to show you.
Go ahead.
Let's take a look at this. This is if you feel safe, you won't after this. I can promise you that much. Because a stalker can watch these cameras. A serial killer can watch these cameras and see you in real time, what you're doing, where you are, where you're going. Oh, yeah. I'm going to show you. This is going to be fun. All right. Where are we here? Let's see. Is this it?
I'm asking to access.
Well, let's see. I'm trying to find the damn. Oh, here we go.
I'm looking now, and it says, in general, Jack, it says, no, civilians generally cannot directly
What
access.
the hell does
Flock
generally
camera.
mean?
It means, I guess, for the most part, cannot directly
for the most
access
part, they can't. Yeah.
Flock camera footage through the company's platform or app like authorized users, law enforcement, HOAs, businesses can. That's what they say.
Well, let's take a look. Let's see. I'm trying to find the damn thing. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute now. I may or may not have found it.
And Squirrel says in Google, it's a terms of service thing. They've been reading emails forever. So it's kind of like you signed up for Google, they can read your emails. And you
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about with this. It's the same thing. Only you don't have to sign up for shit because it's a public road.
But you're getting people, the public can get access to Flock camera footage that they lease to a law enforcement agency?
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
that's
I'm
a
trying
major
to find
flaw.
the damn.
If that's
I'm trying to find it before we go because this will blow your mind. I'm talking, you can actually view the cameras. If I could just find the damn thing.
Okay, ready? While you're looking, some security researchers and videos have shown vulnerabilities where certain Flock cameras, especially newer video models, expose live feeds publicly due to misconfigurations, but this is not intentional access, and Flock has addressed issues.
Not
Flock does
intentional access.
Well, it says Flock does not sell data or provide a public search tool. Privacy policies emphasize customer control.
Here you go.
So this might
is
be
a
one of those
5-minute video, so we're gonna watch it real quick, okay?
Yeah, this might be one of those instances where the misconfiguration happened.
Oh, I'm sure. All right, let's take a look.
I very easily found the administration interfaces for dozens of Flock safety cameras. I shared this information with 404 Media, and with John Gaines' help, that number quickly.
As a stalker, you can watch somebody's house. You can see what they're doing. You can follow them to point A to point B. Child pedophiles, kidnappers, serial killers.
Grew to nearly 70. None of the data or video footage was encrypted. There was no username or password
None of it was encrypted. There was no username or password for any of these cameras.
required. These were all completely public facing for the world to see, and some of them still are. You don't have to be an expert to find and gain access to this. You don't even have to type anything in to see every single person, vehicle, and activity that took place in these locations in the last 31 days. Whether you wanted to watch this footage live in real time or look at footage from a month ago, you could just point and click your way to it like you were watching Netflix. You could even open up the live streams in VLC or cast it to a television. Making any modification to the cameras is illegal, so I didn't do this, but I had the ability to delete any of the video footage or...
He had the ability to delete video footage. Okay, let's say you're a kidnapper. You're watching some kid. You kidnap the kid, you go in there, you delete the footage.
He's basically running the camera.
Yeah. That's what he has access, and everybody has access to these cameras with no username, no password, and no encryption.
Evidence by simply pressing a button. I could see the paths where all of the evidence files were located on the file system, and I could see their hashes and signatures. Some of the devices we saw were the familiar looking Falcon cameras that you see all over the country, but the majority of these were Flock's new Condor cameras, which are designed to detect and track people. They're PTZ cameras, meaning pan, tilt, zoom. And they quite literally use AI to zoom in and follow you around, whether you're a person of interest or not.
Zoom in and follow you around.
In just the time that it took to count and verify these vulnerabilities, I saw a family in North Carolina load their infant and a bunch of merchandise in a Lowe's parking lot. And I suppose one could cross-reference their license plate with the Park Mobile data breach.
See, you can cross-reference their license plate, just like I told you. Cross-reference, you can find out where they live. You can say, oh, look at these people. They just bought, huge electronics, TVs. I'm going to cross-reference their license plate, find out where they live.
And find out exactly where the garage is that will store these new fancy tools. I watched a man leave his house in the morning in New York. I watched a woman jogging alone on a forest trail in Georgia.
Alone on a forest trail.
Yeah. This trail had multiple cameras, and I could watch a man rollerblade and then take a break to watch rollerblading videos on his phone. How? Because
he can zoom in on your phone.
He's controlling the camera. I mean, this is a major breach. This is a major issue.
And it's massive. And let's put aside the fact that he's controlling the cameras for a second. If he can zoom in on your phone, the government can zoom in on your phone.
Camera's AI automatically zoomed in on it, just like it zoomed in on a couple arguing at a street market in Atlanta. So what? They're still anonymous, right?
Jack.
No,
Jack.
They're not.
Jack, hold on 1 second.
We don't got much time left.
No, just real quick. I'm on Flock's website right now, and they have, we should, if we had more time, we could play this. You have people on there saying, can anyone see my data at any time? No, access is mattered. They have somebody give you an explanation from Flock. Who can access my data? Do Flock cameras use facial recognition? They have a trust page, Jack. So they have all this stuff on their website. Now, this
propaganda.
No, the stuff we're watching is a major freaking problem. I mean, really?
That's why I said you don't want to. Let's finish this. Let's check it out. Take a look. You think these people are anonymous. You think, oh, well, you're viewing this person. You'll never know him again. You'll never see him again. You'll never be able to get to him. Wrong.
Still anonymous, right? No, they're not. Within 2 minutes of open source intelligence using a commercial facial recognition engine, I found out that one of them just finished medical school and the other is dealing with chronic irritable bowel syndrome. The couple also just had a baby last year and they have a pretty concerning debt to income ratio. I also know that they drove over 45 minutes from their address in the suburbs to attend church in Atlanta that morning, and then they checked out this market and bought a sweater.
He did all of this just by that one camera shot of them arguing. He found out all of this information.
Watched a law enforcement officer and ambulance escort a man having a mental health crisis in Iowa. I know this because the Cedar Rapids Police Department maintains a public database of every single emergency call in the city, as well as daily arrest reports with individuals' names, addresses, ages, and genders. Listen, I know that I'm being creepy right now. Just saying these words out loud nauseates me. But I'm trying to show you just a fraction of the information that anyone in the world with access to a commercial search engine has had regarding anyone who attended this market or walked on this trail in the last 31 days. And it gets worse. Here's an exposed Flock safety camera permanently pointed at a playground near the Bay Area in California, openly and publicly broadcasting both live and archived video footage of young children playing unattended.
Broadcasting those young children to the entire world live.
Again, just saying this stuff out loud feels so incredibly wrong. But for me personally, the most impactful moment while validating these vulnerabilities was this. This resonated with me so much that I actually had tears welling up in my eyes. I've done this exact same thing so many times. I've seen a swing set in an empty park, looked around to make sure nobody was watching, and then just enjoyed the mindless motion that connected me to a simpler time. But this isn't something that most grown men want to be seen doing. The experience requires one to have a moment that is devoid of judgment. It's healthy escapism at its finest. And I realized that it's likely that this man didn't know that he was being recorded.
Exactly. Did not know he was being recorded. That right there is a massive vulnerability for any kind of child serial predators. Anybody that wants to rob your house, knows you're not home, knows your address, knows who you are. He found out that one guy has irritable bowel syndrome, found out their debt to income ratio, found out one woman just had a child and graduated medical school, found out they drove 45 minutes to the market from their house. So he can go to their house. He has 45 minutes minimum to rob that place.
Well, I just looked up. I said, how many municipalities have stopped using Flock because of this? It says at least 30 municipalities, cities, towns, localities have suspended, deactivated, or canceled their Flock safety contracts since the beginning of 2025, with the pace accelerating in late 2025 and early 2026. Some higher numbers put it about 53 cities across 20 states by early 2026.
It's gotten really bad. And you're talking about a private company exposing you to the world. Your face, your information to the entire world. Broadcast live. All right, guys. Make sure you guys go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I'm putting the QR code up there at the top right. You definitely want to go here. You've got Father's Day coming up just in a couple of weeks, actually. You've got the 250th anniversary of the United States. You've got the 2026 midterms. Now is the time to get something to show your pride for America, show where you stand. Max Associates has everything that every other website has and more. But they also have the deal of a lifetime, 20% off any order of $20 or more and free shipping anywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, make sure you guys subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, and TikTok. Jay is on TikTok at Apinionsberry with an A. I am on Instagram at Jack Danger Live, as well as X, but we are all on Secret America TV, X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is all the same screen name. We are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Jay, we got about 1 minute left. You got anything you want to say?
Yeah, just everybody, if you could subscribe to all of our channels at Secret America TV, especially TikTok. We're trying to grow on there. Jack put out a banger post on TikTok the other day that got his personal account a real good shot in the arm. He's at Jack Danger Live on there, so give him a follow there too. I'm actually on there, Jack, at Jay Gatling Live on Instagram.
Oh, very cool.
There, you can hit us up there.
Instagram is the one other website we might be able to grow on.
We might have a shot on Instagram. The other ones, forget it. I mean, TikTok very difficult, and we know YouTube very difficult. But
TikTok and YouTube are insane, and not enough people use Rumble.
Well, I know Rumble's great. I mean, if Rumble, and it's growing, it's just taking a little bit longer, but Rumble's great. You can
why
actually
aren't
see
more
what
people?
you want.
I'll tell you why more people aren't using Rumble though. It's because of their payout ratio. YouTube pays out money.
They have more money. It's Google.
Yeah, that's the problem. If they can up their game, they could take over the market because YouTube sucks.
Yeah, no, Google, because it's Google, right? I mean, so if Rumble, Rumble's great. You could say what you want, but yeah, it's going to take some time, but it has grown a lot over the last few years.
Somebody needs to invest in Rumble, not buy Rumble. I'm talking about invest in Rumble. Give them the capital to start paying people. Everybody will come over from YouTube. All right, guys.
Because it's free speech. It is free speech here.
Absolutely. In Rumble, we've never once been cited for anything.
Never.
Anyways, we got to go, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back live and better than ever tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.